Here we go.
Breaststroke. Not that aggressive at it.
I'd like to call to order the City of Sonoma Planning Commission meeting for Thursday, September 12th, 2019. And with that, I'd ask Christina to give a call to order, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Commissioner Willander. Here. Chair Felder.
Here.
Commissioner Bohar.
Here.
Commissioner Barbos.
Here.
And Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Here.
And alternate.
Alternate Robert McDonald.
With that, I'd ask Commissioner Kelso Barnett to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Couple of things. First, if anyone has a cell phone or other device that makes noise, please put it in silent mode so it doesn't disturb the meeting. And secondly, any decision that's reached by the Planning Commission tonight may be appealed to the City Council. Appeals must be filed with City Clerk within 15 calendar days following the Planning Commission's decision. And with that, we will move on to comments from the public. At this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. It's recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less, and under state law, matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the Planning Commission at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for consideration. Upon being acknowledged by the chair, please step to the podium, speak into the microphone, begin by stating and spelling your name. It's yours, Ken.
Thank you, sir. Ken Brown, 1396 Lubeck Street in Sonoma. I'm here today with the Sonoma Valley Housing Group, a group of faith-based, it's my first time reading this one, so. A group of faith-based and secular people for social equity and social justice. We meet every Sunday at the Methodist Church on First Street East, and we're an excellent group dedicated to providing a framework to build affordable housing here in Sonoma. We're there every week, and we hope you join us.
Thank you, Ken. Anyone else?
David Eicher, Loma Court. I have a question. I'd like to know the status of the negotiations between the City of Sonoma and the state in regards to the Casa Grande parking lot. It seems like it's been going on for, 2 years now. So.
Get closer to the microphone
Oh.
so we can see if it's working. Say something.
Okay. Do I need to repeat that, or you got it?
No.
You got it? Good.
Any other comments from the public on items not on the agenda?
Good afternoon. I am Peter, and I'm here speaking truth to power, free of all fear. And that power is all those whose hearts are free and willing to step up to the plate within the sound of my voice. Now, right now in Sacramento, you have women and children and nurses being arrested for challenging Dr. Richard Pan, who is putting forth a forced vaccine, big pharma Nazi program of just slow-killed genocidals. The man that creates the vaccines is Dr. Maurice Wolin, who was arrested in 2006, showing up with 29 men to have sex with a 13-year-old in Petaluma. This, what I'm sharing with you, is firsthand knowledge information. All these kids will get sick within 5 to 7 years with 3 to 5 different things, so it can't be traced back to these vaccines. Dr. Wolin created the vaccines that were given to the military starting in '92. As of 7 years ago, 14 million of these vets are dead, attributed to his vaccines. 6 million are terminal. We're being geoengineered. The water's poison, the earth is poison. I am all things the Spirit sings. I am the best, I am the worst, I am the blessed, I am the cursed. I be you as you be me, and we are here to set it all free. This issue with the 5G or whatever, it is a military program, and it is designed to create havoc. It is designed to increase the cancer rates by about 500% in the area.
Please keep your remarks to items not on the agenda.
I don't know if the genocide is on your agenda, but if it's on your agenda, I'll speak to that later.
5G is.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's 5 genocides. Okay, I'm sorry. And so, of those whose hearts are true, that are tired of political absurdities, media deceptions, of your hearts I ask, I task, I command, I pray, Shaddai, Shaddai, Adonai, Shaddai. Join me tomorrow at the West Oakland BART between 7 and 8 p.m. as we walk to the Oakland Port for an all-night meet and greet, walk and talk, full moon, high noon, beautiful tune that turns into the 40-day strike that shuts down the entire West Coast till D.C., Monsanto, Big Pharma, and Wall Street are nothing but toast. It releases Brother Leonard Peltier, who's in the prophecy of the 40-day strike that releases him as he represents the 525-year indigenous resistance. And in his cell is the spirit of a matriarchal gift from the Iroquois parchment known as the U.S. Constitution. The 40-day strike frees the Constitution, and law enforcement will then walk out every lawyer from public office from the White House down to city councils. I say it, you hear it, I command it, I demand it, I say it, it is so, it is done. By this full moon, the true warriors will have united and shut down this corruption by the most beautiful, biggest party interruption the world has ever seen.
Thank you, Peter. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, we'll close this item on the agenda. Next item up is the review and acceptance of agenda, and I would like to preface this with comments about meeting length. It is my belief that when we approved the start time to be 6 p.m., that we also agreed that no new items would be heard after 10 p.m. unless there was a majority vote of the commission, and so I'd like to have that correction made to the agenda and to have it carried forward. So including tonight, no new items will be heard by the Planning Commission after 10 p.m. unless the commission by majority vote specifically decides to continue reviewing items. If an item is not heard due to the length of the meeting, the commission will attempt to schedule a special meeting for the following week. If a special meeting is necessary, potential dates will be established at the close of this meeting and a date set as soon as possible thereafter. Is there any other comments on the agenda? So then we'll move to late correspondence.
All late correspondence has been posted on our website and available to the public.
Thank you. Next item is consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request specific items to be removed for separate action. Does anyone care to remove items from the consent calendar? There are 2 sets of minutes to be approved. Seeing none, anyone from the public? Seeing none, I will accept a motion.
Chair Felder, I have to recuse myself from voting on the July 25th special meeting minutes.
Okay.
I was not at the meeting.
And I will move for the adoption of the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Yes.
Chair Felder.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes,
Commissioner-
as it relates to the July 11 meeting minutes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Okay. With that, we will move into the public hearings. Item 7.1 is a study session for Three Badge Beverage Corporation to consider a use permit for an adaptive reuse of property for a restaurant, brewery, and tasting room and parking exception. With that, I will ask for a staff report, and I believe it's you, Christina.
It's me. Thank you so much.
Chair Felder, can I just reiterate for those who are in the audience on this matter, this is a study session. There's not going to be any action taken on this
I
matter
will take care of
tonight.
that as soon as we get the staff report.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
All right, thank you so much, everyone, for your time this evening. As Chair Felder mentioned, this is a use permit study session at 32 Patten Street for the Three Badge Beverage Corporation. It's a quick location map just due south of the plaza on Patten Street. The project site is a 18,375 square foot lot. It's currently developed with a 9,735 square foot two-story building. There are 13 on-site parking spaces and associated landscaping. Surrounding land uses include 2 single-story residences to the north in a commercial zoning district. To the south is a service station and offices that are also zoned for commercial development. To the east are offices, also zoned commercial. And to the west is Pete's Coffee, Williams Sonoma, and the post office, also zoned commercial. The project site is located in the downtown planning district and is zoned for mixed-use development. It's located in the historic overlay district and has a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. The required setbacks are a 15-foot front setback, and there are no side or rear setbacks. And the applicant is proposing no new construction, so the development standards and setbacks won't matter too much for the rest of our discussion tonight. Just a little bit of background. The project site is the former fire station, which occupied the site until approximately 2006, when it was purchased by the Sonoma County Community Development Agency. There were various city governmental uses, storage, and interim office use during a remodel from 2006 to 2014. Following the dissolution of the redevelopment agencies, it was transferred to the successor agency in 2013 with the purpose of redevelopment of the site. As required by law, it was a plan was developed for the dissolution, and the property was placed on the market in January 2014, and an offer was accepted by the applicant. The project site currently supports the corporate offices for Three Badge Beverage Corporation, including 12 staff in the 2-story portion of the building. The City of Sonoma granted a use permit for the office use in September 11th, 2014. So before the Planning Commission this evening is a study session for consideration of a use permit for a restaurant with 90 inside seats and 24 outside seats, a 10-seat tasting room, potential brewery, and continued office of the Three Badge Beverage Corporation. There's associated parking and landscape improvements as well. The proposed project includes an interior renovation to support the new restaurant, tasting room, commercial kitchen, and a bar. Exterior renovations would support the 24 outside seats and the new landscaping along Broadway and Patten. The applicant is proposing to create new on-street parking by removing the existing apparatus bay concrete aprons on the south side of the project site, repaving and realigning the sidewalk, and providing parking where the fire trucks historically entered and exited the buildings. The office use would continue, and the existing 13 parking spaces would continue to be used as well. The applicant proposes hours of operation from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. The Three Badge offices would operate from about 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and the offices and restaurant would be supported by the on-site parking as well as the newly created on-street parking. The applicant has submitted 2 options for consideration by the Planning Commission tonight. Option 1 includes parallel parking along Patten Street with slightly fewer total parking spaces than option 2. Option 2 includes angled parking and would encroach into Patten Streets a little bit more, but would provide more on-street parking. As I mentioned, there are 13 existing on-site spaces. So we have 2 uses at the site, office use and the restaurant use, and the tasting room, which has similar parking requirements. The office requires 1 on-site parking space for each 300 square feet of floor area of the office use. So per our code, the office use would require 9 parking spaces total. Restaurant and tasting room require 1 parking space for each 4 seats. And therefore the 90-seat restaurant plus the 10-seat tasting room would require 25 parking spaces. Our code does not require additional parking for up to 25% of the approved indoor seats as outdoor seating. So up to 25 outdoor seats would not require additional parking spaces. The applicant is proposing to utilize the 13 on-site spaces and create on-street parking along Patten Street by improving the curb and gutter and creating the new parking spaces where the fire trucks entered and exited. And they're also requesting consideration of an adjustment to the required on-site parking per section 1948-050. Also before the commission tonight for discussion is consideration of a parking exception per 1954-050. Section 1948-030, General Parking Standards, provides that the parking and loading spaces be permanent. Required parking and loading spaces shall be permanently available, marked, and maintained for parking or loading purposes, and shall be located on the site they're intended to serve unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission. So that's the issue before one of the issues before the Planning Commission tonight is whether or not the Planning Commission would support the consideration of these newly created on-site spaces in lieu of required on-site. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission consider these newly created spaces as contributing to the required parking requirements. The parking spaces don't currently exist as a result of the former fire truck loading bays and would be directly created by the applicant for the project. Section 1948-050, adjustments to parking spaces, also states that the Planning Commission may modify off-street parking requirements outlined in this chapter as in compliance with 1954-050 exceptions. There's an additional provision for exceptions for mixed use as well. 1954-050 exceptions states that the provisions of the section allow for limited adjustments to the physical and quantified development standards of the development code in response to environmental features and site conditions, historic development patterns of the property or neighborhood, and in the interest of promoting creativity and personal expression in the site planning and development. The Planning Commission may grant an exception to the requirements of this development code governing only the following requirements, and that includes the number and dimensions of parking spaces and loading spaces. So before the Planning Commission tonight is consideration of the proposed uses of a restaurant, a tasting room, brewery, and the continued office use, and recommend discussing the hours of operation, parking requirements, and landscaping as well. And I think that's the end of my presentation, but my computer's being funny. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Is that it? Thank you. So as Commissioner Barnett referred to this, because this is a study session, there will be no decision by the Planning Commission tonight. But in addition to that, for a study session itself, we are to consider items like site planning, compatibility with neighboring uses, the overall consistency with the general plan and development code standards, and potentially significant environmental impacts. We're not intending to get into specifics on the actual design or some of the other features of the proposed project. So with that, are there any questions of staff? Okay.
Christina, I just want to clarify the parking. The office requires 9, and then is it the total project requires 25, including the office and the restaurant and tasting room?
So the applicant is proposing a staggered schedule, so the restaurant and the offices wouldn't operate at the same time. So the restaurant requires 25 while the office requires 9. All of the office parking spaces would be accommodated on site within the 13 existing, and then the discussion tonight is really about the restaurant.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If the applicant would like to make a presentation, step forward.
So, I'm connected to the HDMI cord. Can you see my screen? Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, staff. There you go. Thank you. Commission, my name's August Sebastiani. I live at 516 3rd Street East, born and raised in Sonoma. Here to represent my brother and my sister at the Three Badge Beverage Corporation with a proposal to do a restaurant and tasting room at the 32 Patten Street Firehouse. We purchased the building, as mentioned in the very thorough staff report, back in 2014. 5 years and a day from the approval of our existing use permit. We've been there ever since with a very distinct plan to just get situated, get to know the neighborhood, let the neighborhood get to know us, understand the facility, understand traffic patterns, understand the community's needs. And although we didn't set a specific timeline, we were looking at 3 to 5 years to be back before you for an opportunity to look at this space for a public-facing, retail-oriented use. As you see before you here, this is a clipping, a newspaper clipping from a 1945 Index Tribune ad taken out by the Volunteer Firefighters Association of Sonoma, asking for the passage of Props 1 and 2 to general obligation bonds to raise, if you can imagine, $50,000, $47,000.44 to buy the site, build the facility, and there's an extra, if you look, there's an extra $8,000 in there baked in for a brand new, spanking new fire engine. And what stood out to me about this ad, obviously, was a nice nod to the history of the building. But on a personal note, at the bottom, you'll see a roll call of the Volunteer Firefighters Association at the time. And sure enough, there's my grandfather, my namesake, as a member. So again, it's a very close personal connection that my family have, that I have personally with this building. We actually rebranded our company to the Three Badge Beverage Corporation in honor of his 3 service badges from when he was a volunteer. 3 badges, one that was his active badge, lived in his wallet for 40 years and is gorgeous and rubbed and patinaed, a retirement badge, and then an honorary badge that they presented to my grandmother when he passed away. So obviously our connection to this building is strong and deep. We are very proud to be stewards of the space, very proud to bring this proposal before you. I would like to ultimately defer to Michael Ross, who's our architect on the project, to get into some detail. But before doing so, I would like to talk a little bit about the intended uses. As mentioned in the staff report, staggering the parking along with the uses obviously allows some flexibility there, would allow for some flexibility should you accept it. And additionally, as it pertains to our business, we're not looking to go into the restaurant business. We're looking to find an operator who knows what they're doing, who is able to provide a southern anchor to the Plaza District on Patten Street, something that will not just draw the eye, but will draw foot traffic, will draw patrons from Sonoma and to Sonoma. The tasting room component is for one of our brands. We actually have a wine and spirits portfolio. One of our brands is called Garricky is the name of the brand. It is all Sonoma County sub-appellations. It's the most premium wine offering we have in our portfolio, and we are developing a direct-to-consumer component so that we can have more intimate relationship with our customer base. That direct-to-consumer component features wines that are of single vineyard designations, many of which from within Sonoma Valley, though not entirely. So we're very proud to actually be pivoting our model to be able to include that, to be able to welcome folks to Sonoma and hang a shingle and show off what we're all about, and beyond, offer them a nice place to grab a bite to eat next door. So with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Ross and be available for questions at the conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, Og, and thank you, Planning Commission. My name is Michael Ross. I'm the architect for the project.
I live at 245 Patten Street, which is 2 blocks from this project. Before we discuss the project in a little more detail, and I want to commend...
The microphone a little closer, Michael. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. I want to commend the staff report. I think it was, and this presentation was well done. But I would like to augment it slightly and pass out the latest option 1 and option 2 plans that makes a minor change, and I want to acknowledge David Ikar for suggesting it. We relocated all of the accessible parking spaces into the on-site parking lot, whereas we were proposing some out in the street. And so I think it's a better site plan because of that input. And that's what you see there. Other than that, it's exactly like the site plans in your packet. So this is an adaptive reuse of a landmark building. Adaptive reuse is a very interesting concept because the spirit of adaptive reuse is creativity. And it's creative on the part of the developers. Oftentimes it's creative on the part of the engineers. It's creative on the part of the architects, the users, and sometimes it's creative on the part of the Planning Commission. And we're asking you to view this with that sense of creativity. When the redevelopment agency dissolved, and there was a pause in what to do with this building, it was the private sector ultimately who became the developers, the redevelopers. And 3 Badge dug into their pocket and purchased this building and did all the heavy lifting to transform this beautiful building. And this is a continuation of that transformation. And so it was a 2-phase transformation. Phase 1, approximately 4 years ago, was the office conversion. And tonight we're here to discuss with you, go into the realm of ideas, if you will, Phase 2, which is the 90-seat restaurant, 10-seat tasting room, the parking, and 24 outdoor seats. Our town. So what's interesting about this photo, you can see in the center there's a rectangle around the site, is this is really part of a district of adaptive reuse. If you go up the street towards the plaza, you can count on the fingers of your hand how many buildings were adapted. The museum was Franklin Furniture. I don't know how many types of spaces Williams-Sonoma was before it became Williams-Sonoma again. Pete's Coffee was multiple things. And this building here now is also a subject of adaptive reuse. And then orbiting around it right now, and this is important, orbiting around it right now is a lot of vacant buildings. It's surprising, these wonderful little buildings that have nobody home. And so we really believe that maintaining the vitality of this corner, and it really is a gateway building for the plaza area, is critical and is part of the ambitions of this project. It's a walkable town, and the site is actually part of a ever-widening pedestrian district. It's interlaced with the ability for people to walk all over. Many, many hotel rooms are nearby, maybe 150 at least within walking distance, if not even counting MacArthur Place or the Lodge. And why is this germane? It's germane because it actually lowers your parking demand because more people are walking to places like the museum, like Pete's, like 3 Badges, this restaurant, and others. And so it is part of the overall calculus and our logic and planning approach is to keep in mind that this is part of a wider interconnected area for pedestrians. The project site is appropriate for this use. There was a couple of questions about how far away would this restaurant and tasting room be from a school. Of course, Sunshine School is approximately 239 feet away, but Sunshine has been operating within 250 feet of a tasting room for years and years. And so this is really a mixed-use neighborhood of offices, of Shell Station, post office, for years the fire station, and a use like this we believe would be consistent. It would be a relatively modest increase of traffic and parking, and it's a good spot for it. We're proposing two options for your consideration. Option one is to close off the aprons in front of the apparatus bays, which is basically the driveways in front of the red roll-up doors. Extend the city sidewalk across the south side of the property, do exterior landscaping and provide areas for outdoor seating, stack 7 parking spaces along in parallel on the south side, in addition to the 13 spaces that are already there, and yield 20 spaces total. Now there's something different about this approach. We are proposing to count spaces on the street, 3 of which exist right now, and 4 will be added that never existed before. Why are we doing this? Well, we actually believe that the genesis of these spaces is when the use changed, when the firehouse left. And at that point, that's when other spaces could be added. If you go to the corner right now of Patten and First, you'll notice that it's a old painted over red zone. And I believe, I would have to check for the fire department, I believe it was painted red in order to provide more view angles for fire trucks leaving the firehouse. As soon as the city started adding interim government uses, that was painted back and we got 2 more spaces out of it. But so as part of our creativity, what I'm asking for us to consider is that the use change that we believe legitimately goes with the 3-badge investment, that it's those 7 spaces that should go with that change of use because they started creating the addition of spaces in parallel. I know that's arguable, but it's the truth. It's just long-term incremental growth of parking spaces because of the change of use. This plan indicates how the restaurant might be laid out. It's highly likely that it would change as the restaurant designers arrive on the scene. But one thing won't change. We're proposing, with your concurrence, a total of 90 seats for the restaurant and 10 seats for the tasting room. How it's arranged or the kitchens and all that sort of thing would be a subject of another design. Option 2 has more profound effects on Patten Street. And this, instead of going parallel to Patten Street and adding parking, we're proposing doing 45-degree diagonal parking, not unlike what's around the plaza right now. And that would yield 25 spaces. The floor plan for the restaurant essentially unchanged. So, absolutely.
So you're spreading your... Sorry, you're spreading your outdoor dining seating into a different zone because you have less room in this configuration.
Exactly. We narrowed it up. You notice that the sidewalk swings around it, so it alters the course of the sidewalk, whereas option 1 basically extends the existing sidewalk in the same orientation that it is now.
I have a brief question on that. Can I interject real quick?
Please.
Do those spaces actually start on the property?
Those spaces span onto the property and then extend into the street. There would have to be a property line adjustment or some sort of user maintenance agreement. There'd be, it's more complex in terms of a land use issue of option than option 1.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. So,
And I'm sorry, just one
Yeah,
further
go ahead.
question on that. Is, does the reconfiguration of Patten Street under this scenario, option 2, eliminate on-street parking on the other side of Patten Street? In other words, adjacent to the Shell station, there are a few parking spaces, both towards Broadway and further along towards First Street East. And you're showing parking on this option 2 scenario, but I don't see any room for cars to actually drive through the street.
well, they would back out into it. And to your answer the question, no, we haven't studied that.
Okay.
And on behalf of the applicant, we are proposing option 1 as the preferred option. We just felt that we had to study this to see its pros and cons.
Okay, thank you.
So both options, irregardless of the opportunities or constraints, is we're proposing to use the Urban Land Institute shared parking approach. And what that means is that when you share a site with 2 different uses with different parking metabolisms, when the offices are open, the restaurant is closed, and when the restaurant is open, the offices are closed, that you can increase the parking count with less land, basically. And so shared parking uses less spaces. It encourages pedestrian circulation. In this case, in option 1, adapts previously underutilized Patten Street frontage that never existed before for parking. It consumes less land. It minimizes the creation of additional impervious paving, and we actually get to increase the density of the parking use on the site just through a relatively simple adaptation of the front of on the south side of Patten Street. This is just a sort of a graphic of how that works. The office will require 9 spaces, but after 5 p.m. There's no spaces necessary for the office. During the middle of the day, there's still 4 spaces left over for the restaurant staff just to show up and still use the on-site parking. And then the restaurant is going to require 25 seats. And if we use the option 1 concept, it provides 20 spaces total. So that means there's approximately a 5-space shortfall in that math. But if you apply a parking exception up to 30%, that would reduce the restaurant demand to 18 spaces, and at that point, we're up 2. So there is a way using the development code to provide for a parking exception that would allow this use. And in conclusion, what we're asking of you this evening is for your intellect and your input and thoughts on this. We're looking forward to coming back with the actual presentation of not only the design of the site, but also of the exterior of the building and how we're going to approach it. But we're asking your support in principle on the following items. 1, option 1, 100-seat restaurant and tasting room concept. The application of the shared parking approach. Allow Patten Street improvements and the additional parking spaces to be located on the south side of Patten Street. Allow us to count the 7 new spaces, as I referred to. Provide a parking exception or a waiver for up to 5 spaces should that shortfall exist. And here's a modification to the hours that we're asking for. Monday through Thursday, we would like to have hours 5 through 10. That's 5 p.m. through 10. Friday, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. And Sunday, 9 to 10. And we're also requesting your consideration for 6 to 8 special events per year. So That's my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions or join the conversation. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Questions of the applicant?
Excuse me, if I could just get clarification on the current parking spaces that are already on Patten Street. So if I look at option 1, spaces 1 and 7 already exist, right? So what we're looking at is changing that sidewalk, so we would add spaces 2 through 6?
Yes, it's the farthest most west space exists, and the farthest 2 spaces on the east exist.
Okay, so 1, 6, and 7 exist today?
Yes.
And the addition would be 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Correct.
Okay.
I want to ask you about your special events idea. Having brought the appeal that changed the plan at Williams-Sonoma across the street and their special events plan, one of the outcomes of that meeting was the need for the city council and the planning department to formulate rules pertaining to special events on Broadway where the normal parking arrangements would not be adequate. Specifically at the Williams-Sonoma application at the time, they proposed valet parking and an encroachment of Broadway in order to provide a loading zone, which it turns out was not legal and was prohibited by Caltrans, even though it had been permitted 2 times before the appeal was heard. The suggestion of the city attorney in his recommendation to uphold the appeal was the city formulate specific policies pertaining to valet parking as it relates to special events. I don't believe those policies have ever been drafted. I don't believe they've gone to the city council for approval, and I have concerns about approving special events in retail because I consider wine tasting and things associated to be a form of retail. I'm a little concerned about letting us slide into a special events category without more definition of how these events are going to be managed, because at this point there's not a lot in the code to specify what's required. Depending on the number of people, you don't describe the size of the special event. Williams-Sonoma was proposing up to well over 100 people for special events. On a property that was never designed to accommodate that. That might not be a problem on a 100-seat restaurant, but if you want to have 300 people for a special event, there's going to have to be a different arrangement made. So I think that just since we're talking conceptually here tonight, it would be good to actually flesh out this special event concept a little more so that we can see whether or not it triggers any special needs.
I agree. I want to actually show off one little thing at the end. This is the interior. If you haven't visited Three Badges office, the transformation in the interior is really lovely. And this is the fire pole that was added from the first floor to second floor. Believe it or not, the fire station didn't have one, even though it was a 2-story one. And the whole facility is beautiful on the inside, and everything that Og and his team did is going to be brought forward on the exterior of this building and in this restaurant. It's really a pride of ownership type of owner and tenant here, and this is just a great example of it. So thank you very much, and I look forward to joining the conversation, the dialogue, if necessary.
Thank you.
Could I chime in and answer Commissioner Barnett's question
Yes.
real quick? I just wanted to point out that over the last several years, Three Badge has applied for temporary use permits for special events. So it was one of my recommendations that we bring it and tie it into the use permit now, because right now we're approving them on kind of an ad hoc basis, but they do have a demonstrated history of having special events at the site. I called the police department. They've had no complaints or concerns. So their current special events operations are working with the existing parking on site.
Okay, with that, I think I'll open it up to the public. If anyone else from the public would like to comment on this study proposal.
Patricia Cullinan, 425 Denmark. I want to compliment Three Badges for their proposed adaptive reuse of the historic Sonoma Fire Station. Adaptive reuse maintains the authenticity of historic buildings in Sonoma while providing for contemporary uses. The character of Sonoma is reflected in our buildings, in some cases our open space we still have in town. The ability to find parking supports that character. I wish Three Badges the utmost success in their new endeavor, but I also ask the Planning Commission to carefully reflect on the criteria for parking for this project. As a resident, I see examples of the Planning Commission approving projects with parking variances and narratives that are not fully borne out. The project is 5 parking places short for the inside uses with no consideration of the 24 outside seats. Staff is not considered in the metric. I request the Planning Commission require a condition approval that the Three Badges provide parking alternatives in the neighborhood that could provide additional parking for their customers and staff. There would be also, the city of Sonoma has never had in lieu parking fees, which most of the municipalities that I've worked on in the past 30 years have had. I think that the city needs to create a defined plan for in lieu parking, and even though that would require an applicant an additional outlay of money, I think the result would be good for both the city and the applicant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. Anyone else?
Ken Brown. I had the pleasure of serving on the city council with August. He is a man of his word. He has the resources to do the job right, and I appreciate your deliberation. Thank you.
Hi, David Eicher, E-I-C-H-A-R. First of all, I want to say that I'm not against the project, and I'm not against granting some exception for the parking spaces. However, you need to do it within the development code. Also, I'm glad that they changed the design so that the accessible parking spaces would now be in the parking lot. There were 2 things that have been mentioned earlier that are confusing. One, I believe that the staff report said that the office space was 3,800 square feet, where the applicant said it was 2,711 square feet. So you might need to take a look at that. I do have a question. Can on-street parking in front of a property count towards the required number of parking spaces? I believe the answer is no. In the development code, a duplex requires 3 parking spaces. Vacation rentals require 1 parking space per bedroom. So if the city counts on-street parking towards satisfying the required number of spaces, then a duplex or a 3-bedroom vacation rental with room for 3 on-street parking spaces cannot be required to have off-street parking. The Planning Commission can allow exception to the required number of parking spaces, but it may not exceed 30% of the required spaces. For the restaurant and tasting room, 30% rounded up is 8 spaces, so the maximum exception is 8 spaces. Though the availability of the on-street parking could be taken into account when deciding to grant the exception. How many tandem parking spaces is acceptable? So if you have 25 spaces required and they're all tandem, so they're all lined up, 25 right in a row, that's not going to work, obviously. So the question is, will 3 work? 2 will work if you, I can see for employees and vendor parking, but will 3 work? Especially since I just looked at this today, and the delivery is at the head of that tandem parking. So what happens for deliveries? What does that mean? The office people cannot use the tandem parking when the delivery is happening? How's that going to work out? So also, let's see in the development code, the only mention of tandem parking is for the accessory dwelling units. So it's not clear whether tandem parking is even allowed for commercial users or not. So I think I've covered everything. some other things were already answered my question, so that's good in terms of the angle parking, and so thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Anyone else? Seeing no one come, I will close the public comment and bring it back to the commission for further discussion. Anybody want to start? Steve.
I have a question for either Mr. Storr or Mr. Abachi, or both of them, about the legality of counting on-street parking in this scenario, whether or not it's newly created or previously created. But that seems to be the question raised by Mr. Eicher, that that's not an appropriate inclusion in the parking for the project. So I defer to you two to tell us whether that's the case or not.
Typically, that's not the case. Most zoning ordinances that I've been familiar with have just an off-street requirement. And in the case of the city of Sonoma, we have a 1 to 300. Why it's 1 to 300 for retail, I'll never know. My experience has been 1 to 200, 1 to 250. It's way off the charts in my book as far as the requirement in the city code. And I think that's why they built in the flexibility to allow for something primarily in the vicinity of the plaza. And so I think you do have discretion, whether it's legal or illegal, to do that. Normally it's not done that way. And so I think what I'd rather do is, rather than focus on whether you do or you don't, it's how much you're going to give away as far as an exception for that which is required on site. Because something will need to be granted.
Well, if you get to count those, it makes a difference in how large the exception you're granting is if you don't get to count them.
Right.
That's why I'm wondering, and I have comments about this whole issue, but I just thought I would start with whether either or both of you had thoughts on that.
Yeah, in conclusion, because of its proximity to the plaza, I'd be more interested in creating some kind of mathematic or calculation towards swapping pedestrians for cars. I mean, the whole goal is try to eliminate the need for automobiles in the community. And I think to the extent that we can encourage pedestrian activity, cycling, that kind of a thing, I think that goes a long way than whether or not we use a code that has this funky thing about parking spaces. And I think the use of the 13 spaces on the site is probably where we ought to focus our attention, whether or not they populate the public street or not. And we've had conversations with the applicant about the need for 90-degree parking, 60-degree parking on Patten, and the theoretical shift of the center line of the street. And so I think from a staff perspective, we'd be gravitating more towards option 1 as far as the design, and then trying to calculate what would be appropriate for the size of the exception.
Well, I was just going to interject, if I could. It's my interpretation in looking at the code that it's very specific that the on-site parking spaces are what satisfy the requirement, and street parking does not satisfy the requirement. So we're getting into and I'm not against this project, but I think we're getting into a little bit of smoke and mirrors on how we create things and how we figure exceptions versus not exceptions. So in other words, if we strictly said that the only thing that can count for the project without an exception is on-site spaces, that brings us to 13, which makes this restaurant proposal woefully inadequate for parking. So the first thing we have to do is decide whether we, in this instance, would allow on-street parking to count towards the total numbers, and that is not specifically called out in the code. So that's the first exception. Then you go into the second exception because you still don't come up with enough numbers to generate the parking required. So it's kind of a dual problem, I think. And correct me if I'm wrong, but
Pull the code section up real quick so we can all be on the same
okay.
page.
I'll let that go for this point. Kelso, if you want to join in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the code is clear that you're not supposed to use on-street parking, and I think this is a very unique situation where 4 on-street parking spaces are being created because they're filling in the sidewalk and doing the curb and, improvement in front of the bays. And so, again, a very unique situation. I would be open to at least the discussion of counting the 4 additional on-street parking spaces. I don't know if our code allows us. I do know that 1948 gives us flexibility in for mixed-use buildings in commercial districts. So when it comes to street parking, I think the new spaces being created are worthy of consideration. Our code also, and while I realize this building is not on the plaza and is not in the prod, our code grants parking credits to buildings on the plaza. For example, the Taub Family Outpost on the corner of First Street West and West Napa Street that this commission approved last year and is in the process of opening up, I believe, just as by virtue of the size of their building, because they were on the plaza, they were given 16 parking spaces among, the commons. And so that meant that they could have 64 seats in their restaurant, and that's what they applied for, and that's what they were granted, and that was a very quick agenda item. This restaurant, the space within the building that's proposed to be a restaurant is 4,900 roughly square feet, divided by 300 square feet of space, would give you, if this was on the plaza, which you can make an argument it's close, and I get that it's not exactly on the plaza per the code, but again, the code does give us that flexibility, they would automatically have a 16 space credit. And so then we'd be talking about where is the additional, what would that be, 9 spaces? And they have that in the parking lot. And so, I do think it's extremely important to follow the code, and I don't dispute that. I'm wondering if this section 1948 or anything in the code allows us flexibility. Because can I keep going, by the way?
Yes.
You mind? Okay. In terms of the use, I thought I was going to make this point later, but I think it's important. Clearly, the city owned this building for many years, and it was the fire station. But in 2011 or 2012, when they decided to, and I think they were actually forced by the elimination of redevelopment to sell this building, they sort of created an RFP, and the city council at the time, which I believe Commissioner Barbos was on, they created criteria what they wanted to see on this site, and there were five elements. Serve as a gateway to the plaza, providing a southern anchor to the plaza business district. Stimulate pedestrian-oriented activity that complements existing commercial uses in the downtown. Be highly attractive and compatible with the character of the community, both architecturally and functionally. Utilize environmentally friendly principles. And this is also an important one, provide revenue generation to the agency and the economic benefits of the city. And so I think a private developer has brought forth a project that to a T delivers what the city envisioned for this site. And so if there is flexibility in the code that we can rely on, I think it would be in the spirit of what an earlier city council envisioned for this property.
And let me just add to that. I totally agree with Commissioner Barnett in looking for creative ways to make this happen, because even though you could take a strict interpretation of the code saying, well, it doesn't allow it, I think we need to deal with an unusual property in an unusual location with some degree of flexibility. So certainly if we can convince ourselves that we have that flexibility within the code, whether it come down to granting a certain number of credits or whatever that is, I'd like to see this project work, and so I'm very open to coming up with those creative ways to create the situation to make the parking work. Steve.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Felder just said, and I'll just add, I think because of the parking credits on the plaza, I mean, it really is not an equal apples and oranges situation. I mean, some of these restaurants don't have any parking, yet they can operate at this level. And I can't remember, and maybe somebody here does, what we did when Hot Monk came in, but there's a lot of people in Hot Monk and very few parking places. I happen to go there, not infrequently. This is adjacent to areas where I think people can park. So, I mean, I feel that I would really like to find a way for this project to go forward in keeping with what we have to work with, because I think it's a great project, and I think it'll be a real benefit to the city to have it there. Pull down the commercial district off of the plaza and help all those buildings in between. That's where I was kind of going with my initial comment. Could you put 19.54.050 back up on the screen for a second? The whole thing? I mean, the rest of it?
I pulled the parts that were most applicable. Do you want me to pull
Okay,
the
well,
code
this
up?
just says that we are allowed to make limited adjustments. So
I can pull it up.
is that instead of, in addition to, or sort of a parallel universe to the parking exception calculation? So if it's a parallel universe, then then that's great. But and that seems to be what some of my fellow commissioners are saying, that if that gives us the flexibility to make this kind of adjustment in what would otherwise be the strict requirements, because of the mixed-use zoning, because of the location, because of the history and all, that would be of interest to me.
Well, while she looks that up, one thing that would be helpful to staff is option 1 or option 2, because the math, varies between the two. So if we could get some kind of feedback on that, that'd be helpful too.
Okay. So if I could just finish up while I'm still talking, I don't like option 2. I think Patten Street is narrow enough as it is. You got cars parking outside alongside the Shell station, people backing out of those diagonal lots. And the other thing, all of us know, when you go into a parking lot these days, and even on the plaza, it's very common for people going the other direction to hang a U-ey in the middle of the street so they can get into a diagonal parking space across the street. That would be kind of crazy, because there's not even enough room to make that maneuver on this. So I like option 1.
Well, a couple of quick comments. First of all, it's interesting. I also prefer option 1 in terms of the parking configuration on the street. There's a proposal that apparently is being considered. I'm not really sure what state it is, to restripe Broadway, turn it into a single lane in both directions, and have diagonal parking. So I just hasten to add that if people have concern about cars backing out from a diagonal space into a single lane of traffic, we're apparently on the road to potentially engineering that very situation all along Broadway. With regard to, so I've expressed my preference for number 1. As to whether the spaces in number 1 should apply, I'm kind of up in the air about that, because clearly there's no spaces there now, and unless the applicant chose to modify their curb and the current sloped driveways into the old entries, there wouldn't be any new parking spaces there until sometime in an unforeseeable future. So there clearly is a benefit to adding street parking to this project, although it's not going to be used necessarily by people going to this particular facility for dinner or for wine tasting. These parking spaces, because they're street spaces, are going to be available to any member of the public for any purpose, including, as it is now, going to Pete's. And so for those who don't mind the pedestrian risks of crossing Broadway, parking on Patten Street and crossing the street is not that unusual. I would ask staff this question, and it's only because I haven't been on this commission for all that long. In the past, if applicants have come forward with adjunct parking sites through leases with adjacent or other property owners for the purposes of fulfilling the off-street parking requirements, has that been an acceptable solution with the evidence of a lease agreement?
So my short answer without looking at our code is, if it's not, it should be. The point being is, for special events, for example, that's where you'd want, some off-site location. In the case of this particular application, option 1 or option 2, we have a situation where we have staggered use, and that's always something you want to encourage as well.
Okay, so you're unable to answer whether or not the evidence of a lease for off-site parking, off-street parking, specifically codified by an agreement with another property owner, can be used to satisfy the off-site parking requirement? We don't have a specific answer on that?
I don't, because I'm not looking at the code right now.
Okay,
But
so it's something
the point being is, it's something we can look into, and I think it's a worthy thing to be able to do. I've done it in the past.
Okay, so that's something that we can, just in a spirit of the study session, something that's worth examining. There's a lot of properties around here that are day-use properties. The gas station across the street, the dentist's office across the street. There's some commercial properties currently vacant around the corner on First Street. I don't know what's going to go in there, but there's a few of those that have large parking lots. There's a church that might be interested in an arrangement. So there's great potential there. I think we can exercise potentially the creativity of that neighborhood.
It's a very similar thing to a reciprocal ingress and egress easement. I mean, things like this are done all the time. You'd obviously want to have some parking that's pretty close.
Yes.
To encourage the use of that. And that's where you get a better reciprocity agreement going.
Sure. With regard to the other elements of the formula that could have a bearing on this whole issue of parking adjustments, because I'm not a big fan of variances and the like, Michael Ross, wanted to get some indication of our support or lack thereof for a 100-seat restaurant. I don't think there's any magic to the number 100. The fact is that 96 eliminates the need for one parking space. 92 eliminates the need for two. I don't know what the magic number for a restaurant is. It may be the magic number is as many bodies as you can jam into the place is the magic number. It's a hard business no matter what you do. But in any event, there are restaurants functioning in Sonoma with far fewer seats. Cafe La Haye, I think, has probably 60, 39. I don't know. It's a small restaurant. It's been there for 25 years or more. So I don't know if there's a magic number, but there is some flexibility there. 100, I don't think, has to be a fixed number. And while if we can figure out the parking issue, 100 doesn't bother me. If some adjustment of the total number of seats ends up being proposed in a final application, which this is not, this is just a study session, that can alter the formula as well. I think that's it for now.
Okay. Jim? Thank you. I think in general this is a very fine idea. A fine restaurant in this neighborhood in that location is highly suitable. It'll appeal to the neighborhood where Mr. Ross resides, and I think there'll be a lot of people from the neighborhood as well as visitors that will be attracted to this. The idea of enhancing the value of retail along Broadway from the plaza down to this property, I think makes a lot of sense. There's going to be pedestrian traffic down Broadway. I think it's going to attract more interest to those often frequently turnover in those storefronts along the south side of Broadway. I think that's a real need. I think it's definitely a positive opportunity. I think parking, in my opinion, should really be taken a look at here. To add something to what Commissioner Barnett said about the parking being available to the public, probably should be remembered that Pete's Coffee got a significant parking exception when they went in down there, and that's been somewhat controversial. The Scuderia people down the street selling coffee made made a fairly large issue out of that, and they wanted the same thing. So to some extent, that sets a precedent, which is sometimes difficult to deal with. Small item, perhaps it needs more discussion about how the staff parking is going to work with loading. A 55-footer comes in there, it needs 110 feet to pull in and load, and I don't know exactly the schedule. I know people often come in early in the morning, but it would be good to know more about that and find out whether that's really going to be practical for staff to be using those spaces in the back of the building. And it happens to be next to that Adobe, which I think is a private residence. Am I correct on that? That's correct. Also, I think that it should be, some effort should be made to contact off-site property owners in the area, as was pointed out, and I guess it's somewhat unclear about whether that could be officially satisfying the need if there were an agreement in place, so that needs to be fleshed out a little bit. The gas station, the church on Patten, the church on, I think there's a church on First Street, and those other residents, and there are other ones perhaps that I'm unaware of, but I think that needs to get investigated as far as satisfying this and eliminating the need or mitigating the need for this exception. Thank you.
This being a study session, it's nice to hear mostly positive comments. I think the issue, the rub, obviously, is the parking, but I think the overall concept, the big picture, everyone's liking this project, and I think we can all picture ourselves going to eat there and enjoying it. And the good news is that it is so close to the plaza and is so close to people being able to walk to. What our code will allow, I think that's going to be the rub, and I would be very encouraging and supportive of being able to include those 4 spaces that are created by adjusting the sidewalk. The other 3 spaces, those are there. I don't really see those as being entitled to this project, but the 4 additional ones, I definitely think that those should, if the code will allow it, should be included. The 13 on site, the 10 are great. The 3 tandem, those are a bit worrisome. Not really sure how that would work, and that's obviously an area for concern. Whatever can be done to come up with some parking agreements especially for employees. I work by Sonoma Market. We all know, all of us that work down in that area, we can't park on site, so we're parking all over the city streets. And so it's a problem, and it's a stress for the residents. It's also a stress for the people who are trying to get to work. So if something can be done to make arrangements to help find employee parking, that would be fabulous. I think that's one that I would really encourage exploring, how the employees cannot take the space. Okay.
May I speak to that?
Yes, you may.
We actually have, on your urgence, spoken with a few neighbors and really received mixed feedback. Being candid, I have my own reservations about tying our use permit to somebody else's property, simply because I want to be able to control our own destiny. And should a property change hands, there's no guarantee that that lease is going to be there down the road. More specifically, more immediately this week, in a conversation I had with one of our many vacant tenants, they don't want to commit to anything while their building is vacant. And as we currently sit, there might be 7 properties immediately adjacent to ours, only 2 of which are occupied. So as I speak to the building owners there, and I say, hey guys, we're looking at an after hours opportunity to basically give you free money to rent some spaces from you that you might not be using. There's considerable pushback. We don't want to commit to anything until our building gets filled, because we don't want to restrict our own buildings. Being in my shoes, they want to restrict their own buildings' use because of an agreement that they've already made to a building across the street. So we're open to it. We have our reservations. We've had conversations. Frankly, for special events, I think that that's an important part of making the special events work. And I will say, as to pat myself on the back, or ourselves on the back, for special events, in the neighborhood, we have offered our space after hours. We have offered our spaces for parking for the museum, for the women's club rather, also up the street. And so I have no reservations or no qualms about doing that for special events on particular weekends or whenever those events come up. But for day-to-day use, it proposes a problem. Not something that we're opposed to, but something we're reluctant to dive into. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I recognize that is definitely an issue. Michael?
Hi. A little bit in the weeds here. How does tandem parking work? Well, it works very easily with shift work. And restaurants have shifts, and so the kitchen crew would stack up in there, and that's how you'd be able to use it very easily. It'd be smooth. And in terms of deliveries, the real deliveries are going to happen in the morning like most of the restaurants around town. It'll be box trucks. They'll just pull up into the front parking lot, offload there, go in through the side kitchen door and deliver that way. And so and I can't imagine a 55-footer fitting in there and making those turn radii. So that's how we're going to do it.
Just a couple of, sorry, just a few more comments, but thank you guys for the feedback. So I'm looking at 13 on site and then the 4 additional sites. So I'm counting 17 right now. So if we need 25, we're off by 8 there. So that's the number I'm looking at. I do have a little bit of reservation about the office going till 5 o'clock and the restaurant opening at 5, and there's clearly going to be some crossover there. That's something we has to be addressed and we have to think about. I'm all for promoting more of a pedestrian, less car-dependent culture, Uber, Lyft, Vern's Taxi, Sonoma Taxi. I'm all for that, but it's what we can do with our code. That's going to be the big question for me, is how do we work that with our code? Because lots of us could walk to that location, but the code, the code's the law. And even though we all have great faith in the applicant, as Bill Willers taught me, you can't think about the applicant because these projects have to survive on their own. And so it's not because we don't absolutely have faith in you, it's that we have to look at the project independently of the applicant. So that's where I'm coming from, with complete respect for you. Okay, so the other question that I would just want to ask staff is precedent. A couple of the commissioners have already mentioned Pete's and Hot Monk. Those are 2 that definitely came to mind for me. I don't know what other precedents we have along this path, and I'd be really curious to know more about that, how it came about and how it's being monitored and being checked now, so that we can learn from that and just see what worked, what didn't work, so that we could have a little bit more data for our decision making. That's all.
Starting first with options 1 or options 2, I definitely support options number 1, and I think number 2 would just add difficulty in vehicular circulation on a street that already has several pinch points. So, and I will confess my bias to option 1 provides more landscaping, which I wholeheartedly support. One of the items that has been kind of talked about, but I would like to request the applicant take serious consideration to, is the whole issue of trash and delivery. And I need not be more specific with a current problem that we have within our town, but we don't need another problem, so to speak. So I would encourage you to make sure to flush that out and with a very realistic management program on that. I support my fellow commissioners' concept about it'd be great to encourage employee parking arrangements or encourage creative thinking about how to put forth an effort to say, I recognize there's a parking shortfall by this quote strict letter of the law, but we're putting forth effort to try to offset it with good internal management. I'd also was intrigued and kind of would support the concept, although we do not have it on the books, when we have these parking shortfalls, that maybe it is realistic to have an in lieu parking fee that might generate a fund for something that could be used, well used, in the topic of parking. I also, when the applicant comes back, also would like to see more definitive information about the special events. Don't have anything against it, but we know logistically there are sometimes implications, and I'd like to see that kind of expressed, how that will be best managed, either by giving historical data about the special events that have taken place there to date, but if you're envisioning larger events, again, speak to how you see those being managed. Regarding the kind of the possibility of coming up with arrangements with neighbors about some additional adjunct parking, I like that. I would not necessarily be supportive to tie that as a requisite or a condition of a use permit, but I would say this again would be an opportunity for the applicant to put forth goodwill, good gesture in attempting to again be creative in dealing with a parking issue that is not limited just to this project, but the entire downtown area, or as it's been expressed on numerous applications coming forth about parking is a big issue. In summary, I am optimistic as far as we can overcome this parking hurdle. I think thinking outside the box is very possible, and I certainly am open to consideration of such. And that's it.
You have something further, Kelso?
I do. A few things. Christina, can you go back to 4.8? This one. All right. Again, I think the site, it's as we've discussed, it's a unique site. It's not on the plaza, but it's on a block, the southern end of a block that fronts the plaza. And so I do think the code, I will emphasize the fact we need to follow the code. I think the code has envisioned situations like this that offered flexibility. And I think, the parking requirements for mixed uses, this is a mixed use. It's got an office and a restaurant, retail. It literally says perhaps a parking demand study might be required. Perhaps the applicant can speak about that further with staff. I don't know if that's required or not, but the fact that the code talks about looking for something like that, I think is important. Just anecdotally, being in that area quite a bit, after 5 or 6 o'clock, there's a tremendous amount of parking. There was even on Tuesday night, on a farmer's market night, certainly after about 7:30. There is primarily office uses around there, and as the applicant described, many are currently vacant, but even if it was all fully operational, there is some parking available down there. And so I think that's important to think about the flexibility. I think it's also important to think about the neighbors. We haven't, typically a controversial project is really trying to take parking away from the neighborhood would, bring out the neighborhood. And, the closest neighbor, August and Michael Ross are also neighbors, obviously, but, I don't see anyone else from the neighborhood. And knowing the history of this particular building and this particular site, and knowing that neighborhood was organized against an earlier project proposed for that site that was going to have a Pete's Coffee and other thing, to not see them here tonight makes me think that flexibility is warranted. So those are my thoughts on that. I support option 1 as well. I support the hours of operations that were put forward. I've already discussed, I think new street parking being created is a very unique circumstance, and I don't think we'd be setting a bad precedent by counting that. And then I just have one further question. Christina, could you go back to the, or I guess you're in the presentation. If you go to the earlier part of the presentation, there were like historic photos of the building. And this is just a question. So, and perhaps this is a question for the applicant, if you don't mind. Are the current bays that are currently there, is that what we're looking at right now?
I believe that to be the case, correct.
So this building was built in 1947?
48, I believe.
Where the restaurant's going to be?
Correct.
This was remodeled in 1982 with the addition of the office building on First Street
I
East.
believe the first story of the office building was part of the original construction. The second story was added in 1983, as well as the two westernmost bays of the garage.
Okay, so that's an important point. Inside the bays currently,
Yes.
does the interior still have that sort of masonry? The materials built or that were used in the 1940s, are they still present?
It's been painted over, but yes, they are still present. Correct.
Okay, so I guess
right. For instance, if I may, this photo and there's some others that show like exposed cinder block.
Right.
That on the exterior has the stucco finish, and on the interior is still cinder block, but it's been again painted over.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I bring that up is if you go to the code, 19, anyway, there's obviously
Blame it on Wayne.
section,
Wayne updated the password.
there's a section of the code, 1948.40, and this is just, I'm trying to be creative here within the code and looking for flexibility in the code. There's a part of the code that says existing unreinforced masonry structures and structures adjoining the plaza. And so I guess my question, I don't know if we can answer that tonight.
What's the section?
1948.040 is if the remodel in the 1980s changed the reinforcement of the structure. I seem to remember one of the reasons why, and you might, the two of you would know this better than I do, that they wanted to move the fire station. Were there reinforcement post-earthquake new building code issues there?
Well, Michael might be able to speak to that because he designed the new fire station while I was on the council, and my recollection was that may have been part of it, but it was also, I think, viewed as an inadequate facility for fire training. It had no training tower. It had it just wasn't a big enough facility. It was overcrowded. The sleeping conditions for the firefighters who were there overnight, the kitchen, it just was inadequate, if I recall.
Exactly, and it's an essential facility, so therefore you couldn't have a fire station in an unreinforced masonry building.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well then,
Larry's
strike
correct.
that.
That's exactly the reason.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then that's probably not going to be an option for flexibility. So we'll have to rely perhaps on a parking demand study. And other than that, those are my comments.
I just want to say, Commission Member Barnett, your arguments are all the more interesting because you're wearing a tie tonight, and I want to acknowledge that.
I do want to actually add one more interesting comment. In terms of the surrounding parking lots that we've been discussing, I'm all for encouraging the applicant to do that. I do worry, there was a slide in the presentation earlier where the parking associated with the project has to remain permanent. And I know that we had a situation at Cafe Scuderia when they came before us trying to expand. There was long negotiations, and they were trying to just get a few spaces in the Safeway parking lot, which we know is huge. And Safeway, because they had all the leverage, was very unfair with them. And I wouldn't want the applicant to be in a situation where they would lose their use permit when their lease renewal was up and be subject to the whims of the property owner. So I think we should encourage that, and hopefully there is a solution that perhaps involves that. But I wouldn't want to make that, as I believe Commissioner Wellender said, part of the conditions.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add a couple of things in response to questions that were raised earlier, and I'll do them in reverse order. I found a section in the code, 19.48.050C, and I'm happy to provide that after the meeting if you want to do some research afterwards. It talks about in lieu parking fee. And I'll just read it very quickly for the applicant to hear. A portion of all of the parking spaces required for commercial use need not be provided by the use if an in lieu fee is approved by the Planning Commission and contributed by the developer to a parking improvement trust fund. The amount of the fee and time of the payment shall be established by resolution of the City Council. As a result of participating in the support of a public parking facility, an owner or developer may receive a reduction in the total number of parking spaces required based on the number of spaces purchased in the public parking facility and subject to approval by the Commission. That's your zoning code as of 2003. And going to the question of location, that would be 19.48.070E, 1. Requirement of off-street parking areas shall be located as follows. Number 1, required parking shall be located on the same parcel as the use served, except that parking may be located on a parcel adjacent to or within 300 feet of the use served, subject to the approval of the Planning Commission and the recording of a covenant with the county recorder guaranteeing that required parking will be maintained exclusively for the use served. The agreement shall be approved by the city attorney and a copy shall be filed with the planning division. So again, there's flexibility, there's alternative modes of transportation, pedestrians, there's alternate locations that can be accommodated. We'll have those discussions, and I think the applicants heard you pretty clearly tonight.
And just as a follow-up, has the city actually created a parking trust fund?
Not that I'm aware of. That would have been the city council in 2000, and when were you on?
I don't recall at this time.
David, I think you've already answered my question, but there was a brief whiff of discussion about an in lieu fee. There is no mechanism to set and collect and implement the results of a fee now, is there? So that's really not an option, huh?
No, I think you do have an option. It says here that I'll read it again, sorry, let me just go find it real quick. What did I say it was 1948.
I think, isn't the short answer, there is an option, but it hasn't been exercised?
Well, no, it's interesting.
It's not like the money is going to create parking. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Hang on a
Okay,
second. Bear with me. I'll be there.
Just to answer the question, I definitely favor option 1. I think there is a consensus up here with the commission that option 1 is by far the preferred solution. And with that, I think I'd give the applicant a chance to come back for some final clarification if you need it, but I think you've probably heard most of the suggestions.
No clarifications needed at this point. We just want to thank you for the feedback.
Okay.
If I may. One point of clarification is that everyone is invited to our 3-badge block party at 32 Patten Street on September the 28th from noon to 3 p.m. Love to see everyone. Thank you.
Thank
Do you have a permit for that?
We do have a permit for that. Thank you very much.
Chair Felder, just one last suggestion. I'm not seeing the need for requiring a formal parking study on this, but an informal and periodic survey of the number of on-street parking spaces available within 300 feet or 500 feet of the streets surrounding at the given hours of proposed operation, I think would be revealing. Because I don't know what those numbers would show, but I'll bet there's a lot of street parking available after 5 o'clock.
Okay, with that, we'll conclude item 7.1. That was the easy one.
Can we get a 2-minute break?
All right, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Call the meeting back to order, please.
Did you get cookies down there?
Oh, we've got all sorts of things.
Not to be recorded.
I hope that goes over.
Meeting is back in order. Item 7.2, we receive a presentation, discussion, possible action to approve a use permit and recommend the City Council approve the Sonoma Garden Park Master Plan update, which allows development activities associated with the community garden located at 19996 7th Street East. With that, the staff report from Christina, please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. The Sonoma Garden Park is located on 7th Street East. It is within the city limits, but it's surrounded by unincorporated counties, so it's really a unique property. It is a total of 6 acres. It's owned by the city of Sonoma and is currently developed with the Sonoma Garden Park, which has been operating since 1993. It's wholly surrounded by the county and largely single-family residences. The property was bequeathed to the city in 1977 and has been operating as the Sonoma Garden Park since '93, as I mentioned. And before the commission tonight is a use permit update. The programming is largely going to be similar to what exists now. And it's really a magical place, and anybody in the audience who hasn't been, I encourage you to go. The largest component of the use permit request is to expand the lease area. There's about 30,000 square foot corner of the property that has been under the ownership and control of the city and is currently available at this time, and the garden park wishes to expand into that area. As part of the project, they would construct a Bond Homestead Learning Center in that new lease area, and construct a few small buildings and make some minor modifications to the existing programming as summarized in the staff report. Some new electric vehicle charging station and expanded parking area as well. This is a quick schematic of the site plan. I'm going to let the applicant present that later. The hours of operation are 7 a.m. to dusk Monday through Saturday for regular activities, 8 a.m. to dusk on Sundays, and there's limitations for various special events. One of the requests for the use permit is to the addition of 4 overnight camping events a year. I think it's just actually one additional one. And the existing special events would continue, which clarifying some of the limitations with large, medium, and small events. And conditions of approval have been recommended to address operational limits, noise, parking, and the creation of a special events management plan. Parking would be provided from 15 existing on-site spaces. There are 10 on-site parking spaces that meet Sonoma County Code in the right-of-way, and the parking area would be extended in the new lease area to accommodate 8 to 10 additional spaces. Special events, small and medium special events would be wholly contained as far as parking goes with the on-site and on-street parking. Large events would require the use of off-site parking. It's the current practice of the Ecology Center to use vans to shuttle guests to and from the site, and it's a well-established practice. I did check with the police department, and there are no complaints on record from neighbors regarding noise or any other nuisances associated with the special events. And as part of the project tonight, we're recommending that the Planning Commission consider the dedication of the grandmother tree as our first official heritage tree for the city of Sonoma. We have a heritage tree ordinance that has largely been unused, and this is one of the most beautiful trees. It's about 500 years old, and so staff asked the Planning Commission to consider recommending dedication of this tree. Our recommendations are to approve the use permit with the recommended conditions and forward the master plan to City Council. And with that, I will turn over for questions.
Thank you, Christina. Questions of staff? Seeing none, would the applicant like to give a presentation?
Just wait, it'll come.
All right. It's now gotten large.
Here we go.
It does look like it's a little large, but you'll get the drift of most of what's going on with it, I assume. Good evening, I'm Richard Dale, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma Ecology Center.
I don't know if that mic, you have to really get close to that mic.
Good evening. I'm Richard Dale, and I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma Ecology Center. And we're going to try and keep our remarks brief, knowing you have a night ahead of you. And so we'd like to present to you first sort of a background, what's happened with the garden park and how it works programmatically, and then dive in, and we'll do that in 4 or 5 minutes, and then we'll dive into the master plan itself. I'm seeing something here I don't recognize. Okay. So I don't know. So let's go ahead and start. We'll just pretend that this will all all right. So how do I go forward then? It's not doing that. Can we run from your deck? I think it'll. Yeah. So I'll use up my time here creatively by having technical malfunction. Let me begin with just the sort of shameless plug division. The Ecology Center has been working in Sonoma Valley for the last 30 years. For the last 30 years, Sonoma Ecology Center has been working in Sonoma Valley to help our community become more sustainable. And we work in every school in Sonoma Valley teaching environmental science. We've protected over 5,000 acres around the valley. Many of the iconic places from the hillside backdrop here in Sonoma to 600 acres above SDC. We run a state park at the top of the valley. We do a lot of amazing work in restoration and also in research. And we've brought millions of dollars of funding to the community and tens of thousands of volunteer hours to make Sonoma Valley a better place. So we're waiting here. So as was mentioned, the Sonoma Garden Park was really created out of a piece of property that belonged to the city of Sonoma and was gifted to the city of Sonoma in 1977 by Pauline Bond to be a park. She owned 6 acres in East Sonoma on 7th Street East, and as a school teacher, I think she, and without errors, she saw there was value and that someday Sonoma would really appreciate having that property out there protected. After the city accepted the property, it sat vacant for a number of years, and in 1993, I was approached by then City Council member Bob Kennard Sr. saying, there's an opportunity to do something with agriculture in this community, and this would be a great site for it. And we did a survey of the community. 6,000 residents were surveyed, and what they wanted to see were places where we'd be able to do community garden plots, grow food and vegetables, have a greenhouse available, and other things that would provide a place for agriculture to actually happen with the community involved here in Sonoma. How are we coming there, Christina? So technology. So I think the thing I want to say mostly on my part is just that we have a number of garden programs. It's wonderful to be able to show you the pictures. It's a lovely site. Those programs involve everything from working with every 4th grade student in Sonoma Valley who comes out to Sonoma Garden Park for a full day. And they have 5 classroom lessons as well, where they learn about the food web and how things that happen in the soil relate to what happens on their plate. It's also really fun, and they enjoy it. In addition, we have a summer camp for over 100 kids over 3 weeks during the summer. And this again teaches environmental science in a clever way that gets them active and involved. We have workshops for adults that include saving water, raising natives, composting, beekeeping and pollination, chicken farming, grafting and pruning, and all these things that go with the facilities that are currently at the garden park. We have a very recently updated and formidable native plant nursery which raises over 10,000 plants every year for use in restoration projects around Sonoma Valley and the region. And this is also a place where volunteers get to help out in learning about native horticulture and how that can affect and improve landscapes. We have an internship program for teens where youth in Sonoma Valley are allowed to be employed, and we take them through the whole job training process, and they have a chance to work out there with staff and trained professionals around the valley, and this is the site of that as well. We also are the home of 40 garden plots for people who can't raise food in their own backyard. This is a place then where they can come and, in a social area, have a chance to raise their food. We also have a number of demonstration gardens where people can come to learn how they can do sustainable gardening in their own home landscaping. And there's been a number of collaborations to make that work. I'm going to try this again.
Just don't zoom in or zoom out.
Okay. So I'm going to try and throw some more pictures back up here. Looks like they're small, but you get a sense of what we've been talking about, our fourth grade education program, our science camp program, the adult workshops that we have, the garden and nursery programs, our environmental intern program, the community garden plots, a number of demonstration gardens, and then we also have a Saturday harvest market where we bring produce to the community that's raised on site, mostly by volunteers, every Saturday during the growing season. We also have a delightful space called the Fig Forest where children and adults have workshops and classes, and it's also a great place to play when parents are bringing their children just to the area. And we also have a number of special events with harvest themes and other garden themes throughout the year. These are all covered in the use permit. This is a picture of that grandmother tree. It's amazing, and I wanted to sort of point out one of the major factors of benefit that this garden park, I think, brings to the community that's kind of undersung is its habitat. There's a number of species that make their homes here, and it's recognized, by the National Audubon Society as a refuge. So just a few, I think, useful numbers. We have over 7,000 users, 2 staff, 50 volunteers in the past year, over 4,000 volunteer hours, nearly 400 fourth graders, 50 campers, and 18 enviro leaders, 350 adult workshop participants, 60 garden plot users, 10,000 native plants, and over $450,000 and 30,000 volunteer hours since the last master plan update. And with that, I will turn it over to Minona Haviland, who is our planner and also has been working closely with city staff on this update.
Sorry for the technology issues. We like to keep things low tech at Sonoma Garden Park, so I also brought a green note. Everything failed. So I will keep it brief since I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight. Our master plan update for Sonoma Garden Park is humbly based on the Golden Gate Park master plan, and so it's broken up into systems within the park. This is a small park, 6 acres. I was wondering, working with Christina and David and supporting the master plan update, which I think is in a really good position. So briefly, the areas are visitor and education facilities, access and circulation, garden and farm features, and property management and maintenance. And so I will launch into it. This is an image of the master plan that was approved by the city in 2006. The main thing to note in this is you can see the upper northwestern corner was excluded from the park at that time, from the lease and the master plan for Sonoma Garden Park that Sonoma Ecology Center manages at that time, because a city employee lived in that area and lived in the former Pauline Bond homestead area. Those buildings have since been raised, but that area still remained closed to the public. We would like to open it up and incorporate it into our management so that we can take care of that area as well as provide its benefits to the public. So this is the new Sonoma Garden Park Master Plan site plan. This is the updated site plan, and it includes rebuilding the Pauline Bond homestead area and reusing those areas as classrooms, public bathrooms, office space for our management, and also a caretaker residence to facilitate with managing the park, providing security, and improving our capacity to manage the park. So that area, that is included in our visitor and educational facilities, redeveloping the Bond Homestead Learning Center, as well as expanding parking in that area. The most important thing, I think, in everyone's mind for a public park is that there be public restrooms. We would like to develop permanent public restrooms along with other useful space for management of the park. We also are conceptualizing putting in an industrial kitchen that would allow preservation of food and classes related to sustainable harvesting and food production, and provide caretaker housing. And this would not be really a change in use because there was a residential use of that area previously. Also in the annexed area, we'd like to create a small gathering place for cultural events, for small events. We are envisioning creating 2 children's play areas, one adjacent to the new annexed area and next to the fig forest, and another one in the children's play area. I have kind of zoomed in here in the children's play area next to the children's garden and community garden plots. We would continue to use the straw bale barn, but not have so many demands on its use. It would still continue to be used for harvest, the harvest market and garden-related activities. The picnic and campfire area, which is shown in the yellow circle, it's more in the southern area of the garden park, would be expanded to increase the shade structures there. The campfire area would be enhanced, and we would increase the capacity for that picnic area. We also would add in educational panels and signage. We actually recently have added more educational panels and signage, so those would really just be continued to be maintained and enhanced as needed. That's our visitor. Then access and circulation, which is what everyone here is concerned about with parking. So we would have 8 to 10 spaces added in the homestead area. So I circled in red the additional parking. Right now we have 8 spaces identified in the Pauline Bond Homestead addition area. We would like to find space for 2 more spaces on site, either in the already existing, adjacent to the existing parking area, or in the new area. This is conceptual, so real construction designs will be created before anything is built. This is just conceptual. And then we were also counting the street parking spaces as parking for the park, because nobody really parks there except for people going to the park. Because in this neighborhood, everyone has big driveways and parking lots, on-site parking. So mostly the street parking is mostly just used for the park, and we would enhance that street parking as part of our plan. But I will get into, so then I'm going to look at the numbers for events. So small events, we're counting up to 50 people. Would be 13 required spaces, and we have that already covered in our existing parking lot. For medium events, we'd have 25 required spaces, and that would be covered between our existing on-site parking and our goal, which is to create 10 new parking spaces. So then we also are counting the 10 on-street parking, but that wouldn't be needed to meet the requirements for a medium event. Then for a large event, which would only be 2 or 3 times a year, the use permit that we're applying for would be up to 3 large events a year. I'm not sure that we haven't been doing events that are that large, so I'm not sure that that would really happen. But we would go up to 3 large events a year, and in that case, we would have spoken to a owner of a commercial and industrial space on 8th Street East that would allow us to use their parking for the weekend, and we would have a special agreement with them for those special events. We would provide a shuttle. We have done this in the past and have spoken with them recently to be able to do that in the future. We provide a shuttle to bring people over to the garden park from the 8th Street East parking area, which is large. Then a garden and farm features. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to just skip over this, other than to say that we love the heritage oak tree and are very excited that Christina is also interested in it and in designating it an official heritage oak tree of the city of Sonoma. I would just also say that part of our goal is to preserve that heritage oak tree and preserve the space under the drip line and really protect it, and but also interpret it and celebrate it for the public to appreciate the value of our valley oak trees here in Sonoma Valley. And that area is currently closed to the public, but that's part of what we would like to do through our change in use permit, is be able to better interpret and appreciate the heritage oak tree for the public. We also are going to increase our increasing habitat. We have a native oak restoration area, and we would like to also restore habitat hedgerows along the edge of the property, which it's basically using native plants to create a hedgerow that also provides beneficial habitat to insects and birds and small critters, as well as an aesthetic benefit. I think I'll skip over the rest of this. You can ask questions about it, but I know that we're kind of running late and there's a lot you have before you tonight. For property management and maintenance, we are one of the goals of Sonoma Garden Park is to demonstrate sustainable systems. And so we have created stormwater storage tanks that we reuse in irrigating the crops, and have created a rainwater garden. We also would like to increase our capacity to store rainwater so that we can use it in and not depend as much on the city water. And so that is one of our goals. We also use solar electricity and plan to continue to mostly use solar electricity for all our facilities. And we would like to expand our composting facilities so that we can create more compost that's used on site. And we have recycling and solid waste management plans within our master plan update. I would also say with this that we are interested in reusing water on site as much as possible. There is a conservation easement on the property which constrains the amount of impervious surfaces and number of structures that can be developed, and this master plan is within our understanding of what is allowed within that conservation easement. Let me go to comments, and I'll just pull up the site plan for comments and questions.
Questions?
I'd like to ask a little bit more about the special events.
Mm-hmm.
Is this contemplated to be a commercial fundraising activity for the garden? Or I need to understand more about the kind of events you'd like. I would say I'm hesitant to feel favorably towards, for example, renting the place out for weddings for 100 to 300 people, and the like. So flesh out this special event concept for me.
Well, we have that a little bit in our in our master, I know there's a lot of information provided, but there's basically 3 events are conceptualized for the year. One would be a harvest festival that would be a family-oriented event that Sonoma Garden Park and Sonoma Ecology Center has put on in the past, and that can become somewhat of a large event. It's a daytime event. Families are invited, and there's harvest festival activities. One would be kind of a spring event celebrating the beginning of the planting season and springtime activities. And then one would be conceptualized as a fundraising event that would be to support the operations of Sonoma Ecology Center and Sonoma Garden Park.
And if I could interject real quick, this is the existing use permit approves these special events as they are. There's very minor tweaks. I believe it's 1 additional large event per year, and we are adding a little bit more specificity in the size for the small and the medium to demonstrate compliance with the parking code. So the only changes from the old use permit to the new one is the 4 overnight camping, and then 1 additional large event. Is that correct?
I think the current use permit allows 3.
Oh, it does allow
3
3
special events.
So
yeah.
it's really
We
a
just
very
haven't
minor
been-
change over
So
what's
it's really
already
not a
approved.
commercial rental situation
Correct.
where you're,
No.
okay,
No.
that was my major concern. And then a couple of other questions. Is there already a sewer connection to the property? Or was the former residence there a septic system?
So that is a good question. The former residence was a septic system. It is no longer functional. So a new septic system would need to be created for the permanent public bathrooms. So, and we have, some work has been done to that effect. A perk test was done several years ago, and some of the preliminary investigation of creating a septic system was done with the county of Sonoma, with Permit Sonoma. One thing we're interested in doing is maybe looking at an alternative wastewater use system on the site that would all have to be through Permit Sonoma and with engineers and everything. But there are some interesting septic systems where they're able to reuse some of the water on site with subsurface irrigation. And it would be interesting to try and demonstrate something like that at Sonoma Garden Park.
Okay.
So that's what we would look into. Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions to the applicant?
Edward. I assume that all of the details related to the construction of a new home and other buildings and the septic system are going to be dealt with in detail in a lease that's not part of this agreement because this is conceptual only. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah, the lease would have to be approved by city council.
Yeah, okay.
Other questions? Thank you. Members of the public care to speak on this item?
David Eicher, and I'm here to again speak about parking. I think the most intensive use appears to be the special events. And so the medium special events require 25 parking spaces. And so if you have the existing 15 plus 10 new, then that covers the 25 parking spaces. And there's no exception needed, don't need to count anything out on the street. If you have only 8 new parking spaces, then you're short 2. And again here, I don't think you can or should count the street parking. So what you would do is just grant an exception for 2 parking spaces. And that's perfectly well within the 30%, so there's no problem there. So really, I don't have a problem with the number of parking spaces. But one other thing in the parking is that I think there should be an ADA accessible parking at the new parking lot near the Homestead area. And I'm not sure, it may even be required because it's physically so far separated from the existing parking space, and that's going to be a main area at the Homestead Learning Center. But that would be a suggestion to put the an ADA parking space there so you have 2 on the property. Even though at 25 spaces, you only required 1. But in any case, I totally support the master plan, and I hope that you can all support the updated master plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else?
Nancy Kerwin, 1920 Grove Street, Sonoma. The Sonoma Ecology Center has been running the garden park for 25 years and should be celebrated with the passing of this master plan, please. It is a place of joy and growth in spite of the fact that they run classes out of a drafty barn. They use porta potties for bathrooms. The park gets broken into because there's no resident caretaker. They park on the street because of inadequate current parking. The children run around with no one place to gather because there isn't a permanent play area. The grandmother oak is not being studied or cared for. It's just being allowed to exist. Meetings are held in a fig grove. They raise chicken in a coop that has been vandalized. And for all that, the park is a magical community gathering spot, bonding people over gardening, science, education, getting their hands dirty and their hearts soaring. The park and SEC deserve real bathrooms, classrooms, parking, live-in caretaker, play areas, and recognition of the fruits of their labor for the past 25 years, none of which they can begin to do without your approval. Please approve the new master plan.
Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion, possible action.
I've had the pleasure of coming out to this property and being involved with its use and development by the Ecology Center, both as a volunteer with the Ecology Center before I was ever previously a planning commissioner or a city council member, and then through the years on the council, and seeing it develop to where it is today from what it started as, which was nothing, just a field with a bunch of old derelict fruit trees and a lot of overgrowth. It is magical, and if you've ever been to an event out there, you know what I'm talking about. Kids and people just love this place. It is truly a community jewel, and something that we can be proud of. It's very unique. I don't know any other city that of our size that has anything like this, so I am wholeheartedly in support of this master plan and look forward to the use and operation of the park by the Ecology Center in years to come. And I was particularly intrigued with something I saw on a website about taking care of chickens, because opportunities for volunteers to come out and chase the chickens around. That I got big plans for my granddaughter.
Any other comments?
Well, I greatly support the park, and it was my pleasure to be on the council when the first master plan was approved. And I always felt badly that the house was removed on the bond property, because I find it hard to believe that it couldn't have been preserved and rebuilt, but that's past history. I'm delighted at the idea of the heritage tree. It's an ordinance I supported, and I've been sorely disappointed in the fact that we've never designated a heritage tree. It does have some special requirements associated in terms of the ordinance, which means that prior to any work on the tree, there has to be an arborist report, there needs to be a city approval for any work that's done and things like that, which has stood in the way of heritage trees being named in other places on private property in the city, and that's been the obstacle, is that obligating property owners to undergo a more rigorous process in defense of the tree has been harder to muster. So this may be a great way of starting awareness of the value of certain of the trees in town. It breaks my heart to see the ones that have been unceremoniously removed and virtually unacknowledged, as if these living things don't face many of the same challenges we as living things face, except they do it over a length of time that's somewhat unfathomable for us as human beings. So I completely support that, and I hope that the council will go along with the idea of transferring the 30,000 square foot property that's currently not part of the park to your custody for maintenance. I think that would be a fabulous addition and really complete what I think has always been the vision there. And so keep up the great work. It's a fabulous amenity for the community. I just think it's been an amazing tale of success.
Other comments? Otherwise, I'll look for a motion.
I too am very excited about the fact that we have an opportunity to designate that grand Valley Oak as a heritage tree, the first heritage tree. I do very much want to preserve and protect it, but at the same time, I challenge the Ecology Center, the park, to really think outside the box and creatively make it something to enjoy, but also, as I've maybe put down, is to create some sort of opportunity for what I call passive recreation. I think there are ways that you can bring people in beneath that canopy, still protecting it, but I think that would be a good marketing ploy for just being at awe at something that is just so grand, to be able to stand up against the trunk and look up into the canopy and recognize that this is truly special. So I really hope that it isn't a case where you continue to make it a zoo exhibit where you're on the fence and you're looking there and isn't that cute. No, let people come in and participate and really enjoy and marvel at that thing. Second thing is, adjacent to that, you have this lovely, and I'm going to show off my plant terms, Aeschylus tree, a California buckeye that, albeit has been abused by a certain utility company that we will not mention because they've been getting plenty of press. I think, too, it should be considered for possible heritage, because that particular species, that size, is phenomenal and very rare. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that, and I hope this really does kickstart this idea of let's find these trees in our community and come up with some way where it doesn't become onerous on the private property owners, but that they should recognize they have something special. In reading the long list of conditions, I do not support the school fee for what is already a school. So on item number 16D, whether if it's legally possible, I'd like not to encumber what is already like an informal school and to ask them to have any additional fee because of this development. That was in the conditions, so I just want to go on record for that. And last, I will just sum up and say my recommendation is to make the process in the further enhancement of this city asset as least encumbering as possible. Let's make this happen easily and swiftly. That's it.
Anyone else? Motion? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to briefly say that I support my fellow commissioners' comments. I support Commissioner Wellender's thoughts on the school fee. I also strongly support the idea of recognizing this grandmother tree. And quite frankly, I'm embarrassed to say my first time to this park was last week when Richard and Monona gave me a tour, and I was absolutely blown away. And quite frankly, embarrassed as a Sonoman. I didn't know we had this amazing jewel in our community. And so my hats are off to the Sonoma Ecology Center, and I strongly support the master plan use permit.
If there's no additional comments, I would like to have somebody make a motion, please.
Mr. Chair, I'll move that we, what does the agenda identify? We approve the master plan proposal for the Sonoma Garden Park and recommend that the City Council accept the proposal as made with the provisions suggested by the Planning Commission.
So your motions is to approve a use permit, and it is it excluding items 16D? 16D?
Yes.
Out of the conditions, and is it also a recommendation to the council to establish that grandmother tree as a heritage tree?
Yes.
Okay, is there a
Thank
second?
you.
Second.
There's a second by Steve Barbos. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
With pleasure.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Moving on to item 7.3, a discussion possible action to approve a use permit reevaluation application of David Roger for a use permit to operate an automobile restoration facility at 254 First Street East. And with that, can I have a report from Christina?
Absolutely.
Chair Felder, I have to recuse myself due to proximity.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to recuse myself as well. Do I need to say why? Because I did his mortgage.
Okay.
All right. The project before you tonight, and I apologize, my display's gone out, and I'm just going to blame it on Wayne because he's not here. The project is at 254 First Street East. And this is a use permit reevaluation. So it was a use permit that was approved, about a year ago. And one of the conditions of approval was that it come back before the Planning Commission for reevaluation. It's a zone for mixed use, and allowed uses in with the use permit are for vehicle services, repair and maintenance, with the use permit. Pardon me. So on July 19th, 2018, the Planning Commission approved a use permit to operate an automotive restoration facility within an existing tenant space on the property in conjunction with a parking exception. The use permit included a requirement for reevaluation by the Planning Commission at the August 8th, 2019 meeting. As that meeting was canceled, it is before the Planning Commission tonight. And that is the extent of my staff report. We haven't received any complaints of note, and I'll open it up to the Planning Commission for questions.
Questions of staff? Seeing none, is the applicant here? Would you like to speak on this item?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'm David Boger, and I live on Blue Wing Drive, and I'm the applicant. And I do think, good evening. It seems to me the staff report, which was put together by Wendy Atkins, stands on its own and is self-explanatory. Her recommendation is to approve. There really have been no deviations from my original use permit narrative in terms of the operations over the last year. And I request favorable consideration from you, and I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Do you have a question?
Question. So in retrospect, you have used it as you had presented back last year.
Yes, sir.
Forecasting forward, still anticipated to continue to use it just as it has in the past?
Yes. Yes, up until the time when I'm told I have to leave the property. Yeah.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public care to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion, possible motion.
I move we approve the use permit reevaluation.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I just have a question for staff. There was a limitation on the time of this first when it had a reevaluation. Now it will be a permanent use permit? Is that the idea?
That is a good question. Yeah, the condition of approval just says that it shall be reevaluated in a year, so there's nothing else in the conditions of approval unless you wish to impose any other conditions.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Willander.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
5-0.
5-0.
Thank you. And if I can get the commissioners who have recused to come back in, please. unless they went home.
The historic train committee person. It's the next agenda.
Yeah.
Mrs. Tierney.
Okay, let's reconvene with the next item. Item 7.4 is a discussion consideration to select a planning commissioner to serve on a committee to create a historic Sonoma train district. Planning director, please.
Yes, earlier this year, the city council directed the preparation or the investigation or study, if you will, of the railroad or train district, and requested that a member of the planning commission and the historic district, the Design Review and Historic Preservation Committee, establish a person from that commission to assist staff in the selection of a consultant and to assist in the preparation of a report to the city council. So this concludes my presentation, and wait for your direction.
Okay, questions of staff? Seeing
Do we
none,
get to nominate someone?
I would like to. I have to open it to the public first. Does anybody from the public care to speak on this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the commission, and I would like to nominate Commissioner Kelso Barnett to be that commissioner to act on the train committee. If there's no opposition, we can do it unanimously.
I make a motion that we all agree that Commissioner Kelso Barnett should be appointed the planning commissioner for the historic train district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Aye.
The motion is unanimously approved 7-0.
Thank you. Moving right along. We are now on to item 7.5, and I believe we will bundle 7.5, 7.6, and 7.7 with a common staff presentation and a common presentation by the applicant, and then open it up to the public. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're on.
I'll be on. Okay, good evening, Commissioners. David Stroy, your Planning and Community Services Director. I have a brief presentation of 32 slides, and I promise to go through fast. I'm going to work off the assumption that you've thoroughly digested the staff report, so I won't repeat any of that. So without much ado, I'll go through the timeline of the proposal before you this evening. It does go back to almost 2 years ago when application was submitted to the city. If you fast forward and through that summer and that fall, the formal applications were presented to us late in September of 2018, at which point the applications were then later presented to you as a planning commission in November. If you recall, you conducted a public hearing on the 3 use permits and provided direction to the applicant, at which point they took some of the feedback that they received from the planning commission and redesigned their projects and submitted new designs, at least to staff at that point. We reviewed them as a staff, provided feedback, and requested some alterations, design considerations, if you will, such that in June of this year, they submitted a total of 31 alternatives that came before your commission, and you provided them some feedback with respect to the design of the projects and also the location alternatives that they provided to you. And I'll get into some of that in just a moment. The timeline, again, is that you conducted a study session in July where again those 31 alternatives were considered. The August 9th submittal that came as a result of that feedback provided 3, again, commercial locations with a gas lamp design that you see along Broadway, and they had proposed that they be green. After staff feedback on that, the applicant chose to submit revised designs, again at the same 3 locations that were in the August 9th proposal, but also provided us with what you would call a typical streetlight design that would be metal in color. Before you tonight are those 3 applications that we provided the analysis in the staff report, and tonight you'll be conducting the hearings as we're proceeding through. With respect to the applications specifically, we received the applications prior to the time that we adopted an urgency ordinance regulating telecommunications facilities, which has been embodied by the City Council as Section 5.30 of the Municipal Code. We are working off of Chapter 5.32, which, as I placed here on this slide, was specifically created to respond to macro cell sites in the late 1990s as a result of the Telecommunications Act earlier that year. And so these are for basically the regulations that we have in 5.32 respond to private development projects, not so much fitting into a public right-of-way scenario. So we have a unique situation where use permits are being granted within the public right-of-way and not as you would normally see on private property. I've provided here for you the 9 findings that are required in the municipal code, and they're found in 2 locations. The red findings, if you will, are those that are for use permits. And the items number 5 through 9, I won't go through them, but we can certainly refer to them later on. These are all taken out of sections of 5.32 that talk about the use permit that are findings that are therein. Section 5.32 has its own set of findings. So again, on the commercial locations, the original sites, we'll call them 006, 007, and 012. I believe that's from a numbering system that came as a result of the first applications back in 2018, and maybe even before that, when all of the submittals for the commercial zones and the residential zones were submitted to the city. 006 was located on the west side of 5th Street West near Sonoma Market. 07 was on a replacement utility pole on 2nd Street West, north of West Napa Street. And application 012 was on a replacement utility pole at the corner of 1st Street West and McDonell. This shows the sites specifically, and I point this out to you because the changes, or the application that came in on August the 6th and August the 30th show different locations, and I'll get back to the variance between the 2 in a moment. Again, showing the original site for 006, you can see that the middle pole there to the right of the amber light on the west side of 5th Street West, that was the pole that was going to be having a canister antenna located on that existing pole. It was not going to be replaced. And you can see that placed just north or above the secondary infrastructure there. And you can see the antenna being a canister type with the equipment stuck on the outside of the existing pole. The 007 site was was going to be a replacement pole, much taller, that would then have had the equipment on the exterior of the pole with the antenna at the top of the new wood pole that was going to be placed there. The same with 012. That existing wood pole was going to be removed and replaced with a new pole. Again, you can see the support equipment on the exterior of the pole with the antenna placed on the top. At the time of the submittal, you can see that throughout the Bay Area and in the Sacramento area, there are a lot of different designs and styles of the 4G equipment, if you will. And some of these applications, the one in the middle I know for sure is a Verizon project in Sunnyvale, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Cupertino. Additional designs, you can see on the far left, it's a little bit harder to see. That's because you can see the antenna at the top of the pole, but also the equipment is on to the right of the pole, to the right of that balloon banner that you can see. It's kind of hard to see because of the coloring. You can also see on the far right a caution sign that talks about the SC rules for exposure to radio frequencies that you'll see on most of the poles. In fact, all of the poles that I was able to see, you can find that there at different heights. This is a 5G installation in Sacramento, one of the few cities that has 5G. Verizon has stated to us that this is the 3 sites, the commercial sites, are for 4G with expandability to 5G. And here you can see the service disconnect switch at the middle of the pole. Well, I'd say not in the middle of the pole, but about 7 or 8 feet. You can see a one-way street sign to the left of the pole, of the utility pole. And I'm happy to be corrected if I've got that wrong with respect to the 4G versus the 5G expandability, and we can certainly let Verizon speak to that and their ability to provide service and capacity. The design constraints, I do want to point out that the antenna really needs to be above ground. That's kind of a pointless exercise otherwise. And we also know that the radio equipment that is being proposed in the base of the facility needs to have air circulation, also needs to have a service disconnect switch that I just referred to, and a power meter. And we can certainly see that the submittal of August the 9th and August the 30th have both proposed bases which support streetlights, and we'll get to those designs in just a moment. Again, going back to your July 11th meeting, you can see the various different designs. To the left, you'll see a cage design, and this is for the 5th Street West 006 facility. I just tried to put them there for ease of use and viewing. So from going from left to right, you'll see that there's a cage design to the left that would be inside the sidewalk or the public right-of-way. That would have been on the existing pole that would not have been removed. It would be that would have the radios that service disconnect in there as well, and the power meter. To the right of it, you can see that the infrastructure is placed to the right, but you can also see the radios on the pole itself. The third one from the left shows the location of a box design very similar to the one that you have before you in the current August the 30th application. You can see a design similar to that in number 4, where you see a slimmer base but a beefier set of antennas, an antenna structure up there. Number 5, you can see that particular design shows a skinny monopole without a streetlight luminaire and head, but you can see a box in the distance just on the south side of the street, the sign for the crosswalk. The sign number 6, you can see a skinny antenna, but again, the radios are mounted on the midpoint on the pole, again with a luminaire. The last one, you can see a mailbox design, if you will, showing again 00 number 6. What we have in the city of Sonoma so far is we have various designs in and around the plaza and throughout the community. You can see the design to the right. You'll see a typical street light. I'm going to guess that that's approximately 30 to 35 feet tall, somewhere in there with respect to the height of the pole. And you can see that it's a pole that has a tapered diameter to the top. Typical street lights, the one to the left does actually show a street light at the corner of McDonell, which is site 012. And as I mentioned before, this pole would have been replaced with a larger pole, again with a street light, as had been proposed by the applicant in the first submittal back in November. To your right is a typical street light where you can see that it is, again, is a tapered design with a luminaire, and I believe that is also very similar to the one that we have on the north side of the plaza. For example, I've shown you here a spec of the existing typical street light that we have in the city, and this one here in the photograph is on the south side of Napa, just slightly to the west of the plaza on West Napa Street. The proposal that's in your staff report, this shows a 25-foot design. It's not meant to be apples to apples as far as grade, but you can certainly see that there's certainly a foundation there. The particular design that you see here has an 18-inch diameter base with a 6-foot tall height on that base before you get to the pole itself with the luminaire. You can certainly see, not very clearly, you can see the 1-foot meter, and then you can also see the 2-foot antenna. Streetlights along Broadway, primarily the feedback we provided to the applicant was that while the design that they proposed had a base, and the intent of the design was to mimic the Broadway design, that particular design would actually work well, perhaps with some modifications along Broadway, but not within the locations that they had submitted for the 3 use permits. So with respect to the August 9th submittal, we talked to them about the Broadway design versus the existing lights. They had addressed some minor changes to the locations based on input they received from the commission. They also saw that there was not going to be an acceptance of boxes or cages or any kind of utility boxes. They did not propose, the applicant did not propose any underground vaulting of any of the equipment, and that's why you see the bases that you have the design of the 18-inch diameter and the 6-foot tall. There was also one design that the applicant had presented to staff, and that would have included a 5'3" tall base with a 20-inch diameter. There was no, in the August 9th submittal, there was no response or incorporation of scalloping or ornamentation of the pole or the base. Again, on August 30th submittal, the street lights were proposed as your typical design. Still about 5 feet or so, plus or minus, than an existing street light that we have along West Napa. I haven't done the measurements; it's a little bit tougher to do. But I spoke with Public Works, and they agreed that that was somewhere in the 30 to 35 foot height. No changes to the locations. So the locations that you saw on the August 9th submittal are the same as those that you saw on the 30th, with respect to being on the south side of 5th Street West, on the south side of West Napa Street. And the project site had been changed from the original November design for 007 from 2nd Street West to just south of West Napa Street on 3rd Street West at the Pharmaca site. Again, the August 30th proposal does not include any scalloping or ornamentation, as was recommended by the Planning Commission. This particular site, 006 map, shows the original site with respect to the current proposal before you tonight. This is the one that I just referenced with respect to the location from 2nd Street West to 3rd Street West on the south side of West Napa Street. The McDonell one is probably the closest of the 3 from the original location to the location that we have currently. This is mid-block. So very quickly, I want to just run through the comparison of the size. This was my intent to show the relative height of the original proposals to the proposals that you saw on August the 9th. The height that you see on the far right is the same height of the mast and the luminaire for the street light that came as a result of the August 30th proposal. So you can see a difference in the design of the equipment, the location, and if you will, the stealthing, if you will, to one of the Broadway designs. I wasn't able to put in the current design to give you that same reference point, if you will, because we've not really had the applications that much for very long to be able to do that. And again, this shows you the comparative relationship between 007, again, the 25-foot height, the design of the antenna, the power meter is the same as is the base. So the only thing that's really changing is what's between the base and the top of the pole. Here you can see 012 at McDonell. Again, that shows the relative change between the original application and the submittal of August the 9th and August the 30th as far as height. This shows you the 5th Street West proposal, again, as related to the August 9th design, located on the north side versus the south side of 5th Street. This shows the change in design from the first application to the current application, albeit with a different design as far as the street light goes. This also shows the McDonell Street side. This includes, you can get a reference point for the base on the south side of McDonell, again, mid-block. The direction that we're asking you tonight is to provide direction to staff with respect to preparing a resolution for your meeting on October the 10th that may not include staff's base conditions that we've provided in your staff report. Without going through the discussion of EMF, which I provided in your staff report, we do have Mr. Afflerbach here to talk about capacity and coverage, but I've asked the applicants to provide their description or their reason for the applications being submitted in the first place. And I would like to conclude staff's report at this time and turn the time over back to the commission for any questions.
Okay. Questions to staff?
When we met and discussed design issues, I understood that tonight there would be a required finding of necessity for these poles to be built before we were required to consider these applications. And in the findings that went by really quickly just now, I didn't see that in there. Is there a finding in there that says we find these are to be, that there's a necessity for the construction of additional cell towers within our city?
The findings that were shown on, there they are, on the screen, all regard the aesthetics and also the RF standards, but they do not include a gap in coverage or a necessity type of issue. For the Planning Commission tonight is to make a determination as to whether the findings can be made. And the question of gap in coverage and the question of what standard would apply is more an issue of whether or not the federal law has any constraint upon that. I believe the applicant would address the issue of whether or not there's a need, but what the city has addressed is a review, and Mr. Afflerbach has done that, a review of whether or not the facility would meet the RF emissions standards. And with that comes a kind of an analysis of what is being intended and what type of service and what type of capacity is being sought here in the application.
I'm confused. So if we don't consider necessity, are you saying that any cell company could come into this city with as many applications as they want to put cell towers in, and we wouldn't ever be able to ask them, why do you want to put these in? Are they needed?
Actually, the new ordinance that is in place since the time that these applications were originally made in 2017 requires that information. This ordinance as well also required in the application information as to alternative sites, and so what were the needs, what were the intentions of the applicant. And so in the application materials there was a discussion of that.
But I still don't get it. Don't we get to pass on the question of whether they're necessary or not? And does the applicant just tell us they're necessary and then we green light anything they want to do? That doesn't make sense. When we were here before, I asked the very question, aren't we ever going to be looking at whether these are necessary? I mean, I have a Verizon phone. It works just great. And so why are we
Please
putting these in our
refrain
city?
from participating in the audience.
But anyway, so I mean, I'm really confused as to why now, after being told when we were here in July that there would be a discussion of that issue before us and we would have a chance to evaluate it, that now that's not even being presented for our consideration.
The question of coverage will be addressed tonight. The question of whether or not there's a federal law constraint because that there is a necessity under federal law is something that would be addressed if any of the findings could not be made. And so the analysis subsumes that issue of coverage, that issue of need, and the question as to why the application is being made and the locations it's being made.
So the applicant is the determining party as to whether there's a necessity. Is that what you're telling me?
The independent consultant, Mr. Afflerbach, has done a review of the applicant's information as to the technical aspects, including the coverage, including the capacity, and including the need, and can address those issues.
In November 2018, Mr. Afflerbach said that there was no significant gap in coverage for Verizon. And so I think what Commissioner Barbos is asking, does federal law allow us to use that as we consider these applications? Has the FCC said we can't use significant gap of coverage? Is that up in the air?
Essentially, the FCC order has narrowed the standard from significant gap in coverage. It is up in the air. The FCC order is a subject of litigation. There's legislative efforts to nullify the FCC order. And all of that has to do with the question of what the standard is under federal law in order to establish that any of the city's regulations would be effectively prohibiting the wireless provider service, and that is the phrase. And so the standards, in order to make a determination on that phrase, are significant gap in coverage, the Ninth Circuit test, and the FCC order, which narrows that Ninth Circuit test. And yes, it is very much up in the air right now, although the law in place as it stands today is the FCC order, which is a subject of litigation.
Does that answer it?
No, it doesn't answer it, and I feel very uncomfortable with this, and I feel like we were told that we would have to make that finding, and you're now telling us, I'm not sure what you're telling us, other than that the standard is under review by the Ninth Circuit. But let me go on to a related question. There was, and I gave you a heads up on this in the email I sent you, the T-Mobile West versus the City and County of San Francisco Supreme Court, California Supreme Court case decided April 4, 2019. And in that case, they discussed refusals by the City of San Francisco Planning Commission to allow some T-Mobile towers within the public right-of-way. And the court in that case said that pursuant to the police power of the cities, that they could decline to grant a permit for a cell tower within the public right-of-way if they found that it constituted a disturbance of the quiet enjoyment of the public in the use of that right-of-way. And that's on page 9 of the report of the opinion. You concur with that?
Yes, that decision was on state law. It did not address, and it could not address, federal law, which has constraints on cities' regulatory authority.
But this California Supreme Court did not find any violation of federal law and the federal constraints on cell phones or cell towers in this decision. Instead, it said it's because it's within the public right-of-way, the city has a unique power under its police power to look at this. And if that's the case, then we need to be taking that into consideration here tonight. And I intend to discuss that later, but I just wanted to get your concurrence with that's what the T-Mobile case says.
I have a follow-up question back to this discussion you had with my fellow commissioner. If something is up in the air, why are we put in a position this evening to make a determination when this influence is up in the air? Because that seems incredibly unfair for our commission to try to make a sound evaluation based upon something that is still floating out in a land of uncertainty when it comes to federal regulation and or law.
The history of the application goes back to 2017, and in order to avoid the harsh consequences of the shot clock order, there has been an extension of the processing in order to make a further consideration and have discussions and really get into some of the unique aspects of this application, and particularly because the city's not seen something along the lines of this application before, it has been proceeding under extensions to the agreement to continue the consideration and continue the consideration. We are now at the point where the most current version of the agreement states that if the determination made by the Planning Commission is appealed, then a determination would have to be, a final determination would have to be made on appeal by December 16th of this year. So
And that determination would be made by City Council?
correct. If it were appealed,
If it
that would
was
be the
appealed.
final determination.
And so if I'm hearing you correctly, because the application has a long tenure as far as coming forward, and that this uncertainty is something that's been after the original application, we are now obligated to make a determination, even though there's this influencing uncertainty out there.
That is correct, and those cases that are challenging the FCC order are not likely, at least the appellate cases, are not likely to be completed until sometime next year.
Thank you.
A follow-up question to that. Because the location of these proposed towers has changed significantly, doesn't that constitute a new application?
Following on the same question from before, because these have proceeded under the terms of the agreement that has extended, there was an agreement that the applicants provide revised designs by a certain date. First we had the public hearing, then there was a study session, and there was to provide the revised designs. So under the agreement between the city and the applicant has been able to revise designs. There have been 4 rounds now of designs and alternative locations that are part of the analysis. And alternative locations have been considered during the study session and have been provided through the application materials. So these are locations that were alternative. Locations are now locations that are up for consideration.
A couple further questions. Are we going to be provided with any information as to the location and description of current transmission towers or radio transmission towers that exist in the city of Sonoma? I honestly can't say I know where they currently are that are providing the service I get on my Verizon phone. Do we have information as to where the current transmissions are emanating from?
I believe there is that information as to where there are wireless towers in and around the city. It may be in some of the reports or it may be in the application materials, but for Verizon, because
Yes.
there are different providers.
I understand.
Just for
I don't
Verizon.
recall seeing that information in any of the things that have come before me while I've been on this commission. And I just want to go back to this point that the Commissioner Barbos raised. It does not appear that there is an item in the findings that says the Planning Commission agrees that sufficient cause exists to allow for the installation of these towers in the public right-of-way. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And the reason that's not in there is because of what's the reason that's not in there?
There are a couple of reasons. It is from the earlier ordinance, and the earlier ordinance had a requirement that a need be shown if it were in a residential district. And these are 3 facilities that are to be in the commercial district, and there's a right to a use permit without showing need for facilities to be in a commercial district. In addition,
And is that true of the subsequent ordinance?
There are some other standards under the subsequent ordinance.
But this application is being processed under the terms of the earlier ordinance?
That's correct, because it was the ordinance that was in effect when the applications were submitted in 2017.
Okay, so our constraint is the terms of the earlier ordinance, just so I have this clear, which did not provide for a finding of need or the requirement of the applicant that they demonstrate need for the installation of these kinds of cell phone towers in commercial district. That's what you're telling me?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. My last question has to do with the public right-of-way. What, other than the customary fees that go with making and processing an application to the city, who owns the public right-of-way? And is there any compensation that comes to the city for allowing the construction of something in the public right-of-way?
When one constructs within the public right-of-way, they have to get an encroachment permit. So there are fees in order to reimburse the city for its costs for the encroachment permit and the construction that's being done. As far as fees for wireless facilities within the public right-of-way, that is a subject of the FCC order as well, and the FCC order states that such fees are to be very limited. And again, that is something that is being challenged in court, but that is what the order states.
Okay, and just two more questions. Once these towers are installed, if the applicant or the operator of the tower wishes to increase the height of the pole or to change out the equipment, is any further application or permit review required?
It's really going to depend on what the application is. Under the use permit ordinance, where there are changes that are made to conditions of approval, which include the plans of the use permit, then those changes need to be approved.
So if Verizon wanted to increase the pole height from 25 to 40 feet and to change out the equipment, they could not do that preemptorily without going through an approval process with the city?
There is a federal statute that has some standards as far as what would be a substantial alteration under federal law. And if it does not meet substantial alteration, it will be an administrative approval. It wouldn't, for instance, be a use permit amendment. However, in that example, I don't believe that it would come within that federal law exclusion of 25 to 40 feet, for instance, and that it would likely require a use permit, although we don't know what the law would be at that time.
Yeah, and that would be the same with the type of equipment and its strength and so forth. Would that be allowed to be changed without approvals?
That would really be a question of fact. I would have to look at what was actually being done, what equipment was actually being replaced, and what the physical effect was on the entire facility.
Okay, and here's my last question. I'm sorry.
They can change to 5G if they want to.
The existing what we refer to as telephone or utility poles that are all over the town. Are they owned by PG&E? They carry wires from cable providers. They carry wires, obviously, for electricity. They carry wires for landline telephones. All of these things are part of that existing pole system that's around the city. Who owns them, and what's the relationship between the various vendors and their access and use of those poles?
My limited understanding of that is that utility poles are usually owned by PG&E or by what is known as a joint pole association, which is made up of all the utilities that are on the pole, and that anyone who's not in the joint pole association may pay some limited rent or some limited fee to be on the pole. But that's very limited information that I have on that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Just a follow-up to Commissioner Larry Barnett's question. If some cell towers are approved for what has been presented as 4G, and they wanted to upgrade, because I find it kind of ironic that all the press of late, particularly in the Wall Street Journal, is talking about 5G, and we're here talking and really discussing 4G with an uncertainty. Well, is that going to serve us for whatever? I'm concerned that the FCC or Washington's going to pass a law that handcuffs us, just like they've handcuffed us currently, with the only thing that we can make comment on is the aesthetic aspect of these small cell towers. So it puts us in a very awkward position, and I know you don't have a crystal ball for what's happening back in Washington, D.C., but it just seems, without knowing the history of why the FCC laid down the laws the way they did, or got the laws set up in 1993 or whatever it was, it does handcuff us, and it really takes a lot of our opportunity to make sound decisions, because now we have to make comments on, well, is it a pretty pole, or is it the right size, and does it have the right ornamentation? And with all the expressed concern that has been public that we can't help but be exposed to, it puts us in a very, very uncomfortable position.
I do not disagree with that. All I can give you is the law in the matter, which is that the city does have the authority to determine and to ensure that the facility meets the federal standards for radio frequency emissions. That's the authority the city has.
And then I'd like to, if I could, I don't know if it's appropriate, I'd like to go to our consultant and have a question to our consultant, if that's possible, or defer that. I don't care.
Could you actually state what the question is for Mr. Offenbach?
Yeah, my question is, I would like very much to kind of get a very quick primer on how the FCC determined the safe levels of the frequencies. Part of the data that has been included in the report says very emphatically that the FCC says this is safe, should be no problem, because what's being proposed is way down here. But I would be very interested in knowing, what was that process that they went through for a bureaucracy to establish a safe level?
Well, it goes back in history. It's like so many things the FCC does. Technology, it tends to be behind. We're talking about back in the 90s, where they actually brought a study group together, and I'll be more than happy to provide you some literature on that. But basically, they determined what was deemed to be the levels based on the net amount of radio frequency energy. So in other words, it's not just the energy from these devices, it's other RF energy. But to sum it all up, they've defined that number to be 1 milliwatt as the signal level, which I might add, or at least point out, is pretty much the standard that's used throughout Europe, throughout the United States and such, close to those number. So that's the number that's been set up. And for example, we do a lot of work with sites where they have multiple users and such, so we have to look at that, have to look at TV stations and such, but it's a cumulative amount, and it is currently under study at the commission, but there's been no update since that.
Would it be safe to say, though, too, when it was first the study group got together, it wasn't the fox in the hen house making this study, so that these were independent scientists that were not directly associated with any of the vendors?
they were a part, the vendors were a part of this, but so were many consultant firms, the medical community. I'd be more than happy to provide you some background on it. But this is not something that came in the back door from Verizon and AT&T. In fact, the earlier concerns we had in this industry were not these devices, but TV stations that operate at megawatt levels. Coats one of the areas the FCC has been policing, where you have a large number of devices. For example, at Mount Wilson down in Los Angeles area, in the East Coast, we've got some other areas too. So it really is radio frequency energy, and I might add, this is something that's not new. When the magnetrons were developed in World War II, this problem was known. So it's something that they've been keeping a look at for a long time. The regulations that we have are relatively new relative to the phenomena.
Thank you.
Since we're looking at a few technical questions here, if I understand the physics of this correctly, the exposure to the frequency is also a function of distance to the transmission source.
That's correct. It's the two issues we're concerned about. One is power, which is directly proportional to power, and it's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That's correct.
Right. So, and if I understand the nature of 4G as a radio frequency, it works the way it does because it easily penetrates objects and walls and buildings and other things that so that, for example, I can use my cell phone in my house, and much like the TV reception used to be with an aerial or an antenna, it penetrates solid objects as a radio wave. And so would I be incorrect in assuming that a radio transmitter atop a 25-foot pole would cover a certain amount of area effectively in terms of the distance of the wave before it degrades too much to be effective and carry the information, but that a 100-foot tower with a stronger radio signal could cover a larger or a vastly more equivalent area without increasing the proximity danger because of its height. Is there something I'm not understanding about radio transmission there?
Well, if you're talking about range, distance, and you're correct on that factor. And in the old days, for example, the early cell systems, you had a separate one channel that you operate on. The problem with the 4G technology, 3G technology, and 5G tech, we all share the same pot. And what happens is if you serve a large area, you have a large number of users. And the real concern we have here is not the distance, but the capacity issue. Each one of these carriers, whether it be Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, has a certain amount of spectrum. Think of that like a fire hose, and each one has so much capacity. What happens is that to get around the capacity issue, it's because so many people are streaming video and other services like that, they have to basically have multiple sources for this. And hence, that's why we have the smaller cells, because each cell is capable of almost putting out the same energy as one macro cell. So we're not looking at, or they're not looking, I shouldn't say we, they're not looking at distance. If they wanted to go a longer distance, what they do is the same as a TV station. They go up 1,000 feet, and then the signal would go out many, many miles.
Well, I'm thinking of the tower on top of Twin Peaks.
Right, exactly. But what they're trying to do here is, on one hand, they're telling you, the industry is telling you can watch video on their system. That's right. What they don't tell you is if 50 people are watching video on the same site, it's going to be pretty lousy video. And that's the capacity. They're limited to the amount of capacity they have, and the way they do that is they regenerate it. Now, I do want to say one thing that came up here earlier. In the reports that we provided earlier, what we said was that there were, one of the things you have to be aware of is that the wireless carriers have different bands that they operate in. The lowest one is the so-called 700, 600 megahertz band. These are the ones where signals go a long distance. And it is true that throughout the city of Sonoma, you have coverage in that band. But that band is only 20%, 25% of the total capacity resources that they have here. And what that means is basically that throughout the city, there's probably 25% of the capacity, but these sites that they're putting in here, the ones they're talking about, these are in the higher frequency bands. They're the ones that are the high capacity bands, and that's why they're putting these sites in.
So the city is currently served by existing 4G, but it's a lower frequency?
It's the lower frequency, right.
So this is a higher frequency 4G?
Right, right. And what you have is that the 4G is provided in the higher frequencies near the tower, but the range of those, if you go back and look at my reports, is roughly half mile, which is beyond where these sites are. See?
Right, and the higher frequency 4G is less adept at penetrating solid objects.
Exactly, exactly. You should take my job over.
No, it's okay. Thank you very much.
I have a follow-up question on that. Is higher frequency 4G always deployed via small cell, or is it deployed via the typical macro cell?
Legacy really is in most sites, in most locations right now, they're really moving from the macro cells to the small cells. So to answer your question specifically, what you find is that typically the old systems, the older macro cells, were reconfigured to add the new spectrum, and they're being filled in now by this technology. So we're in a transitional stage. We talk about 4G and 5G. Right now, one of the things that the industry is pretty much doing is beefing up 4G. We keep hearing, talk about the Wall Street Journal. I have reviewed, my staff has probably reviewed several hundred of these small cells the last year and a half. They're all 4G equipment. The radios that they're using are the exact same radios that are up on the macro towers. It's not a different technology. Same boxes. I see them all the time.
If Verizon wanted to improve their 4G coverage in Sonoma and go to the higher frequency, they would also have an option to improve it on the existing towers, correct?
I think, based on the information they have provided me, they're pretty much maxed. In other words, the existing towers all have all the bands. The problem is in the higher frequencies, the coverage is shorter. In other words, you go to the for example, the ballpark tower there, the coverage is about a half a mile, which is, if you go look at a map, is beyond where these sites are, the new site proposed.
Thank you.
Is that it? We'll move on to the applicant then, and if you would care to give us your presentation, please.
I think maybe a prior applicant left their dongle up here. Thank you and good evening. My name is Mark Peters. I'm with the CBR Group. We're the applicant. We're the agent for Verizon Wireless. And first I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Storer for preparing a staff report that was quite comprehensive. And I'm going to try not to be redundant or repetitive because I know it's been a long night and there's still quite a bit to come. At our last meeting, we brought you a bunch of options that Mr. Storer mentioned previously in his presentation, and to solicit some of your feedback for design elements. And we took that information and we've crafted the best solution that we can provider that Verizon is providing today. Some of the preferences that came for you were, that facilities be in commercial areas, that we use these new integrated poles, that they have round bases, that there's no external equipment on them, that they're scalloped and fluted pole sections, that we look at the color options, and that we use the smallest form factor that we can to house the equipment that we need to make the facility operate, and that we look into design elements that were intrinsic to Sonoma. And out of that, there were a couple of things that we've been working on since we last met you that you may or may not see in the proposal, and we want to address those. The first one being the scalloped or fluted pole sections. At the time that we resubmitted, the manufacturers that we've been working with could not confirm that they could manufacture the scallop section into this pole. We believe now that it is possible, and we can include that. And if you follow staff's recommendation tonight for a resolution of approval, we would be happy to accept a condition that the upper pole section be scalloped or fluted. We have two proposals that you've seen, one with the gas lamp inspired luminaire, and then one with the standard luminaire. Staff, we work with staffs gave us some feedback that the gas lamp inspired luminaire may not be well suited to these other sides of town that are off Broadway Street, so we provided a standard gray pole. Now, when it comes to color options, any color is fine for us, and that can be a condition if, as a group, you collectively feel that green or dark green is preferable to gray. But we are open to either color or either luminaire, and we can make that work. In looking at your preferences and what we can deliver with radio equipment that's available today, our proposal has the 18-inch base that's 6 feet tall, and that houses our equipment and all the necessary accessory equipment that the facility is required to operate, meaning electrical equipment, a fiber demarcation point, et cetera, which would be housed within the base. As in the staff report, this is an example of a proposed design. This is for Sonoma 007. My presentation, I have 3 separate ones. I didn't know tonight if we were doing one hearing or 3 separates. I can talk about the differences between the 3 locations if you had specific questions about them, but they're the same 2 styles that we've proposed in each one. These are the styles side by side with the gas lamp luminaire and the standard luminaire. And if you had preferences, we can certainly discuss those after my presentation, if you like. As far as dimensions of our proposed design overall, as David mentioned earlier, 25 feet overall height for both of those designs. The pole base diameter is 18 inches. And the pole base height is 6 feet before it changes to the smaller section, which is 8 inches in diameter. And then the variables on luminaire style and color. This design that you're looking at here is by far the most elaborate and decorative design that Verizon is employing today, that we've crafted for your review today. And we would encourage you to follow the staff's recommendation of the approved design. I would like to address, or Paul, come up, some of the other comments earlier as far as need. Paul can answer that, and then I can be available to answer any design questions.
I wasn't going to speak this early. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon, but I want to address some of the questions that you raised. I have to ask, are we on a time constraint I should be aware of? I will be brief, but I just don't want to.
It should be in front of you at the podium.
14 minutes, thank you. I just want to speak very briefly about GAP and the federal and the state law, which seem to be very much of concern to you. I'll begin, I guess, with the state law, and that's California Public Utility Code, Section 7901, which was the subject of the T-Mobile versus San Francisco case. and that grants telephone corporations the right to place telephone equipment in the all public roads, any public road or highway of the state of California. And it goes back to Civil War times when it was determined it was a statewide concern to provide telephone service throughout the state. Now, T-Mobile felt that the San Francisco ordinance that I worked on and had been passed unfairly prevented them, allowed the city to make aesthetic considerations with respect to poles. And the city had adopted, the city of San Francisco's code does not require a demonstration of need in the right-of-way, but it does have objective aesthetic standards. And T-Mobile thought that went too far. They took it all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that the city can use its full police power to regulate aesthetics. And that's what that case stands for. It's under that state code, PUC 7901. And it's certainly one of the reasons that Verizon Wireless has gone out of its way to let you exercise your aesthetic control here. That's the state law. Now, under the federal law, there are two standards, but there's not any uncertainty. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals standard that you heard from your attorney is that we would show a significant gap and least intrusive means in order to preempt your local law. If we show those two things, we can preempt the law of Sonoma, and the federal law will allow us to put it in a facility because we've shown a significant gap, least intrusive means, and to deny the sites would constitute a prohibition of service. We've done that tonight. The other standard from the FCC order 18133 that became effective this year reduced that standard quite a bit. It said that we just have to show a material inhibition of service and that we are enhancing or densifying our network in order for a denial of such a facility to constitute a prohibition of service under the federal law. So the FCC standard lowered it, the FCC order lowered it quite a bit, but it's under litigation. So we've demonstrated both under the Ninth Circuit standard as well as the FCC current standard that we believe there would be a prohibition of service case here. So you're saying, but where's that need information? For right-of-way facilities, as we said, we don't feel we have to provide demonstration of need, but with the city, we entered into a non-disclosure agreement with Mr. Afflerbach and the CTC, and we provided them with substantial information regarding our capacity and coverage gaps in the various bands that you heard him describe this evening, and he reviewed those materials. Now, we allowed him ultimately to put those materials in his report, and I encourage you, I hope you have his report with you in your staff report right now. It's at the back. It's the last document. And there are maps. The second, third to last page of his report shows the maps that we submitted that show the absence of coverage in the AWS and PCS bands, the higher bands that he was talking about, and that there's a significant gap in that service in the areas where we're providing this. And there is a sentence in Mr. Afflerbach's report that says that these facilities would provide access to the PCS and AWS bands that would otherwise not be available in those areas. So his report clearly confirms that there's a gap and that these facilities are going to serve that gap. And so you've got our information and your own consultant's information confirming that there's a gap that we're going to fill. Now, in terms of alternatives, we provided you, as you saw, screens and screens and screens of alternative designs to provide this service. And I know, because I work up and down the state, this is the most attractive pole that Verizon has produced in terms of, and it's sleek in providing the service that it does, and that we have satisfied that this is the least intrusive means providing the service. Now, we want to work with you, and I tell you all this not to threaten in any way, but to inform you about the law and the efforts extraordinary efforts that Verizon has gone to over the last 2 years to provide you something that can be approved because of its aesthetics. I hope I covered the questions. The current sites do use the high bands, which are 2.1 gigahertz and 1900 megahertz. And, but the distance that the three Verizon sites, the Lodge site, the Verano site, and the downtown Sonoma site, provide the AWS and PCS service only goes about half a mile or a mile, and it doesn't reach the whole town, A. And B, we provided capacity charts that show that these sites already have exceeded their capacity. There are too many people with too many devices demanding too much data service for our antennas to provide all the service that's being demanded in Sonoma. And these small cells offload that capacity demand by providing a small localized area to provide excess capacity. Now, in terms of your question of power and distance, our macro sites are at about 30,000 watts. These facilities are at 800 watts. So your phone has to talk to the tower. So, and you know perhaps that the phone is pretty close to 100%, can be pretty close to 100% of the FCC standard, whereas these facilities are percentages, small percentages of the FCC standard. In order to talk to the tower, it can ramp up 1,000 times in power. It's dynamic. If it's talking to a nearby small cell, it doesn't have to ramp up. It can lower its power, and the power of the small cell is 800 watts as compared to 30,000 watts for the macro cell. So it's power and distance. So what this whole network does is it brings the small cells closer to the end user and actually reduces the required emissions from the two facilities in order for the two facilities to talk to each other while expanding the capacity and allowing the higher frequencies, which carry more capacity, but as you say, don't go as far. That's the network architecture that is planned, and is why Verizon Wireless is proposing the small cells. And we've done our homework, and there's a gap that we're trying to fill, and this will assist us in filling this gap, we think, with a least intrusive alternative. So with that, we have Bill Hammond is here of Sonoma.
We'd like to ask you a few questions
Sure.
before you leave.
Could the gap at the higher frequency levels you were talking about be met with the construction of additional towers in alternate locations in lieu of the small cell in the city streets? In other words, could you construct more large towers that would close this gap in coverage that you're trying to reach with these proposed small cells?
There are trade-offs, and we have the network engineer here who designs the networks, and he can perhaps speak to that more clearly. But the network is designed where the macro network is designed like sprinklers on a lawn in order to provide just enough power so that as you cross over from one cell tower to the next, your phone retains signal. The small cells help fill in small capacity areas, kind of like if you have a lemon tree in the middle of your lawn, you put water on the lemon tree. And so we are trying to identify and use the network and the frequencies in the most efficient manner possible. If we could put a different number of macro cells, as you're describing, each of them would have to be tuned in order to allow this sort of handoff to occur. You would end up with a number of large facilities, which, as we know from the history here, the large macro towers, like the one that was proposed at Sebastiani, not far away, are very difficult to get approved in Sonoma as well. So there are different network strategies, but the intent here is to provide the capacity where it's needed with using these small cells, which are 4G. And I can tell you there's no 5G planned for Sonoma anytime soon. We have in San Francisco, because Verizon worked with the city, we have over 400 small cells in San Francisco. And San Francisco just passed a law that became effective last Monday that no permit is required to put a small cell on a light standard in San Francisco. And there will be, in the coming year, the beginnings of 5G in San Francisco. But 5G is going in San Francisco, San Jose. The Sacramento, what you saw there was a Verizon point-to-point service, which is equivalent to cable service. It's not mobile service. But eventually Sacramento and then San Diego will get 5G, but it'll be years before 5G comes to Sonoma because we're building for the demand. 5G is for that high demand situation that currently we're trying to fill in our 4G network, which will be the backbone of any 5G network, and 4G will be with us for at least another 10 years. Excuse me. Do you want to say anything about macro sites versus? This is introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Snehil. I'm the RF engineer for Verizon. So to answer a few questions which I've heard, one, we have AWS and PCF on all the macro cells because I've heard that from you guys. So we have AWS and PCS, which are the higher bands. They are already existing on the macro cells which are covering Sonoma currently, and they are choked, as Paul explained. To answer the second question, can we drop a macro? That can be a solution, but that has to be at the city center then. That's obviously not an option to drop a macro. The problem of dropping a macro far out is everybody's competing, and if you're shooting in many macros in, only you get is interference, so you don't get any capacity. So covering anything from far out, one, it does not travel, and even if it makes it, since you're shooting from all directions, you get interference, which is multiple devices or multiple radios throwing energy into it, and you don't get any capacity out of it. So the only way to provide capacity is either you drop a macro at the center of where you need capacity, which is the downtown area of Sonoma, or you bring the smaller cells, which are really small in the size. They only take one radio. Their antenna gain is also less. So that's why the output power is less. Compared to a macro, this covers probably 1/10. So the energy is low. The device, as Paul explained, also communicates with the small cell, and the output energy of the device is low. So the battery life is also longer for the device. And that's the reason for the small cells. Anything else I can answer?
I'm not sure I understood the answer to whether you could you could avoid constructing the small cells by building taller towers, except to say, you say it would have to be in the city center for it to work.
Yeah,
Is that
so-
essentially
yeah,
it?
because when you construct taller towers, they propagate far, and when you propagate far, you create interference for all the other areas, so all the other towers. The way the towers work is they throw energy towards the user, and if you have surrounding towers, everybody is throwing energy. So as the signal propagates, the energy interference level rises, and as the energy level rises, you get noise, and you just cannot communicate. So the only solution with the macro has to be at the city center or somewhere near that where the gap is.
Well, why is it that only Verizon seems to be interested in putting these small cell towers in our town, and the other carriers are not?
I would answer that I hear that a lot where I go for all these hearings, and I hear from the commissions and the firemen and the police department. They all used Verizon service when it came to the fires. I hear that personally, that thank you for the service, because that's the service which worked. So Verizon is ahead of the curve when we plan. So we care, and we want to provide a service which actually works. We are not providing services only in the areas where there's population and just going and dropping one side. We are providing services in the areas where it matters. So we care for the Sonoma, we care for the service. And that's why we want to plan ahead of the curve.
I just real quick, just to follow up on Commissioner Barbos's question. So what you're saying is you could do a macro tower downtown, but I also assume the reason why you don't want to is because then you're going to have to find a landowner, negotiate a lease agreement, where the law now allows you to do these small cells in the public right-of-way for basically free, right? Beyond the construction. I mean, that's a factor, right?
Yeah, sure.
You remember I began Paul Albritton, outside counsel of Verizon Wireless. I began with that California Public Utility Code, Section 7901, that gave telephone corporations the right to place facilities in the right-of-way. And it is a compulsory right that we have to put telephone equipment, basically telephone equipment on telephone poles in the right-of-way, or to place our own poles. So if you have the right to regulate the aesthetics, and the T-Mobile versus San Francisco case says that, but you don't have the right to say you can't use the right-of-way telephone corporation. And this law says it's because wireless facilities, and now there's a state law that says small cells are a matter of statewide concern and not a municipal affair. And so that is certainly, I know you don't want a legal answer, but fundamentally we have the right to build a network using the right-of-way. And it is, from the network engineer's perspective, preferred and justified, and that's why you're seeing small cell networks throughout the state. It's also it's efficient. It is the future of wireless service. And I do want to conclude. I was asked to make one other comment, and that is just to point out that 5G is a technology. It is not frequency-based. Many people think that it's related to millimeter wave, 23 gigahertz millimeter wave, or something like that. Now, Verizon and AT&T have bought it's 23 gigahertz frequency in order to use for 5G. But 5G can work on 600, Mr. Afflerbach can confirm, 600 megahertz, 1900 megahertz, 2.1 gigahertz. Any of the current PCS AWS frequencies could be used for 5G. And if I could, for 30 seconds, 1G was analog, we all remember those. 2G was time delay, where they took the same analog signal, but they broke it into 3 parts. So you get 3 calls per frequency. The 3rd generation was CDMA, which is code delay on the frequency. So you got 20 calls per frequency, roughly. LTE, which is 4G, allows us to send 4 frequencies out at the same time, out and back. It's called multiple in, multiple out. So we can speed up the capacity and the latency, the amount of time it takes it to respond of the call. 5G just expands that ability to send more frequency at the same time. And you can use it on any of the different frequencies. So I know there's a lot of concern about 5G, but that's all it is. And it's the same radio frequencies that we've had since the beginning of time, and it's the same frequencies that the FCC established standards for in the 90s. So that's the quick story on 5G. So I think we reserve some time for rebuttal, I hope, and we'll be, or not rebuttal, but to respond to further questions that come up.
We have another question.
More questions. Okay,
I have
thank
a
you.
question actually for the network engineer, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So we're looking at an application for these 3 individual towers, but I'm sure that you're working on a strategic 5-year plan, and I'm wondering what you anticipate the number of towers to be in Sonoma in 5 years' time.
I cannot comment on the 5-year period, but as we told you guys last time, the only plan for Sonoma right now, which we have in place, is total of 10 to 11 towers, and the 10 to 11 is give or take some fallout or not, but that's the only plan. And currently, which is in the application process, is only these 3.
I find it hard to imagine that you're not looking to the future.
No, we are looking at that, but Sonoma is not qualifying for those things, frankly, right now. All our focus is on bigger towns where the majority of capacity is, and the reason for these small poles is, frankly, the capacity crunch which we are facing on our macro cells.
It would help us make a decision if we had more accurate data, and one of the things that I think is lacking in my information is what is this going to look like? Not what 3 towers alone look like, but what does it look like over the foreseeable future, and what are we going to be, what kind of precedent are we be setting in our town? There's got to be a plan going forward, and I'm just looking for some information on that.
I think he just told you 3 and a maximum of, I think he said 10 or 12. There we have 8 other applications that are part of an agreement that we may or may not move forward on. So those applications are in. They've been in for 2 years. There's usually a 3-year planning window for Verizon Wireless. Many towns have asked for a master plan. Why can't you give me a master plan about what's going to happen? I started working in this field in the 80s, and the cellular companies at that time thought that they would provide service to the Bay Area with 28 cell towers. And then they thought they'd have 2% market penetration. And nobody envisioned that the internet would be created, that the internet would merge with the cell phone, that the FCC would regulate cell phone service in such a way that they require 5 competitive networks, and that the prices would remain low, and that that there would be more cell phones than people in the United States. And so all of those transitions, we can only buy the frequencies that the FCC makes available to us. The 700 megahertz most recently was the old UHF TV stations. They took that off and sold it to the cellular companies. So that's why it's so difficult to predict what the long-term future is for the wireless industry, because we don't know what frequency is going to be available. We don't know what the technology is that's going to be available, 4G, 5G. President Trump thinks it's 6G. We don't know what that is. And what the difference is in consumer demand. Nobody envisioned anything like Uber, Lyft, self-driving cars. All of those things affect what will be the demand. If Sonoma decided to put in a self-driving bus, all of a sudden, maybe there would be a demand for 5G down Broadway, but that isn't in our horizon. So right now the horizon is the next 3 years to get these 3 sites built, to see how they function, to see how they work, to see how they affect the capacity demand that we're trying to address. And then we have these other sites that are currently on hold that we will take up next year. Another 8 sites.
One follow-up question.
So I think there's a lot of clarity in that. Yes.
I was trying to understand the difference between the benefit to consumers and to Verizon for the macro cell versus the micro cell. I don't know if there's somewhere in between a Goldilocks cell, something that's a little bit in between. It's my understanding that one of the big advantages to the microcell is for location tracking and and getting the data back to the networks and to people who are interested in selling advertising based on location. Is that something you can speak to?
No, because Verizon just provides the service. It doesn't sell data and that sort of things. So it doesn't sell sell smart meters. Easier for me to say either. That's the but there's the locational services comes from your phone. That's right. With GPS, there's GPS on my watch. I mean can the uses for the technology are developing, and locational services technically are something that you, under federal law, are able to turn on or off with respect to the apps that you choose to use with respect to your phone. So that's the most I can say about that. But there's no difference. The three towers can triangulate just as well as the small cells. Am I inaccurate on that? I was going to know if it's exactly. Okay. Okay. So there really isn't any tremendous benefit, but there is a value in terms of E911 if you are near a small cell in terms of being able to be located by emergency services, just because you have signal and there's another point to measure from. But you've got three towers right now surrounding Verizon, but there's no nefarious intent by Verizon to find you.
Yes.
Just one question, since I now know we have a technical person here. This may be outside of your area of expertise, but I recently attended a meeting of the City Council in which the discussion was the community response to the PG&E power shutoff. The council said that they had been told by Verizon that it was prepared to ensure that power continues to be provided to the cell towers in the event of a PG&E shutoff. But I'm assuming that the way these cell towers are currently powered is a connection to the electrical system that's associated with the PG&E electrical infrastructure. So in developing, in order to live up to the commitment to have the cell towers continue to work in a PG&E shutoff that could last for a week, does that mean that you are going to physically come out and install a generator at each of the cell tower locations to make that continue working?
Yeah,
we have generators at our facilities.
No, but for the small cells, you're right. There won't be any generators, and the reason is because to keep the footprint low, as most cities want, we have to take the batteries out. Otherwise, a lot of concern is, yeah.
Okay. So let me, if I may. So, apologize if I've said this before, but when I had to evacuate from Santa Rosa on October 9th, almost 2 years ago, and the power was out, the only thing that was working was my Verizon cell phone, and I got a call and I had to leave in the middle of the night. So somewhere there was a Verizon tower that still had a generator that was running and providing me with service. The three facilities around us have generators, and so you will have power, and they're diesel generators, and so they continue to run. The small cells can have that capacity, and some cities, Santa Rosa, actually, the initial facilities we put in Santa Rosa, Palo Alto, others have requested backup batteries with the facilities.
So you're saying that the three macro towers in place now have generators associated with them?
They all have generators. Yeah, I know at least two do.
Okay, thank you.
But we can, if you wanted, we can put backup batteries on these small cells. The backup batteries are either in a side cabinet or mounted to the pole. They require cooling, and so they usually have a small fan, and so they can generate noise. So different communities have elected to have backup batteries, and others have not. The backup batteries only go for about 4 hours, but that's usually the critical period, not for a planned PG&E outage, but in an emergency such as a fire. Those 4 hours can be absolutely critical. I hope I answered that question. And we would like to come back up and answer other questions after public comment.
Do you have any further presentation to make?
No, I do want to reiterate that Bill Hammond is here if you want to talk about RF emissions.
Okay.
His calculations were all confirmed by Mr. Afflerback, who confirmed that all the facilities are operated under the FCC limits and well under the FCC limits. Thank you. We took more time than we expected. Thank you.
Would anybody like to have a 2-minute break? We're going to take a 2-minute recess.
point and had to leave, so you're stuck with me. So I believe where we left off is we're going to open it up for public comment, and I would like a couple of things. One is to be respectful to all in room, period, and also limit to a 3-minute opportunity. And you are welcome now to come to the podium.
Open the public hearing.
Oh, technically I'm opening up the public hearing.
Thank you. I first want to comment on the work of the commission, and you guys, you all are just doing a great job. It's really tough, the work you do. I'm glad you're up there and I'm not.
I'm sorry, please identify yourself.
I'm sorry, I'm David Schoenbach. I'm a resident here in Sonoma. So, as I understand it, the constraint that the commission is under is to focus on design considerations. And beyond that, Commissioner Barbos raised the question of necessity, and getting clarity on that seems important. Within the realm of simply of design, one major question is it necessary to move to small cell towers to accomplish this, if in fact the existing towers can meet the need, or if other large macro site towers can meet the need? So there's a question, do we like the look of the existing towers? Maybe not, but they're already there. Do we want another one? Maybe not, but another one rather than many, many more in this town seems like it may be the best alternative. Another question that you did not get clarity from the Verizon representatives was, what is the plan for how many towers will be needed? I think there may be another way to to get them to answer that question, because they were unwilling to answer that. And that would be to ask, what's the density that would result at full capacity? So I think that question needs to be answered as well. So you have that information as you're making your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Sabina Cesar, and do I spell that? Sabina Cesar. I live in Sonoma, 406 Rosalie. I would like to make 3 points. The power consumption. It's a sort of well-kept secret, but there will be a huge increase in power consumption with 5Gs going up. A 5G base station will require 3 times the electricity of a 4G LTE. That is because of the massive antenna arrays. A 4G base station uses 4 transmitters, 4 receivers. A 5G base station will need somewhere around 64 transmitters and 64 receivers in commercial areas. By increasing the electricity consumption, it will put a huge load on our grid. The cell towers will also create a huge ecological footprint, that is large fossil fuel demand, which I think is incompatible with our Sonoma way of life concerned with sustainability. My second point, loss of privacy. The new design, nicely reminiscent of New Orleans gas lights, very romantic. It camouflages the radio transmitters and antennas and the PG&E smart meters. These smart meters will be able to read your personal data on any of your electronic devices in your house and on your person, just like PG&E smart meter reads your gas and electricity consumption. That is a huge intrusion into our personal life and our privacy. I call that citizen surveillance. What would you call it? My third point is FCC safety guidelines. The Hammett Engineering report, I guess you all got a copy of it, on page 19. It quotes a study from the FCC that goes back to 1996. And I repeat, 1996. 24 years ago, they decided on the guidelines for acceptable absorption rate of electromagnetic radiation for humans. As of today, the FCC is still basing their claim on those antiquated, outdated results from 1996. I cannot stand here in good conscience and say that we should allow the safety and well-being of our community and our children to be based on ancient studies from 24 years ago. Other studies have been done with significant different results in the UK and in Europe, but the FCC refuses to acknowledge their findings. I ask the Commission to please defer your decision tonight and maybe consider working together with Petaluma and Sebastopol, who have similar issues to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a small favor to ask, and that is in terms of the topic this evening is, as we know, quite complex. The topic is the 4G, and that's what's before us, and there has been a lot of discussion about 5G, but I would like to keep the discussion to the 4G application, please.
Hi, my name is Mark Marthaler. I live in Sonoma, and don't know the lawyer's name, but I'm going to refer to him. I don't mean to be rude. So, in referring to the proposed design, the lawyer commented that the options presented are the least intrusive means providing service. But he's talking about the nice-looking pole that is the least intrusive alternative, in their opinion. It's the pole and location they are presenting. That's what they're talking about. But what are the other least intrusive alternatives? What are the other options for least intrusive means? The stated goal is to look at other approaches. My question is, has this been done? We could put them on roofs, disguised on buildings in some way, or relocate to farther out on 8th Street, for example. But it appears that they want these locations and these poles. My question is, I'd like to see the other approaches, because if we're only getting one choice, then how do we know it's the best choice or least intrusive alternative? One of the least intrusive alternatives to these 4G cell towers that would be in close proximity to our homes, schools, and businesses is to put the 4G delivery system on macro towers. There are 2 Verizon videos that prove that Verizon does not need close proximity microwave radiation antenna wireless telecommunication facilities installed in residential and commercial areas every 500 to 1,000 feet, because the wireless telecommunication facilities can be 3,000 feet away on macro towers. In the first video from CNBC on June the 25th, 2018, Verizon CEO Lowell McAdam talks about the future of 4G. Lowell McAdam, CEO of Verizon, says, and I quote, "When Verizon went out in these 11 4G test markets, we tested for well over a year so we could see every part of foliage and every storm that went through. We have now busted the myth that 5G frequencies have to be line of sight. They do not. We busted the myth that foliage will shut 4G, 5G down. That does not happen. And the 200 feet from a home, we are now designing the network for over 2,000 feet from transmitter to receiver, which has a huge impact on our capital need going forward. Those myths have disappeared." Jason L., a Verizon field engineer, is quoted as saying, "Verizon 4G, 5G is really high frequency, 28,000 megahertz and 39,000 megahertz. So everybody thinks it doesn't go very far, but it's really big pipe, and so
Could you
that's..."
please now wrap it up?
Okay, I lost track of time. Point being that there is substantial evidence that proves that least intrusive means. to close a significant gap in wireless coverage is to install 4G equipment on macro towers that are 3,000 feet away from residents.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Clark, and I live 21449 Chainsky in Sonoma. I also want to thank the Commission for some wonderful questions. I felt I've learned a lot tonight. And I'm the Assistant Manager at Pharmaca Integrated Pharmacy, so we're at one of the proposed sites. And we've been in Sonoma since 2004. One of the things that they were proposing is that the lighting would improve, but I just wanted to mention our lighting existing. We have a large floodlight above our sign and then 2 large lights, so our parking lot is already very well illuminated. And I just wanted to mention we have approximately 6,000 to 8,000 customers a month, and we help the community navigate through the confusing array of health advice, particularly with nutritional advice. But just in the early stages already, I'm finding it's been quite disruptive with people. Like the last couple days, I've spent probably an hour and a half just speaking to all of these things, but I've got more information now I can go back with. But I feel it's our collective civic responsibility for customer safety and trust, and in all of our best interest to have this proposed tower away from our location in a less incorporated area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Tucker, Regional Manager for Pharmaca in the Bay Area. First of all, I'd like to tell you what Pharmaca is. Pharmaca is strongly opposed to the cell tower and streetlight proposed to be erected directly outside of our store at 303 West Napa Street. Pharmaca has been leasing this building for 16 years and has become a long-term valued member of the community. We have a reason for opposition. We are a wellness-centered business. I don't know if you are familiar with it. Our customers depend on us for their well-being, and what we do every day is to encourage them to be healthy. Our entire philosophy is built upon this. We are concerned for our business if this cell tower at this location is approved. Many customers have already responded negatively, and we are certain that many more customers will also respond negatively if this is passed, whether it's the customer's perception of the cell tower or not. We know this will be detrimental to our business. In addition, adding another light pole near our store is unsightly and unnecessary. Customers will not take to it. We have more than sufficient lighting around our business and have had no issues for the entire time we have leased the building. We do not want this structure near our building. The last thing Pharmaca wants is for our business to suffer, and as a result, be in a position to consider moving or closing the store. We strongly urge you to consider an alternative location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Carol Marcus, 873 First Street West. I'm hoping you may have received the letter that I sent yesterday and maybe had a chance to read it. I'm not going to go over the whole letter, but primarily I would like to request that you deny the use permits based on non-compliance with Sonoma's municipal code, which I've outlined in the letter, and that the findings cannot be made. One of those findings is compliance with Sonoma's municipal code, and I've outlined the sections where it is in non-compliance. I am curious if the proper notifications did go out to the examples I noticed that I noted in the letter, such as St. Francis, such as the Sonoma Shambhala Center, such as the ballet school. Special noticing is required for businesses and endeavors that are within 500 feet of these proposed towers, and I'm not sure that that has happened. My primary concern is that the city has stated, you have stated, the city council has stated that its priority is in housing right now for our community. It's a very hot issue with our community. SMC 5.32060 states that no telecommunications facilities that both transmit and receive electromagnetic signals shall be permitted in any residential zone. And while I understand that these are in commercial zones, there are many residences nearby, and the city is currently discussing infill housing development in commercial zones. The current requirement in our municipal code is for 50% of commercial projects be devoted to housing. And it's stated in our municipal code that these cell towers are not conducive to residential areas. So it's a matter of priorities. Are we going to prioritize housing for our community, especially infill housing? Or are we going to prioritize the proliferation of cell towers? If we really are truly wanting to prioritize housing, then we should not be putting impediments to that in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Lynn Marie DeVincent. I'd like to make 4 brief comments. The community appreciates the extensive work and time that Verizon, CBR, and the staff has done in an attempt to complete all the requirements for this project. I say attempt because mistakes have been made. Other approaches have not been adequately researched or included in the report, such as co-locating antennas on macro towers or installing antennas on commercial building roofs. In addition, as has been stated, the least intrusive means to close an alleged gap of tower locations with antennas installed 24 feet off the ground are not the least intrusive means to address an alleged gap in coverage. I want to touch on gap in coverage. You can't have it both ways with the FCC. Tonight, the current FCC regulations give us, the city, the authority to deny the permits based on the gap in coverage. That's what we've accepted, and tonight the commission and city has the right to deny based on Mr. Offerlock's report of November 8th. His comment that the city is only operating at 25% capacity plays into the industry's definition of whatever that 100% is. If we have no gap, we are operating at our chosen capacity. So you can't dismiss us because you say the FCC regulations may change. That is called speculation. Who knows how that's going to play out? If we're going to accept that unknown future, then we can also suggest that any number of assumptions. We could suggest that the FCC might change. Then let's assume in the future no carrier can come into a city and force them to accept unnecessary products they don't want. Oh dear, that could happen too. But right now, tonight, those are the rules in place. Second, on the macro towers, the 3 macro towers in town, we have no gap in coverage. So the inference that if they added additional ones, there would be interference and they wouldn't work is ridiculous because that isn't happening now. So why would it happen if you added another one? Finally, public rights of way. I want you to be sure to look up the anti-commandeering doctrine, which has been upheld in 5 U.S. Supreme Court cases. And it confirms that the Sonoma does not have to cede its right to manage its public rights of way. The most recent one is Murphy versus NCAA in 2018. I ask that this anti-commandeering doctrine be applied to this evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Valerie Wolf, and thank you, staff and commissioners. The Sonoma Neighbors for Safe Tech is a community coalition working to educate people on the best scientific and practical solutions to reduce EMFs, electromagnetic frequencies. We work towards public policy change, environmental justice, and protection of our town from unnecessary technological pollutants. As part of our community work, we have circulated a petition that relates to the Verizon 4G close proximity cell tower applications, which were first submitted in the summer of 2017. It reads, Petition to the City of Sonoma. Number 1, the Plaza. Attention City Manager, Planning Department, City Council, and Planning Commissioners. As concerned citizens of Sonoma, we, the undersigned, oppose the installation of 4G close proximity microwave radiating cell towers anywhere in Sonoma. We are not going to read the rest of the text because it contains the H word that rhymes with wealth, which we are avoiding. The importance of this petition is that 250 people have signed it and expressed their opposition to the installation of 4G cell towers anywhere in Sonoma. It is our survey of interest, and we have had 100% agreement. We thank you for noting this in the public record, and we have those, and I think you've received copies of those signed petitions. And then just as a final note, in reading the Bohemian, which has an article about cell antenna, and a quote from attorney Harry Lehman, if cities have the courage, they can stop this. And he also says cities that go along with the industry people are in direct conflict with their civic responsibilities. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jerry Bernhout. I noticed that these 3 individual projects that are under application tonight each claim a categorical exemption as individual projects. And that raised the question in my mind as a CEQA lawyer whether there's not some piecemealing going on here. In other words, that there's cumulative effects that are being avoided by treating each project as an individual separate project. And I briefly discussed that with the Verizon's attorney, and he said, no, they're individual, they could function individually, and there's no cumulative health significance because the signal dissipates during the distance between these different facilities. And then I heard sitting here that there's another 8 facilities planned for Sonoma. So in my mind, it raises just the factual question, isn't there some cumulative health significance to all these different cell towers once they are functioning in the city? The fact that they could function individually doesn't answer that question, and I think it still remains to be determined, especially if the FCC guidelines are based on outdated information. So I'm just raising that. I don't have the answer to that. I don't have the technical knowledge of it, but I think you folks sitting up there should be asking that question and seeking further information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Poppy Darby. I'm presenting a collection of letters from local businesses who have just been informed that these 3 cell towers have been recently relocated to next to their business. The August 9th, 2019 packet from Verizon and CBR to the city was not received by the community until minimum notice was in place. Our community organization, Sonoma Neighbors for Safe Tech, that is educating the public on the project, only received the info at the end of August. This letter has been signed by 21 businesses in just 2 short days, and I'd like to read this very short letter. Regarding the new location of Verizon cell tower next to my business, to whom it may concern, I have seen the packet from Verizon CBR that shows a new cell tower being considered for installation in close proximity to my business. My safety and the safety of my employees and customers will be put at risk. The City of Sonoma's municipal code includes provisions for the safety of its citizens, and I ask that you enforce these regulations. Sonoma Muni Code 5.32.120 NIER exposure says that the following about public health: no telecommunication facility shall be located or operated in such a manner that it poses either by itself or in combination with other facilities a potential threat to public health. I believe that this new location will negatively impact my business. The tower needs to be relocated. Please find another location that is away from businesses, schools, and homes. The businesses that have signed this letter is the Sonoma Floor Gallery, the Valley Chiropractic, Fresh Air and Holistic Center, Sonoma Therapeutic Massage, Angels Speak, Cafe Scuderia, Pacific Rim Auto Repair, the Red Grape Restaurant, Robert Bauman and Associates and Architects, the Yoga Community, Skin Secrets, Copy Store and More, Chi Acupressure, Blush a Day Spa, EJ Hair Studio, Nails by Elaine, Jack W, Sonoma Security Lock, Safe and Key, Tiara Welk Massage Therapy, Sonoma Holistic Center, and Peace and Beauty Salon. One other thing I just wanted to say is that they are discussing a demonstrated gap in coverage somehow, but then when asked tonight why they are the only provider applying at this time, they replied that they want to be ahead of the curve. And I'm just wondering if those two realities are in conflict with one another.
No.
Carol Campbell, 307 West Spain Street. I have been, I have completed 40 years as a classroom aide at St. Francis Solano School. And I am very concerned about the health of our children being this close to a cell tower that I don't know if it's really necessary, and another one by Sasserini. You have the library, you have daycare centers. We have so many downtown areas with our children in them. And I don't think we have lived long enough to have developed a history of what could happen health-wise with these cell towers. So, of course, I'm just really concerned about our children and about the areas that we live in. We don't have, we don't know if they're dangerous or not. I do not have any trouble with my Verizon cell phone, and I go everywhere. I've been on vacations. I go down to Santa Cruz often, and we're behind all those hills. I'm the only one on that property with all of those men on their trains that come over and use my cell phone. I personally have no trouble with my cell phone, so I'm not sure there's a gap. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Moon, and one of the questions that people often ask is, you know, what's happening in other cities with this issue? And are we the only ones who don't want cell towers in our neighborhoods or near our schools? The answer is no. I'd like to quickly mention that 4 cities that have totally denied cell towers that have been submitted to them, and they are Piedmont, Hillsborough, Danville, and Monterey. I'm going to tell you about what happened in Hillsborough, but first I wanted you to know about these 4 cities that they all voted to deny all permits. And we're a lot like Monterey, and Monterey had 12 applications, but we have 10. And Monterey's a beautiful, small, historic town, and so are we. And their planning commissioners unanimously voted to deny permits based on the valid and legal reasons. So we'll see what ours does, but Monterey remains clear of any lawsuits. And I have a little transcribed message from the legal counsel in Hillsborough. His name is Patrick Shannon. And he said, "We in Hillsborough have so far won. We have not lost in court. We won by virtue of the full city council denying all 16 permits in their totality. They have not considered alternatives apart from any right-of-way abutting property. We had a prioritization of locations, and public property was number 1, and various near private property were last on the list. Of course, Verizon, through Crown Castle, was trying to get them in the rights of way abutting private property. They also violated our aesthetic criteria and did not duly consider alternatives. Now the law has somewhat changed since then with the FCC orders, so it's more difficult, but nothing has changed in Hillsborough. Yes, Crown Castle sued, and after that, council decision, and it was almost an immediate lawsuit, but it is still in protracted settlement negotiations. Nothing is resolved. So the status quo is no towers have been approved in Hillsborough whatsoever. The complicating factor is this FCC order, which does diminish but does not eliminate local control and discretion to deny towers on aesthetic grounds. But it is a tougher road to hoe, and you need to prove objective criteria for any denial. It can't just be subjective, such as it violates the rural or rustic nature of an area. It's got to be objective, like it can't be more than 35 feet, or it can't exceed a certain circumference, or it's got to match certain specific colors. That's the latest in Hillsborough. There has been no victory for Crown Castle whatsoever. Verizon is not a plaintiff in this. Verizon has worked solely through their contractor, Crown Castle, and our dispute is directly with Crown Castle.
I'm sorry, can you wrap it up real quick, please?
I have one or two more sentences here. Of course, we tried to bring Verizon into it because they are weak-kneed and they wouldn't want that PR. That's why we use they use a front agent such as Crown Castle, so we haven't been able to directly involve Verizon in the litigation. And I just want to say the whole hearing started off with Barbos asking, what about doesn't the city have any rights compared to the FCC? And the guy kept wanting to say the federal level, but that's because there are 563 full-time paid professional lobbyists for these companies in Washington every day.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission, City staff. So actually,
I'm sorry, name please.
Oh, Ann Colachitas, 14 Hacienda Drive.
Thank you.
So this is related to Commissioner O'Neill's question earlier about data collection. And I got this information from an AdAge article dated April 30th, and it contains comments made earlier this year by Verizon Media CEO Guru Gorapan. And he said, we're working hard to connect everything Verizon Media has to offer. The company is making use of data from properties like Yahoo Mail, where it can analyze almost 50 billion coupons sent to users, Gorapan said. Data is one way the company can differentiate itself from other ad tech firms that don't have the same direct relationship with consumers. Such first-party data, I guess that's first-party is us, people, such first-party data is an increasingly important resource as U.S. regulators and countries around the world implement policies that prohibit using data without consumer consent. Jeff Lucas, Verizon Media's head of ad sales, said Verizon won't face as much resistance as ad tech rivals like Adobe, MediaMath, and Trade Desk, which don't have as many properties to request that consent from users. Did I mess that up? Anyway, they won't have to ask. So we have the right blend of content and effective ad solutions to deliver on marketing goals. So if you're interested, that's adage.com article dated April 30th. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Kathleen Herrera, live at 292 West MacArthur. Just a couple of quick comments. I've been a resident of Sonoma for 36 years. I have a child at St. Francis. I went there also. I love the school. We're really happy with it. And the tower that's proposed to be across the street from St. Francis is of serious concern to my family because, like Mrs. Campbell said, we don't have a lot of history. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, and I don't want my child to be a lab rat. So until there's years and years of studies done. I don't want my child to be next to something every single day of his life for the next 7 years. And my other child will be there too. So I have genuine concerns about the safety of the towers. I don't think it's been proven yet. And I especially don't think they should be next to our schools. I also think that despite all their efforts, the proposed towers by Verizon still don't look good. I think we can say that it's not aesthetically pleasing. Our town relies heavily on tourism for a lot of our income, and I think that they're ugly and that people aren't going to like seeing them, and they could potentially bring down the value of our homes. Finally, I agree that our cell service is fine. I have had Verizon since I've gotten a cell phone in high school. I have never had a problem. My calls are never dropped. And I think with the whole streaming issue, people are not streaming on their data. They're streaming when they're at home. They're using Wi-Fi. It's my understanding that the 5G towers will need to have fiber brought to them. I don't know if Sonoma already has fiber going into the neighborhoods or not, but I used to be a fiber optic engineer for AT&T, so I know that bringing fiber to the home is actually a great option. It's super fast, it's super reliable, and it's safer than doing it wirelessly. So if you're going to be bringing fiber into the neighborhoods, people are going to want that for their internet in the home, wired fiber into their homes. They're not going to want to be streaming because that's going to be definitely unreliable. So if we're already bringing the fiber in, I think that that's a really great option. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is John Duffy. I work at 564 First Street West, right underneath a proposed cell tower. And my thoughts are is that if Verizon was concerned about radiation, they would run these things part-time just when they needed this capacity. But that hasn't even been brought forth. I really don't think that you have the wherewithal, I doubt that you have the wherewithal to deny this permit. And I'm saying, if you do it, don't fall in the trap of aesthetics, of keeping a nice, beautiful looking tower right in front of us. Get it as high as possible, as far away from us as you can, because I don't see that this thing is going to fall. I think you're going to pass it. I think we're all going to be exposed, so keep it away from us. Forget the aesthetics, stick them way up there, as ugly as possible.
All right, just give my quick plug, Cassie Boast, and just wanted to first of all say thank you to all of you for being an excellent voice of our community tonight. And I mostly came here tonight to learn more because I'm a resident of 4th Street West, which is 1 block from 2 of the proposed sites. Sorry. And I have 2 young children at home, and they're 4th generation Sonoma. And their safety is always my #1 priority. And I've been a longtime customer of Verizon, and I've never had an issue with coverage. And my main question from tonight is getting a better understanding of what is considered a commercial district, and how large is it, and what is the ratio of schools and homes within it, because Sonoma is a small community and these can encompass more than just a couple of businesses. And I would also just like to add that the towers will never match the aesthetic or the integrity of Sonoma, and we do not want them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Diane Lumiere at 113 Merida Drive in Sonoma. I really appreciate all of your comments tonight and all of the displays. It's really been informative. We've all been following this for quite a while. I know in your heart of hearts you don't want to say yes to this tonight. I absolutely can feel that in the room, and I can feel that from you all as well. And I think that we're kind of being held hostage here by an FCC that we really don't believe in right now. Just like sometimes we don't believe in an FDA. Just like Roundup was just awarded a huge settlement after 20 years in the field and has been proven very dangerous. I think this is going to take some bravery on small communities. I know the list of towns that have avoided this so far are very wealthy communities. I work in one of them, Hillsborough. And let me tell you, the reason they are going forward and saying no is because they have financial backing to fight these things. Now, this has become, I guess, most of the laws, the executive orders, everything that's going on in this country right now is going to the courts, because some of the things that are passing that I am witnessing in this country right now are absolutely undemocratic. And I think tonight you have to be very brave and you have to say, no, we don't believe in this. It hasn't been thoroughly examined. You've heard testimony from people about the possibility of micro towers instead of this proposal here tonight. This lovely woman just said she didn't want to be a guinea pig. Our history of the United States is guinea pigs. There has been many, many decisions that have been changed because they've been found to be dangerous. I don't think you should subject your darling town that we all love to that. And I think it takes, saying no. When this gentleman said they want to be ahead of the curve, that curve is very scary. Because speed in and of itself is not a value. You have to look at speed and take the application of speed and say, what value does that have? It's very important not to be seduced by speed. And I think making a decision tonight is a speedy answer to a much more complex problem. So I'm really begging you not to approve this tonight.
Thank you.
Hi, planning commissioners and staff. I'm Stephanie Hiller. And I heard a lot of confusing things tonight, especially this thing about how it has nothing to do with 5G. It's just 4G. We're having trouble with wireless anyway, but I know you don't want to know about health. But I actually spoke to a Verizon service representative for the West last week, and she said, we haven't launched 5G in Sonoma County yet, but the small cell towers are the precursor for 5G. And I think all these people who are calling it 5G can't all be wrong. So there's something, shall I say, fishy here. If you Google 5G, it'll go straight to the investor sites, some of which are heavily proposing and encouraging, promoting was the word I wanted, that investors flock to the 5G stocks of companies like yours, and because they're going to make a killing is the deal. And there's even a story that the 5G network will go live in October, and so you got to rush now. I'm not saying that they're the last word on this subject, but to suddenly switch to 4G, I don't know. We know where this is going. We know it has to do with very high data users like the Internet of Things, but I won't go there. Okay. So I do have a design question. I don't know how you can separate design from health, but you're talking about 25-foot towers. Is that something you prefer? Because I think that's about the height, like we're talking about housing going in. Isn't that 25 feet? That's about the height of a second-story window of an apartment building. In other words, they're beaming right into places where people live. So we don't want to talk about health, but maybe you could design them differently, because if they're taller, at least people won't get directly hit. I do want, I'm going to run out of time. So I do have a question about the FCC. I thought they were here to regulate the industry. I was not aware that the FCC could make laws that cities would suddenly have to knuckle under. So maybe someone can clarify that, but it's not what I've understood in the past. I seem to have said something funny. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Judy Tologan, 18580 Comstock in Sonoma. I've been here quite a while. I've raised 2 sons here. I've 3 grandchildren in college, and I believe in Sonoma. But I'm here tonight as an Indigenous representative, as a grandmother, as a member of the traditional owners of California, and I want to just lend that tone to this evening for my community. If you asked my people, and we've been asked, Cuyama, different parts of Santa Barbara, where my people are from here as well, what do we think of cell towers? What do we think of solar panels? Okay. Huge solar facilities are taking place. Big towers are coming up. So what does the Indigenous perspective, what is it? I want to lend that to this community this evening. I want to thank the Creator for bringing me here tonight and deliver this. Nothing should be disturbed. Just thought I would put that out there to this universe today. Okay? You want to place panels, place them on roofs. If you want to place towers, place them aesthetically somehow somewhere else. Okay, because it will become an environmental justice issue. Monsanto was mentioned tonight. I've been to Hawaii and to other places where those Monsanto fields, cornfields, were located right next to elderly facilities and elementary schools. Environmental justice issues. Those are targeted populations and locations for large companies. For railways, transportation of toxic waste, emissions of all kinds of radiation. We don't know. We really don't. It's been 1,000 years since 1995. Politically, economically, socially. I love my people, and I love Sonoma. I believe in Sonoma. I really believe we could be beyond the curve, way cutting edge. We talk about reconciliation, we talk about environmental justice, we could be at the front end. Truly. Bravery, courage, humanity. Again, I want to thank the great Creator for bringing me here tonight and for allowing me to be a part of this community. I've been an activist since I was 14 years old at Sonoma Valley High School. Thank you, Sonoma Valley High. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Deborah Simpson, and my work is at 525 3rd Street West in the Sonoma Holistic Center. And I'm joined by Terry Welch, who also works there. We've been there 20 years together. Actually, Terry's been there longer, but I've been there 20 years, and I took over running the business about 7 years ago. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on the representative from Pharmaca, saying that I just learned about the proposed site on 3rd Street West a few days ago. So I have nothing prepared. I apologize, but I just wanted to kind of, like I said, piggyback on her concerns. Our business is attracting people in the health and wellness industry. We have 9 different service providers that work out of that building, and a lot of our clients have let us know that they're concerned about the tower in that location. We are concerned about that for our businesses, affecting our livelihoods of working in that space, and the perceived notion that there could be either the perceived or real notion that there could be some health concerns could shut our businesses down. So I oppose the tower in that site. Thank you. And thank you very much. I do have to say thank you. I'm very impressed. This is my first time coming to a city council meeting, and I'm very impressed with the questions that are being asked and some of the challenges that are made. Very impressed. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, I'm Shazandra Fox. I work at Pharmaca. Hello, City Council. I have been following this 5G thing for a number of months, if not over a year now. And I've learned a lot about the risks and the safety concerns that we should all be concerned about with this happening in our local city. I work at Pharmaca, as I stated earlier, and we're having a proposed tower put outside our business, and I think a couple of my colleagues were here earlier to speak about that. Beyond that, I have to say that I'm rather appalled that our city has to come up against something as, and I'm going to use the term diabolical, because I really feel that it is. I've done my homework on this, and I've been doing my homework on this for some time. There's many, not just cities in our local area that are protesting this and banning it, but there's countries that are doing it as well, because they've looked at the risks and the hazards involved with this. And I don't think we want this in our city. I don't want it in anywhere that I live. And I will honestly say that this is actually playing a big part in my decision to maybe even leave California, because Sacramento was one of the first rollout cities for this, technology. And it's not necessary. I've had Verizon for 10 years plus. I've never had a problem with any sort of, connections with my cell phone. So the fact that they're saying this is going to improve any kind of, conductivity with cell phone, wireless, whatever, that's not been my experience. So I'm going to say that, just for the record, that I'm opposed to this on many levels that I'm not even going to speak about tonight, but if you all do your homework on this, I'm sure that you'll find out all the same information that I did. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to please come forward and express your thoughts? Seeing none, I will bring it back, but before I do, I'm going to give the applicant and/or David, and first you may speak, and then I'll give the applicant a chance to express some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a couple of points I'd like to bring up since there were comments were made or questions asked. Number one is that, again, just 2 points. Number one is that we did send out notices to people within 500 feet of the 3 sites, so that did occur. And then secondly, as I stated in the staff report, there are actually 7 residential sites, not 8. I just want to clarify that for the record, so that the public may be aware of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now I'd like to welcome the applicant to come back and share some comments.
Thank you. Mark Peters again. So there were a few comments about why not use the macro towers that Verizon has. And then there were a lot of also comments about, well, my Verizon service works fine. Well, the reason why their Verizon service works fine is that Verizon has been very diligent about upgrading their macro sites throughout the years. They've been in a continual process of adding frequencies when they get spectrum and improving service as they go. Much of that service improvement is transparent to the customers, and they just have a good positive experience as a result of that. The macro towers now, which we've provided the evidence to your third-party peer review, is that the macro towers are congested. They're at capacity. Hence the need for additional network elements to be built around Sonoma. A couple other quick comments. There was a comment about the 25-foot high structure being a second-story window. Most second-story windows, center of the window is much lower. As you guys probably know, you're in the planning department. It would be a third or fourth-story window that would be at the elevation of the antenna, which is probably a lot larger than what would be built around Sonoma. The street light location, street light luminaires are designed to provide lighting on the street and the walk, not necessarily in adjacent property parking lots. With that, I'd like to invite Bill Hammett up from Hammond Edison to talk a little bit about some of the questions about emissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Chair Wiehlander and Commission members. My name is Bill Hammett. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of California. I manage a firm of 20. We're located about 3 blocks away. A regular part of our practice is the calculation or the measurement of radio frequency exposure conditions. We're hired for this work by carriers, by cities, by landlords. As engineers, our job is really easy. What are the exposure levels and how do they compare to the standards? We've prepared, as part of your packet, an evaluation of each of these 3 sites for their question of compliance with the federal standard. We conclude that they do. Your city's, your own outside consultant did independent work and confirmed our findings that these sites will comply with the standard. I want to touch on the standard just a couple moments because I know there was a question about that. As the city's attorney alluded to, the issue is one of it's a threshold condition. Does the site comply with the federal standards? If it does, then that issue is beyond the purview of the jurisdiction. But your city is correct in terms of making the carrier demonstrate compliance. And in fact, one of the conditions of approval is to demonstrate by measurements after the facility is built that indeed it does comply. So there's no question that's going to comply. That's the threshold condition. It's interesting to note that that is not an FCC rule. It was an act of Congress that set that preemption, the 1996 Telecommunications Act. So in response to that, the FCC adopted standards in 1997. They're not a standard-setting body themselves. They referred to existing standards, a 1986 standard, a 1992 standard, and adopted those as its standard. Now, the standards that they adopted have been updated subsequently, one in 1999, one in 2005. One this year in 2019 has just been updated, reissued. The bodies that set these standards monitor all the data that goes on, the peer-reviewed, replicated studies, and then will update the standards. The standards haven't changed for the basic restriction, which is no verified reports of injury to humans from the levels equal to the standards or below. So the standards have not tightened, which is why the FCC hasn't seen fit to change the standard, because the standards have remained the same. This includes the ICNIRP standard, International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection. That's what the European Union has adopted as an example. So it's not that this is 1996 data. This is current data, best available. Most of the studies, or many of the studies that have been done currently, are based on the cell phone itself. Pretty settled science that the low levels you get due to distance, 1 over d squared, it's the power is reducing by the square of the distance as you move away from a cell site. That factor drives the exposure levels down. So most of the research is done at exposure levels equal to what you get from your phone, which is much higher than anything you would get from any of the towers. I wanted to mention quickly on CEQA. Because the question was a valid one. What about cumulative levels from multiple towers? And the fact that they are low power to start with and that the energy is dropping off by the square of the distance means that the exposure levels are dropping very rapidly. So even if they're a few hundred feet apart, the additive impact of a tiny from one and tiny from the other is still a tiny level. And the measurements that are part of your conditions of approval are cumulative measurements. When we go, or when somebody goes in with a field meter, they're measuring everything that's there. So that's always the condition, is what are the cumulative levels. I'm happy to talk about any aspect of this, but I know it's late.
I actually have a couple of questions.
Certainly.
In your work experience, have you come across a situation where a carrier has not maintained the standards, and if so, what has been the ramification of that?
The carriers have to comply with the federal standard all the time. Whether the city requires monitoring or whatever it is, it's always the carrier's obligation. And our experience is that the carriers take that obligation seriously and do periodic assessments to make sure that they're staying in conformance.
So that's self-monitoring by the carrier, typically?
It happens both ways. They monitor it themselves. They know that if they're going to make a change, they need to have an independent party like us or someone else do that evaluation and then implement whatever mitigation measures are recommended. In these cases, because of the low power, there are no mitigation measures required.
So when you said earlier, too, that the standards have not changed, but they have been updated in terms of their evaluation, is that because new data has come in, or you're looking at a longer period of time to see if there's been any effects, or by what means are you saying they are updated?
This is a copy of the 2005 standard, and half of this is just the bibliography, the listing of all of the studies that go into this that they have reviewed and treated when they try to look at what level creates effects and what level doesn't. And the 2019 has many more standards, or many more studies that have been conducted in those intervening years. And the analysis is, to me, very interesting as it goes through and it gives the description of what study shows what, how they correlate to each other, and they arrive at the conclusion. And that's the same general conclusion that's being arrived at, that there is some basic restriction below which no impacts.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Just a couple questions, technical questions, and forgive my ignorance on a lot of this. It's been a very long time since school. So the spectrum, the electromagnetic spectrum, these are radio waves.
Correct.
I heard earlier tonight people say the only difference between 4G and 5G is the number of transmitters, but I don't know exactly what someone said, but I always thought it was 5G is higher up on the spectrum and the wavelengths are, I believe, shorter. Is that true?
Yes, keeping in mind that 5G is a technology, but most of the applications are anticipated at higher frequencies. There are 4 bands that the government has assigned to uses like this. They have wide bandwidths, they're going to be very efficient for getting power, but because of the higher frequency, the energy doesn't travel as well. So that's why there are short distance, much like you get with small cells that are being proposed here. You get short distance travels. They're not intended to cover broad areas.
Okay, and so the fact that is it the wavelength, the fact that that's shorter, is the, I guess, net effect, like the radiation, is that, is there any potential health, I guess, concern? I know we're not supposed to be talking about health from the fact that the wavelengths are shorter and closer to, I think, microwaves or whatever is up on the spectrum.
The standards are frequency dependent because it's at some levels, particularly at FM frequencies where wavelengths start to approach a body length, we're more sensitive at those. And so the standards are frequency dependent, but they do include all these new frequencies that are being reassigned for the purpose of telecommunications. All of those are still in the radio frequency spectrum for which there are standards and for which there are studies.
All right. And so then my next question goes back to the federal limits, and I believe someone mentioned it earlier, and I'm looking at a screen here. It's 1.6 watts per kilogram. Is that am I saying that wrong? Or?
Let me take just a moment. 4 watts per kilogram is that basic restriction.
Okay.
That's so much power coming into a unit of tissue. The standard puts a 50 times safety factor on there to get to 0.08 watts per kilogram. So 100% of the standard is 0.08 watts per kilogram. All the exposure levels here are going to be 10 or 100 or 1,000 times below that. But that 0.08 watts per kilogram is 100% of the standard. The 1.6 comes in from the phones.
Right, so
because
that's what
the
I'm
phones, you're allowed, because it's a partial body exposure, you're allowed a 20 times relaxation. That's how you get from the 0.08 to the 1.6. So your phone starts out with a higher specific absorption rate allowed anyway. And then if you remember from the papers that came with your phone, or you can Google it and look it up, SAR, specific absorption rate, and put in whatever phone model you have, it'll tell you what the rating is on your particular phone. And it's going to be something 1.4, 1.5, up to 1.6. So that's the rating for your phone. couple thousand times higher than anything you would get off of one of these towers.
So that's my question. You're saying that the radiation we receive from our phones are higher than what we'll receive from these towers?
It's a higher specific absorption rate. Very, very straight numbers. I put out a couple numbers, but starts out, the limit is 20 times higher itself, and these run close to the limit. Whereas the limit for the energy coming off the tower is tighter. The limit is less, and you're already many, many times below that.
Right. And that would make no difference whether it was 4G or 5G?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
My understanding, just because we've touched on 5G a little bit, is that the term 5G is basically a marketing term, because we had 2G, 3G, 4G, and of course, you know, it's a lot easier for the consumer to accept that quote unquote upgrade and call it 5G. But it is an entirely different technology in that a phone, for example, my iPhone, which is a 4G phone, will not work with 5G. There's going to require an entirely different kind of equipment, and every phone that works with 4G is going to have to be replaced with something that works with 5G, because it is a different technology. And so 5G sounds convenient as a term, but the fact of the matter is that it isn't just like an upgrade from 4G. It's the implementation of entirely new phone technology and transmission technology than 4G. Am I
Yes,
right?
in the same way that the original channels assigned in the 1980s were channels 70 to 83. If you remember the old UHF channels that you had to tune in on the TV, I'm sure some of you aren't old enough to remember. But those 14 channels were the original cell channels. And so the original cell phones, the bag phones, worked on those channels.
Right.
And then the demand was so high that the commission has been moving more and more of the TV stations down and repacking it tighter and tighter and using old TV channels for 2G and 3G. And they've expanded now into other frequency bands, moving other users off because the demand for this kind of service is so high.
Right. And I understand that one of the challenges they have with even designing a 5G phone is that the human hand blocks the antennas on the phone, and they're going to have to array as many as 4 antennas on the edges of each of the phones in order to utilize 5G, so that there's a gap that's not covered by the hand that allows it to transmit. And they can't figure out how to make a phone that's not much bigger and a lot bigger and bulkier than the phones we're using today, because the technology is such that it's going to require a whole new class of equipment in order to figure it out, in addition to multiple chips. You can't have a unitary chip in a 5G transmission phone. You have to have multiple chips, and they haven't figured that out either. So there's this is all part and parcel of the way we deal with technology in our present day. Anyway, I'm sorry I got into that, but let me see if I had another question for you. I don't think I do. I do have questions for staff. So thank you.
Just another quick question.
Yes.
Earlier on in the presentation, there was a photo that was illustrating some of the existing towers throughout, I believe, Northern California. There was a warning sign up a certain level. If these frequencies are as benign as has been suggested, and that they are falling well within the levels, why the warning sign?
The warning sign is for workers who are at the same elevation as the antenna and would be in close proximity to the antenna. So if it's 2 feet is a typical distance, that would be an area in which no worker should be in and actively working on the antenna.
That's because the transmission is higher than what would be the acceptable level?
Exactly right. And so it's an occupational issue. For people around the pole, for people in the buildings, for people anywhere else, it's not an issue. They're well below the public limit.
Okay.
It's only for the workers there. And so that large sign that was shown is one that we would use on a rooftop when we're working with arrays and on a big roof that has lots of antennas on it. It's not appropriate for a sign like that. Typically, they're very small signs,
Mm-hmm.
and it just is a notice for workers.
Okay, thank you.
I'll wrap up quickly.
Yes.
Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. I want to focus, first encourage you to focus on your responsibility as a planning commission for land use decisions, and use your land use authority with respect to the design that we've presented, and our efforts in working with staff over the last 2 years to come up with locations, and working with staff for putting on lights in areas in parking lots where they feel lights are important. And I'm going to jump now to the federal law, and I want to emphasize the difference between the federal law and the law that you will be wrestling with this evening in making the findings that you need to make. And the staff has done a very good job of outlining the findings and how you make those findings consistent with the general plan, consistency with the code, and so forth. The federal law says that you keep all of those rights except for 5 rights that are held back. And I'm just going to cover 3. I'm not going to cover all 5. The first one which is that that you can't regulate wireless facilities based on the environmental effects of radio frequency emissions. That's the story. To the extent that we've confirmed that we comply with the FCC standard, and your third-party engineers confirm that we comply with the FCC standard, I think for your benefit, that takes that issue off the table. You don't have to be health experts regarding RF emissions. Just as you can't regulate the size of airplanes flying over Sonoma, once that issue's been determined, confirmed by your third-party engineer, the health issue should be off the table. And so that really applies. I think the concern about, well, can't you put in more higher macros that are hundreds of feet high and away from us as opposed to these small cells? That's a health concern. And that's essentially off the table. We think, and many communities believe this to be an improved aesthetic. When we redid the Berkeley ordinance, they wanted to move away from macros and to micros. And I have to say, every time we propose a macro, like was proposed here and was denied and was litigated, they say, well, why can't you put in small cells? And every time we recommend small cells, then the question comes back, well, why can't you put in macros? None of these facilities, unfortunately, are popular. The pharmaca issue, we respect their concerns, but again, that is a health issue. And we are willing, by the way, to move that pole a block or so in another direction. We worked with planning because there is a side of the building that has a parking lot that has no street light, and that light lights the street, not the parking lot. But there is some flexibility if that's really an issue, but I think that would be a health concern. You're falling to the health concerns of pharmaca. It actually provides a health benefit if you think about the benefits of wireless that I'll get into in just a minute. So that's health quickly. The second is substantial evidence. The federal law says that you have to have substantial evidence to deny a wireless facility. We think we've, over the last 2 years, provided ample substantial evidence for the approval of the facility in terms of the design, the location, and so forth, and how we meet the findings. As your staff has indicated, we meet the findings. To deny the site, you have to have evidence, facts, that back up the finding that you're making. And so it has to be, can't be speculative, that they're ugly or generalized objections. The third is the prohibition of service. And significant gap and least intrusive means are not required under the findings that you're making tonight. They are a federal protection, as I mentioned earlier, for a wireless company. If a site is denied, for whatever reasons, and we can come back and say, no, really, we've got to provide this service. There's a gap. We've proved it. This is the least intrusive means under your code to provide it. Therefore, we preempt the federal law. But you don't make a finding of least intrusive means, and you don't make a finding of significant gap. You make the findings that are provided to you by your staff. Consistency with the general plan, and they give you numerous general plan policies that this complies with. I'll conclude. There was a comment about tourism and concern about tourism. People don't want these. Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats. I could go on and on of the apps that are used to navigate and so forth by tourists. As I mentioned, San Francisco since 2012 has put in 500 of these facilities. Palo Alto has 200 of these facilities, and you're not seeing any decline in tourism, any decline in property values, or any increased health problems related to the wireless facilities. And then finally, I wanted to point out there's a comment about certainly there are other technologies, but 57% of homes in the United States now have shed their wireline service and are wireless. People are relying on their wireless to work in their homes, and that's what we're trying to do. And 70% of 911 calls are made on cell phones, and a majority of those calls are made from in the home. So there are 911 calls calling from in the home. So we're in an environment where people rely on their wireless service, and they rely on it for a ubiquitous number of services. So we're hoping that you understand, that you recognize that there, as you've heard concerns this evening, but cell phones, my personal opinion, my personal experience, cell phones save lives. They're very valuable to the community. Those people don't necessarily come out to tell you that, but we have many customers. We know we have many customers in Sonoma because we're running out of capacity to serve them. And we'd encourage you to follow the 2-year effort that we have and come up with this elegant design to solve this problem. Finally, on the macro sites, I have to say, we have a right to use the right-of-way. And then the last point is that there's a New York case, a community that doesn't have the ability to tell us how to build our network. So you can't say, we want you to build it this way versus that way. We come in and the FCC regulates the operations of wireless facilities, and the carriers decide how they're going to build out their network. And this is the network that Verizon has consistently tried to build in order to be the most reliable network in Sonoma. And as I mentioned, we're not here. We were building for the future maybe 3 years ago, but the future is now. There's a demand for these facilities, and our network is currently suffering. And Mr. Afflerbach's drive tests and his download tests, all of which are in your report, absolutely demonstrate the need for these facilities today. So we'd be happy to answer any further questions, but really, really appreciate all the time you spent on this evening. Thank you. Sure.
I do have a question in terms of some of the comments that were made from the public. And we're sitting up here listening to both sides of a coin and trying to figure out what's what. There were several people that spoke to a quotation from an executive from Verizon that suggested some language, some wordage that is a little bit counter to what we have been hearing. You may have not been there, you may not have seen the quote, but from our perspective, it feels a little bit disconcerting. Can you render any comment?
I'm not sure which one you're mentioning, but there was a comment about the 5G being able to go distances and so forth. And that was a test. The 5G service that's currently in Sacramento, I think I mentioned, is a point-to-point service in essence, for cable. It's a test market where they actually put an antenna in the apartment building, and so they'll have a 5G direct shot to an antenna that provides gigabit service within the building or the apartment building. And that demonstration that was done by Lowell McAdams, the CEO of Verizon Wireless, was demonstrating that they could shoot this, that they could provide that kind of service over a greater distance. That wasn't the mobile 5G service, which is a much shorter distance. I heard something about Yahoo and advertising.
There was something about data collection, and
Right.
somebody was it was implied that an executive was kind of fluffing his feathers about saying the ability to now to collect data, and whereas previously within the last hour or two, you stated that there is no data collection.
Well, I think what he was talking about, and I haven't read the article, so this is speculation on my
Sure.
part, is that Verizon bought Yahoo, and that they're saying that there won't be as many hoops to go through in order to get the consent. With respect to location information, you have to consent. Even if you're on Yahoo, you have to. Are they still around? You have to consent. To location information because they're not going through multiple applications or multiple sources, that you don't have to go through as many hoops to get perhaps to the customer. But I don't honestly know what that is. And I will admit that there's not always black and white answers to all of this, but I can tell you that the intent here is to provide a service that we feel is necessary for Sonoma. And Verizon Wireless has been working very hard in Sonoma, particularly where I live in West Sonoma County, to provide service where other carriers are not there. AT&T service is terrible. Sonoma County, West County, Verizon service is excellent. That's why the county first responders use Verizon Wireless. So in that we have a good network, a reliable network, it also increases our demand, and we're having to keep up with it in the cities. Thank you for all your questions.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
I will stay as long as you want. Yes.
Okay. over here. You earlier referenced a controversial macro site that there was litigation over in Sonoma.
That was the ATT site at Sebastiani. Yeah.
At Sebastiani, and so was there litigation?
Yes, and the town lost.
So you have,
but they never built the tower.
But you have sued.
Ask AT&T about that.
Okay, so it was AT&T. And so I guess my question is, and considering all the other cities, if this decision either here or at the city council level did not turn out the way you want, do you plan to pursue litigation against the city?
I would be remiss if I told you my litigation plans from the dais. I will tell you that for the last 2 years, we have worked as best as we could with the city of Sonoma to avoid anything like that. I will also, since you've asked the question, Crown Castle is a separate company. They have their own lawyers. I have to tell you personally, we don't always agree, frequently don't agree with the Crown Castle lawyers, but they have sued Hillsborough for their denial of facilities. T-Mobile put a small cell network in Hillsborough in 2008. So there is a small cell network in Hillsborough already. But Crown Castle is in litigation there. Piedmont, Crown Castle, once again, fighting with Piedmont. They're in litigation right now and in settlement discussions. I think Mr. Affleback's involved with those as well. Monterey was a company called Extenet. They proposed vaulting of Verizon radios. Verizon said, we're not going to do that. And so actually Verizon pulled back from the Monterey application. There was one more city. Danville was mentioned. Danville did turn down a telephone pole design as we originally proposed here. That's currently in litigation. The motion for summary judgment's been filed, and Danville's response pleadings are due next month, and the trial's in November for Danville. San Bruno turned down a single utility pole installation. That is in litigation right now and is currently in settlement negotiations for multiple sites in lieu of that one site. So the wireless industry is working working very hard to provide service. People think service just happens, but I've been doing this 30 years. I can't tell you in the county, Sonoma County or anywhere, that we have had controversial sites, multiple controversial sites every year. We had one in Bennett Valley Road. We just were able to, working with the supervisor, get that one approved. But you're always going to face this opposition with respect to wireless facilities because of this concern of radiation. It's been going on for over 30 years, and I suspect it will continue to go on. And on the other side, you've got study after study coming out showing that the levels that are allowed by the FCC are not causing any of the health concerns that are being raised. But I'll conclude with that. I'm sorry if I went too far. But our federal rights are being strengthened by the FCC, but we are, as a company, trying to work with the communities. And I'm an outside lawyer, but I do say that because I work.
Thank you. Anyone? Yes.
I've got a question on city staff, and this is partly a reflection of the fact that I just joined this commission and have not been party to the previous meetings or conversations that go back 2 years. So if I understand it correctly, something came up between the applicant and the city which necessitated creating some kind of agreement about how to go forward. And was that agreement, obviously both parties signed it, it's an agreement that it must have included some commitments on the part of the city and some agreement and commitments on the part of the applicant to either do or not do something, and vice versa for the city. What was the nature of that agreement, and to what extent is this commission bound by that agreement? I'm not all that clear on what the terms of that agreement was.
So under federal law, there is something called the shot clock rule, which means when an application is made, if their final determination is not made within a certain number of days, then the provider has the ability to go to court and say it's granted. They took too long, and so the application is approved. In 2017, when these applications were submitted, city entered into, well, the applications were submitted in 2017. In 2018, the first agreement was in August of 2018, where there was the agreement to extend the timeline for the city to make a determination. And so there were dates that were set out for a hearing to be held, a final determination to be made, revised applications to be submitted as these discussions were going along. There have been 4 amendments to that agreement, and that takes us to this point in time. As I stated earlier, what the agreement states is that the city must make a final determination by December 16th of this year. We were not able to get an extension beyond that date. So what the agreement says specifically for the Planning Commission is that a public hearing be held tonight. That is what it says. And that a final determination be made by the city by December 16th.
And in consideration, and in this agreement, the applicant essentially agreed not to go to court to enforce this provision that would basically declare them free and clear to go ahead.
That's essentially it.
Okay. A couple of other questions that have to do with law here. In a letter that Carol Marcus provided, she states that SMC 5-30-080D2 states that, quote, no facility shall be located on a pole that is less than 26 feet in height, and no facility shall exceed 35 feet in height, but we appear to be talking about poles that are 25 feet in height. Are we violating our own ordinance?
That's 30, which we're not, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Exactly. 530 was the urgency ordinance.
Yes.
The ordinance 532 is what we are considering these applications under, because that was the ordinance that was in place when the applications were submitted.
I see. So this is a newer regulation.
Correct.
Okay. So anything that relates to that 5.30.080 is essentially not applicable to this application?
Correct.
Okay. That answers that question. So I'll wait until we get into the comments. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like to close the 3 public hearings at this time and bring it back to the
I think
commission?
seeing nobody moving forward, yes, let's close the public hearing to those 3. And with that, we can begin to deliberate. So, anybody like to speak forth?
I'll start.
Just a suggestion, perhaps the deliberation should be on each application individually.
Why don't we take them as a group together, and then if we feel the need to get more specific on a certain location, we could do that?
That sounds fine.
Okay, yeah, that'd be a little more efficient.
Yeah. I'm going to put the coverage issue aside, even though Verizon's own website and map show coverage in all areas and a very, very rich coverage over Sonoma. I guess that marketing information doesn't break down the frequency levels at which the coverage is being demonstrated. But if you look at Verizon's map for coverage in Sonoma, it's quite rich. There is a little bit of a hole up in the Mayacamas and a very tiny hole in Diamond A. So today I decided I would stop in the local Verizon shop and tell them, I have an AT&T phone and I have some spotty coverage in areas. And they're like, yeah, I used to have spotty coverage when I had AT&T too, but here we have no problem with coverage. So maybe there's certain high frequencies and maybe where people are video streaming, that's a really important issue, but for 911 calls, that's not the same. Putting that issue aside, I look at the alternatives that were presented in terms of aesthetics as being, if the range of possibilities are here, we saw these kind of alternatives. We just saw a few different poles all in the public right away, in all fairly basic. Maybe they went out on the limb and made that one green and put the historic bulbs on it, made it slightly different, but we didn't see many alternatives. We didn't see a way to get rid of the bulky towers, 3 to begin with, 7 more on the horizon. The future's unclear. We don't know how many there will be. We didn't see alternatives for putting them on rooftops of existing buildings. We didn't see undergrounding of vaults. We didn't see co-location and using something like a distributed antenna systems where multiple carriers could be co-located on these towers, not in the dense urban area, but further out. So I'm feeling a real lack of alternatives presented regarding the aesthetics. And I'm struggling with that because this is going to be our future, and it's not going to be 3 towers. And whatever we decide today, we are setting the path for our future. And I really think that that needs to be explored in more depth, and I just don't feel like we got that.
Well, I'll in some ways make this easy. I don't intend to vote for any of these, and I'll tell you why. I really resent the fact that the federal government has preempted the safety issue by saying if the FCC sets a standard and it's okay with them, that it should be okay with us. Think about Monsanto and Roundup. Think about DDT. Just because the federal government tells you something's safe doesn't mean it's safe. They're captured by big money. We all know that. We want to pretend that this is some sort of a different thing going on here. So we have to work with the tools that we have available to us. So we can't sit up here and say, well, these are not safe and we're going to deny them because they're not safe. And I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to say is we should deny them because there are very, very significant risks that have been articulated by a lot of educated people with peer-reviewed studies, and the oppositions have just buried us in, excuse that term, with emails, with reports, with video clips. It's pretty irrefutable that there isn't an issue on this. Whether the FCC and the telecommunications industry wants to give credence to that, that's pretty clear that they don't. But all of these neighbors, all of these people that don't want this in the public right-of-way right next to their house, their place of business, their school, they have some very legitimate concerns. And we are in charge of exercising the police power of our local jurisdiction. Now let me quote from our California Supreme Court from a case that was decided in April of 2019. And I mentioned this earlier, and then the counsel for the applicant said, oh no, that only deals with aesthetics. Well, let me read something to you. Preliminarily, plaintiff's argument, plaintiff was the telecommunications industry, appears to rest on the premise that the city only has the power to regulate telephone line construction. We'll come back to that in a second. Based on aesthetic considerations, if Section 7901, which is the law they're looking at, incommode clause can be read to accommodate that power. That premise is flawed. Then they go on to say that travel is not the sole use of public roads. Other uses may be incommoded beyond the obstruction of travel. For example, lines or equipment might generate noise, cause negative health consequences, or cause safety concerns. Cause safety concerns. Do we have safety concerns? We've got a room full of them. It's pretty clear to me that this is an area, we're going to be, 10 years from now, we're going to know a lot more about this. The woman that says she doesn't want her kids to be a guinea pig, I'm with her. You know, this is in the public right-of-way. They've come in here and they want to put this on our streets, on our neighborhoods, next to people's businesses, next to the schools. We don't have to say yes to that. And I'm sorry, bullying us, threatening us with litigation, albeit veiled, so be it. They haven't shown any significant gap in coverage. Our expert testimony at the November hearing, that's in the record, says that. They as much said that tonight. If you really listen to they said, oh, we want to stay ahead of the curve. Well, what they want to do is be able to have gaming on people's cell phones. This isn't about calling 911. This is about commercial activity and maybe data mining. But they haven't shown a significant gap of coverage, and they certainly haven't shown this is the least intrusive means, because they have admitted that you could put a macro tower, maybe they have to put 2 up on private property, up high, outside the neighborhoods. And the Verizon CEO in the clip that's in the record, which was sent to all of us, I don't know if we all had a chance to watch it, he said they don't need micro towers. I think he must know what he's talking about. He's the CEO of the company that these folks are representing. Then there's the piecemealing issue that Mr. Bernhout brought up. And I am not a CEQA, I was not a CEQA, actually I'm not an attorney anymore. I was not a CEQA attorney. But I know that there's this doctrine out there that says you can't break things into little parts so as to avoid environmental review. So I would like a master plan for all of the cells that they want in this city, and then we can look at that from a CEQA point of view. Does that cause a problem or not? They say it doesn't. With all due respect, that's their job to say that. The standards for this seem to be in flux. There's a pending case before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which if it went our way would put us in a whole different situation right now. I'm willing to bet on that. I want to wait. I want to see how that comes down. I don't want to grant these permits, and I'm not going to vote for them.
I can't disagree with the previous 2 speakers. As we know, there are no regulations that can stop them from installing this in the public rights of way, but that's not really important to me. I believe that I would object to this basically on aesthetics, because I think this is an intrusive industrial aspect of technology, and I don't think a small historic town ought to be subjected to that. I don't think these installations are consistent with our town's standards of aesthetics, and besides that, it sets a precedent for design and potential proliferation of clusters of these industrial pieces around our town. It's been stated that Verizon has more applications due, I think I heard the number 8, and that they're required by the FCC to have 4 competitors. So I haven't counted them, I don't know them, but I assume there's 4 competitors that are waiting to get in line and offer their needs here in town. So these things are going to proliferate in the way that we make a decision as a precedent in design and clustering and amount and intrusion. And without the plan that is not available, which has been requested a couple of times here, it's very hard to tell whether this precedent is going to be calamitous or not for our town. That really does concern me. The option of undergrounding these things was eliminated some time ago, but seems to me that something along those lines is really essential, so that this stuff is out of sight. And if the technology is not here to do that, or the technology is changing so that the number of these units will decline dramatically, and that the technology will allow it to be unobtrusive, I'd say we should wait for it. And I think everyone here has read this article recently in the Wall Street Journal, I believe it's authoritative, that the Chinese are way ahead on this cell technology, and that there is new technology which will dramatically, that they are way ahead of us in, that will dramatically reduce the proliferation of these towers. And so that's really my position on this. Thank you.
Well, speaking as one who really depends on his cell phone, I would have to say there's some conflict I feel about this whole matter, because this is a technology I rely on every day and throughout the day, as we all do. I bet everybody up here has a cell phone. And the adoption of technology in our current age, maybe for a long time, has not been subject to a particularly effective process of deliberation. There was a book written in the 80s by a professor named Neil Postman called Technopoly, and this was well in advance of cell phones or the internet technology. And he was basically talking about the rise of electronic technology and how it changes cultures and actually replaces culture, and that technology replaces human culture with its own culture, and how pervasive that is, and that a more deliberative process of adopting technologies, new technologies, would be to ask at least 4 questions. The first of which is, what problem does this technology solve? Because it may be that there's no problem to solve at all. It's just something that is either a profit-driven opportunity or a business opportunity. In other words, in a certain extent, any new technology needs to create the dependence on it and therefore create the need. It's creating the need. The solution comes up before the need with technologies. The other questions he proposes, who benefits, who loses? Well, for Verizon is definitely supporting a valuable and necessary communication network that we all depend upon. Who benefits? Well, the consumer benefits. There's no question about it. We can communicate with these phones. But the corporate charter, the corporate mission of Verizon is to increase the value of the company to the benefit of its shareholders. That is the number one reason it's a corporation, is to continuously improve the value of the company to its investors. What it offers the consumers can be valuable too, but it's not the highest priority. The highest priority is to maintain its position in a competitive society and to make sure that its dividends and its stock price is always going up. Just to touch on the health issue, I think it was Mr. Hammett earlier who talked about it. He was talking about the effect of these frequencies on human health. And this is the way it's evaluated: human health, human health, human health. What about the health of the bees? What about the health of the organisms that perceive the world in a different spectrum, whose sensory apparatus operates differently than human beings? Are we ever going to pay attention to the apocalyptic effect that human civilization is having on the natural world? Or are we just going to ignore it and have this anthropocentric view that the only thing that matters is human health? If the rest of the health of the planet is destroyed, the human species is destroyed. So it's not a particularly, once again, sensible, deliberative evaluation. We are headed towards an ecological disaster of the first order which I know is a depressing thing to think about and a depressing thing to talk about, but we're right smack in the middle of it right now. And I don't know all the things that are contributing to it. For the first time in the last 100 years, the lifespan of Americans has dropped. Why is it dropping? I mean, we have all these new health technologies, we have all these new modalities, but we're exposed to things the human species and animal life has never been exposed to before. Will we be able to keep ahead of it? Well, you see what the cost of medical care is. That's the price of keeping ahead of something that we've never faced before. People living a long time, but having an explosion of dementia, cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. I can't say what the cause of it. It's not cell phone towers that's causing this, but we live in a cumulative world. Somebody talked about the cumulative effects of things earlier, and we can ignore it, or we can say, oh, it's too complicated to think about it, or we can't put it off because, after all, you know, we want to be able to stream the movies to my phone in 5 seconds instead of my having to stream it in 7 minutes. You know, there's an addiction to this kind of technology, and that's why Postman talks about the replacement of human culture with technological culture. So I'm gonna go along with the rest of the council members here. If we are forced to consider you see how dependent we are on technology? If I personally feel that from the aesthetic standpoint, you know, if I were forced, had no choice, couldn't deliberate on this subject, I'd say, you know what, bury all the equipment under the sidewalk and put the radio tower on top of an existing telephone pole, which has already got so much ugly crap on it, it's not going to make any difference. I mean, have you looked at the telephone poles around town lately? I mean, talk about ugly. So would adding a radio on top of an existing telephone pole make it any uglier? I don't think so. And all the equipment could be buried under the sidewalk to power it and out of view. So from the aesthetic standpoint, I know a lot of effort's been put into the design. I appreciate the effort the company made. You know, they're nothing exciting, but we got all these wooden towers all over town anyway. I don't know why we wouldn't just hang another little piece of metal off it. So the aesthetic decision to me really is kind of a not a big issue. This is going to go to the city council. We all know that. That was inevitable. If we approve the application, it's going to get appealed to the city council. If we deny the application, it's going to get appealed to the city council. And they're the ones who are going to have to decide whether or not they're prepared to risk litigation, if that's really what it comes down to. That's no different than anything else. The cities don't like to engage in litigation, but sometimes that's the price of holding the line about the kind of community you want to live in. And you don't know what the end result is going to be, but as one speaker said, you know, sometimes you just have to be brave. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Wallander. I share the concerns of my fellow commissioners, and if I could choose, I would prefer to wait to see how this FCC ruling shakes out. As Commissioner Barbeau said, it seems like it's really unfair that we're forced to make a decision in such a gray area. As Commissioner Bohar said, it'd be nice to see what sort of comes out of China. Perhaps they could, or there could be technology 10 years from now that would not require all this, and it would be a pity to have these sort of use permits which go on for 10 years at a time, when 5 or 10 years from now there could be something better. So in a perfect world, that's what I would love to do. But obviously the world is not perfect, as Larry just told us. And we have a shot clock that expires, I believe, on December 16th. And from what I understand, if we don't make a decision, or if the city doesn't make a decision, a final determination by December 16th, they will have the right to go to court and put in, from what I understand, whatever they want. I mean, and they don't have to take in our aesthetic input. So, you know, so that's obviously the decision we have to make. I know that we have a new code that, from what I understand, gives the city much more powers to regulate these things going forward. And perhaps as the time goes on, we will have a better determination from the courts, et cetera, on what we can do. And so I'm sort of looking at this as three towers that you know, we have to use the old code on, and we only really can consider aesthetics. And so my personal opinion on aesthetics is that, for one, I don't like the current versions. I think they're too short. I think they should be probably similar to some of the earlier ones that were presented that were, I believe, close to 35 feet, or some of them you were using existing telephone poles that were perhaps up to 40 feet. And I'm sort of almost persuaded by Commissioner Larry Barnett's comments about, you know, if you were forced to make a decision, and I guess that's what we're trying to figure out right now, if we had to move forward here with something, and you know, if we're not going, I mean, we could deny it, but as Commissioner Larry Barnett just said, this is going to go to the City Council, and they're going to have to decide whether they want to spend the money to pursue the litigation. And it seems like a lot of, I may be wrong, and perhaps the city attorney can correct me, but a lot of the small cities that have denied these have been sued, and they're entering into settlements and don't seem to be very successful. And I'm not saying that, I don't like that. You know, as one of our council members likes to say, like, I like local control. And I think it should be up to us to decide what we want for our city. But the inevitability is that we could be sued and we can be brave, et cetera. But if I was forced to decide on a path forward, I would prefer either one of the, there was, in your presentation, there was an example of a much taller, I thought, street pole that seemed to bring the antenna way up. So I would support possibly, I don't know if I would support it tonight, but further discussion on a taller antenna, or even antenna on top of one of these tall wooden telephone poles. Something very similar to that on the right. From what I mean, it looks like you could probably put an antenna on top of the vertical element of the tower. And then another aesthetic consideration I think we need to consider is, I think what a lot of us are struggling with up here is we're looking at these poles, and they look completely different than anything else in town, and we don't want to set that precedent. And so despite the fact that the antenna would have to be at the top, another way to make these virtually identical to all the poles in town would be to just underground everything. And I believe our code allows that in the vaulting section. Is that correct?
Yes. And if I can just kind of piggyback on your comment there, if I'm understanding correctly, this is a typical streetlight that we have on the south side of West Napa. It's a tapered design, I'm going to guess 8 to 10 inches perhaps in diameter at the base, and maybe 3, 4, 5, or 6 at the top. And the only concern that I would share, if your comment, if I can just pursue that line of logic, is there could be, if you're talking about putting an antenna on the top, that would also include a 1-foot meter, I think, for the power service, I think they call it. But we're still left, if the radios go below ground, we'd still be left with a service disconnect switch that would need to be somewhere on the exterior of the pole, I think.
But all the radios would be undergrounded. And so the pole would be narrower and comparable to the existing.
That would be a design that you could,
Right.
a design aesthetic you could.
Right. So that's just generally what I'm thinking. I would prefer to wait. I would prefer to continue to talk about this. I don't want to give up local control. And in a weird way, I feel like by waiting, we could give up local control due to this shot clock situation. Or, conceivably, the FCC ruling could come down in a way that is negative to local communities, to the point where we can't even regulate aesthetics. I don't know what is planned. And so if we can only discuss aesthetics tonight, and that's the only police power we have, and if we are inclined to do something, which maybe we're not, I would support vaulting, and I would support a small antenna and the smart meter on top of either existing tall telephone poles or existing tall street lamps. In addition to that, I don't support the location at Pharmaca. And so I know we haven't discussed individual. And again, if these are all, again, we still have to further discuss. But I don't support the location at Pharmaca. And I would be open to continuing this if we need to get more information on different designs, similar to what I just discussed, or different locations. Clearly, we have a timing situation. If there is support for that, and if there's not, if there's support for, just, I understand, so.
Thank you. Well, as I listen, I can take exception specifically to the words that have been shared by my fellow commissioners, but I am going to speak from my perspective on the aesthetic, because as part of my profession, I feel that's within my wheelhouse. I brought this not funny prop with me this evening, but this is a sonotube of an 18-inch diameter that normally is used for casting a concrete column, but it gives us a good visual as far as the mass, and that is not 6 foot tall. And if it were 6 foot tall, you're talking about something like this. I appreciate the visuals that were included in the application, because more times than not they are helpful. But in this particular case, where we had the photos of the proposed, particularly, and I'm not talking about the historic lamppost style, but the more simplified one, is that it was very hard, based on the photos, to get a real sense as to the scale, because there were no people that were in relatively close proximity. There were some cars maybe 30, 40 foot back. And so to that, in reflection that's been on my mind for quite some time because of the nature of this item, I was trying to relate. And this, again, is something that I feel comfortable with, is when I need to check something, I do mock-ups or samples or little maquettes, what have you. This makes me very uncomfortable when you take something of this scale and then you set it out in amongst all of our other vertical elements that you find in our public right-of-way. So from an aesthetic standpoint, I could unequivocally say I don't support the proposed either designs, but I would be open to more discussion with something that does have a thinner profile, which suggests that it just gets integrated with all the other that we have. This scale, unfortunately, is not quite as large as some of the very large members that hold the cantilever lights that may be at various large intersections. So I would be open to more discussion about a profile somewhat similar to Commissioner Kelso-Barnett, who said there would be thinner, taller, as minimal of an antenna as possible that would not preclude the function that we've been told is of value, and also make as much of the equipment disappear below grade as possible, because again, that's something where it would tend to fit into the context of what I call a very walkable small town, of which Sonoma is. And so now we're really talking about having an element added to, or maybe not, to the streetscape of something that is much more comfortable in scale. So similar to Mr. again Kelso, Commissioner Kelso Barnett, if we had to forcibly go in one direction, I would strongly want to encourage continuation on something along that line. So those are my comments, and I believe we now have all expressed on the general sense. Now we can, I believe legally we need to take action on each and every one, or what's your feedback, please, or direction?
I think that there could be a couple of different ways. It sounds like there are some strong opinions in one direction that may obviate the need to talk about these individually. However, the chair could certainly open up individual comments for the individual sites instead.
Well, with that kind of comment, I know that the comments that I shared were pretty, they would apply to all three locations. I know that I've heard comment about concern about one location in particular, and I do believe that some of the other comments were shared by this half were very broad and general and applicable for all three. So I'm open to further discussion on how we as a commission would like to move forward with a motion.
Well, let me just make one other comment first, which is that it's unclear to me in terms of the remarks of the applicant as to whether or not a single larger macro tower placed in what the term that was used, the center of town, is a viable alternative. If I understood the technical comments correctly, it was that a macro style tower at the fringes would create an interference pattern of the radio waves and not work. But I may have misheard him, but I believe it was stated that a single macro tower, larger tower, taller, set in the middle of town, and I don't know where the middle of town exactly is, would not cause that interference problem. Now, I may have misheard him, but if that is a viable alternative, if Verizon is willing to consider that option to provide more capacity and take away, essentially boost the capacity of the existing macro towers by providing another tower reception and transmission source, I would certainly want to see that considered rather than a proliferation of individual towers. I mean, unless I misunderstand, it sounded to me like one macro tower could do the job of all 10 micro towers that we're talking about.
I'd like to follow up on that, and I'd like to recommend that we continue this if the applicant should desire, and give them the opportunity to come back with some alternatives that would include co-locating using the distributed antenna systems, undergrounding of vaults, using rooftops for antennas, or existing telephone poles, and look at some of those alternatives that I don't think have been explored enough.
Yes.
Mark Peters, as the applicant, if it helps your deliberations, we would be amenable to a continuance, and we would obviously work with the city on shot clock extension as necessary.
Thank you. So with the applicant's comments, I think it would be appropriate if we could come up with a motion.
we need to settle this by a date certain in order to get this to the council on time. Am I correct?
Right now, the agreement states that the council would have to make a final determination by December 16th. In the applicant's comments, what I heard is that they would work with us on the shot clock extension, but not knowing the date that this would be continued to, we wouldn't know what that specifically means without coming up with some time period here.
So we wouldn't be able to make a motion here to continue this hearing to a date certain because we don't know what that date is? Am I correct?
If we have a commitment from the applicant that extends out maybe, I don't know, 90 days, 120 days, it's a question of when the continuance would be, when the applicant would be ready. But we would need a commitment from the applicant to extend out that date. Otherwise, we would have trouble in making the date that's in the agreement now.
That unless we after consultation with the applicant, we're able to schedule a special meeting of the Planning Commission in order to stay on the same schedule that we've attempted to do tonight. Am I correct?
It would be difficult. There is a 15-day appeal period, and it may be a crunch in order to keep that. But with a commitment from the applicant to continue, it may very well be something that could work.
Do these require 21-day notices? Like, yeah, so that's that too for city council to an appeal.
Well, I think that the alternative here is not the path that the applicant wants. I mean, at this point, none of us are ready to approve this. So I would like to give the applicants the opportunity to say, you know, if you can work with us and give us some timing and we can give you the chance to come back and explore some alternatives. I'm sure that takes time and we'd be happy to work with you.
We appreciate that. Obviously, the things that we've talked about tonight are very difficult in a 30-second sidebar conference to evaluate as far as time goes. I think that no matter what you did, and please correct me if I'm wrong from staff or Mr. Bacci, you know, whatever you decide tonight will require a resolution to be drafted for you to approve. We were going to come back on October 10th, I think. Anyway, is that correct?
If it's continued, then there would be no need for a resolution.
I'm just trying to think of a way to work through this to where, you know, without trying to make a commitment for a time extension right here on the spot, that if we are coming back or we're already scheduled to come back on the 10th, that would buy us all the amount of time for the deliberation to determine how much, if any, extension. In other words, it's hard for me to say what extension would be needed, not even knowing what direction we're quite going right now.
Should we speak more, I mean, about what would be expected at the next hearing?
I think that'd be appropriate because
Yeah.
if we have a tight time frame and then they don't have enough time to really do some exploration, then we're not achieving what we're
Yeah, and
expressing to
the other
do.
thing I would also say is if, and I don't know if this is the case, but if the majority of the commission can't see themselves ever supporting a project, why extend this out?
I would agree.
I mean, if we think, and if those on this commission think that there is a way, perhaps through vaulting, perhaps through another method that focuses on aesthetics, that you can get to a point that you can say yes, then perhaps a continuance is worth it. But if you never see yourselves being able to support this, then I don't see why we should, you know.
I think that's a fair comment to both the commission but also to the applicant. And I'm not sure if we want to continue to make some comment up here amongst us to get a little bit of clarity on where we might want to go forward.
I think that's exactly right. It's fair to ask the applicant as well. Is this something that you're willing to seriously consider as looking at some of these alternative design solutions? And if that's something you are willing to consider, roughly, I mean, just ballpark, how much time would it take for you to be able to pull something like that together?
you know, if we're talking about something a bit farther afield than what we've discussed up to this point, it will take some time. I won't say otherwise. And in determining whether or not we have the palette or the ability, the feasibility to pursue some of the things that we've talked about tonight requires discussion beyond what I can commit to here on the spot. So it will take some evaluation time. I think over the next 30 days, we can certainly evaluate what possible paths there may be for us. And if we can bring something back that we think that we can encourage more support from you with, I don't think that within those 30 days we would be back here to present that to you, but I think we could be able within 30 days to come back and say yes or no. You know, either decide based on what we've provided thus far, or yes, we can have another iteration of the design to bring forward.
So with that in mind, is there a majority of us that would be willing to continue this with further consideration? Not that we have to commit wholeheartedly one way or the other, but I don't think it would be fair to the applicant if we are entrenched and think that we would not be willing to consider. David?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can. So if you took tonight an action to continue for 30 days, that's October the 10th. That's really giving staff 2 weeks to figure something out, to put into a packet, get a report generated. It's not a lot of time to respond to the things that I'm hearing about.
Okay.
That's point number one. Point number two is, what would help is, for example, I'm just going to use this one example because I've heard it talked about a little bit about the base. If the commission was to say, I'd like to get feedback as to whether it's possible to do a typical street light design that they would have to manufacture. I don't think they can just simply stick an antenna and the smart meter on top of an existing light pole that's already been pre-designed. Could they manufacture something of that kind? And let's hear back if that's even possible to be able to underground the RRU, the radio. And would we have to be left with the service disconnect at some elevation so they can turn it off? Could they, or are they willing to do something of that design, let alone can they put it on another building, can they co-locate, and those other things? Because if you can't get a design like this, then you are limiting yourself to other options and alternatives, and they may need some time to be able to do that. So that's one option for a design. But again, they could probably come back and tell you unequivocally, no, we can't do that, and you'll get that answer by October the 10th. But I think anything more than that is going to need more time than going to October the 10th. I would suggest, if I've heard the applicant correctly, that, you know, somewhere to extend the December date to, let's say, March 16th, I don't know what day that is, in the week, or whether it's a weekend or not, that would give them some more time to address whether they can dress up a street light, look at alternative sites, buildings, co-location issues as well.
So I'm not going to attempt to repeat what he just said, so hopefully you picked up on the majority of that. Would you please share your thoughts?
I have to step in just for a minute, Paul Albritton. I think I mentioned to you we've been at this for 2 years. I'm sure you remember that we had a workshop here with you all, and we looked at utility poles, and we had examples through A through I, and you all indicated that you preferred I, which is this, with some modifications, including scalloping. We went through vaulting. We discussed vaulting. We did a full vaulting analysis. Your consultant confirms, or concurs, he can speak for himself, that vaulting doesn't make any sense because we have to put a meter above ground, and we have to vent it in order to cool it, and have vents, and we have to have active cooling with noise, and we have to have active dewatering systems in order to keep the vault from flooding, and that vaulting is infeasible, impractical, creates aesthetic problems, and Verizon Wireless isn't going to vault, so that's not going to happen. We've gone from telephone poles to these street lights, the most elegant ones, at least that I've seen so far. So we need to be realistic. I really don't think you want us to come back with a big macro tower in the center of town. And it is extraordinary for us and we have a right to be in the right of way. I said that. And to think that we're going to go around and find various buildings and to build cupolas on around Sonoma. It's not the network that we are proposing, and it's not the network that's the most efficient for for Sonoma. So we will take more time in order to try and refine what you're looking at. I told you we could move poles. We've moved poles already in order to accommodate the direction that we've received. We've added lighting, and we've gone to a standalone pole. These are all new things for Verizon. We usually put the radios on the telephone pole and we put the antennas on top. 70 of them in San Francisco, 70 of them in the East Bay. Sunnyvale has them all over the place. So we've been trying very hard to work with you. So if we're going to continue, yes, but we're not going to be going starting from scratch after 2 years.
So let me be more specific then. I can just reiterate my concerns, my comments. That's too big. It's too big for a pedestrian scale. It's too big for a small, quaint, walkable community. So the question is, if you're telling me that it's impractical to vault, because other utilities have been vaulted, so I find it difficult to say that it can't be done. It may not be practical, but
not radio equipment. Yes,
my
go ahead.
point is that I don't know what the smallest physical dimensions are for the hardware that makes for a small cell tower. But I sure would like to think with today's technology that we could get it down smaller than an 18-inch diameter pole.
So in San Francisco, we use the existing light standard.
Okay.
And we mount a box that is 10 inches by 5 inches by 13 inches.
And where is that box mounted?
It's mounted on the pole at about 8 feet.
At 8 feet. And the total height of that pole is 30,
Same.
35?
It's the same.
25.
Whatever it is, with
Yeah.
with a 2-foot antenna on top. And we shorten these at direction. We can go 26, 30, 35. We can go as tall on these as you want. What we've done here is put a 20-watt radio in the box. We started out with 40-watt radios.
Okay.
And tried to design something that we showed you those designs, and you chose design I or H last time, and that's what we worked with. So that's the way to get a skinnier pole, is to put to mount the radios on the exterior. We've got plenty of examples of that in San Francisco, where we do that. And they're small radios.
And I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but are you saying that the consideration of a macro tower is not something you'll consider?
That is likely, I would say, a 2 or 3 year process. Because first thing we have to do is we have to find a landlord.
No, I understand, but
and then we have to negotiate a lease.
Yeah.
And then we have to come up with a design, and then we have to work. Do you want a tree? Do you want a water tower? What do you want? And then we're going.
Well, is the tower that's by the ball field? You guys are familiar with the macro tower at the ball field, right? It's there is some kind of tower. Where are your current macro towers?
There are 3, and I don't know the exact locations. There's the Lodge, El Verano, and no, we didn't do Spacione. That's AT&T. And got it written down. There's one. They're on Mr. Applerback's map.
Do you recall where the 3 are?
There's one down at the Lodge.
Yes.
There's one at the ballpark.
Yeah, the ballpark.
The 2 primary ones.
Yeah, you're talking about Arnold Field. Okay, now that's where the farmers market is held on Fridays. So I'm there every Friday. I look at that pole and go, okay, that's a cell tower. It doesn't strike me as an enormous structure. I mean, it's you've all seen it. It's
It's pretty big.
It's pretty big, but it's not like wow, what the heck is that? In terms of a potential location, you've referred to the center of town. I don't know what that would be, but for example, and I'm just throwing ideas out off the top of my head, okay? I'm not advocating this. But, if the radiation is constrained by height and it's up high enough so that the proximity to the transmitter produces very low radiation exposure, you could go on the top of the hospital, which is looking for money like crazy, is a public facility and it's probably in the middle of the town. I mean, in other words, if we can make this collaborative, we can try to find a spot. But I just don't know if it's a viable or reasonable thing. All I know is I like the idea of if we've got to accept something, I'd rather accept one big tower than 10 little ones.
If your concern is health, I think your concern may be misdirected.
Because the power of the larger tower is greater, even if it's taller and at a.
It's all relative. I mean, it's all relative.
I understand, but I heard the inverse square of the
Sure.
distance to the. No, I understand.
You're not going to be putting up I mean, then you're talking, most of the towers that we're looking at that are typically in the 75 to 100 foot range.
Yeah.
And so if you put something down there, you have a zoning issue with that too. I can't imagine you get a lot of interest in that. I'm just saying that one of the reasons that they go away, and I'm not trying to advocate one way or another, I'm just giving you what my experience with the industry is. One of the reasons that they go with the small cells is to distribute it in what energy they have. Going higher tends to be a real problem.
I guess maybe I could help. And as these are 800 watts, these little things we're putting in. And because I know all of us want to go home, would be if we agreed a 30-day extension and come back here October 10th, I can give you direction and say, hopefully give you direction and say, okay, we'll explore these things, or no, we really need to move forward with these designs. I mean, if that's, and we can talk to staff in between. I really don't want to commit to 60, 30, 90 March. This has been going on over 2 years, and the client, I mean, they've expended a great deal of money on designs, on these photo simulations, on plans that have been filed over and over again of various different designs, and they need to, and the network continues to be more and more compromised. So that would be my suggestion. We'll extend our agreements for 30 days, and then we can rethink it. But I guess we need some time to analyze the information that we've been provided tonight, because unfortunately we're getting different stories.
Well, before you leave, then it's going to be important that we be as definitive so that you are able to focus, at least based upon comments shared today. So we've heard one comment about the feasibility of a macro tower. I've been very clear as far as the scale. Commissioner Kelso Barnett has said higher, taller, thin, possibly on the other. I think there's an axiom in architecture that less is more. This would very much hold true, with the exception that maybe not less in height, but certainly less in profile. And again, if you've come back and you've said, no, it isn't practical to underground, okay, then you've done it elsewhere in narrow, not underground, I'm sorry, you've done narrow profiles, such as in San Francisco. That's not that one. And so that would be great if you'd be willing to consider that for us to deliberate over. And again, I think we need, as a commission, to make sure that he leaves knowing that our minds are not all closed like a trap, and that it would not be a exercise in futility, that we would be willing to, again, deliberate on hopefully what is more like what we just shared.
If the elephant in the room is that you're never going to vote for something that you think has health effects for your community, then you should just do that. But if you really think that there's going to be something that we can actually come to agreement on, then we're willing to work with you.
I think we also have to consider the aesthetics of, as Chair Wellender said, we are a pedestrian community, and we're looking at applications from Verizon for 3, with 7 else added, and the other carriers. We're looking at potentially, over the next 3 years, 40 of these imposing structures on our sidewalks.
With all due respect, you are not. With all due respect, you are not looking at that at all.
as
The
a
seven
pedestrian
other
here we are.
applications are residential applications on telephone poles. And how those go forward, I'm not sure. You don't have any other carrier coming in here with applications, and every land use decision you make is based on that application. If you are, the aspect of the federal law that I didn't go through is discrimination. You can't unreasonably discriminate against other carriers. If in the FCC order, even the recent FCC that lowers the order, says that you can set a separation distance between facilities that you think will eliminate this apparent clutter of excessive utilities. That flood of applications, A, is not here, B, it's not coming from Verizon Wireless, and C, if it comes, you have the aesthetic ability to regulate that. So you're not in a land use decision speculating about the future, unless it's foreseeable in the form of other applications. So I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. And we don't know where the technology is going.
So with that in mind, I would like to get this wrapped up. So do we have a motion on
Chair.
what we'd like?
Chair, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I have one adjustment to the extension for Verizon's council. We've looked at the calendar. 30 days would not give enough time for a council meeting. If we can have the extension until the end of January, until January 31st.
I will have to consult with my client. I think after 2 years and another 14, 15 days is okay. So you're saying, so we're going from December 16th to January 31st on the decision by the council. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if there's progress, we'll keep working with you and do what's necessary for the timelines. The timeline, as you know, for this type of application is 60 days. You're supposed to have a decision within 60 days, and we're now at 2 years.
We recognize that and appreciate that.
I have a question for our planning director and perhaps our city attorney.
I'm sorry. Can I just tell you what we were talking about?
Of course.
And see how that melds in.
Yeah.
So tonight you have a public hearing. As a tremendous assistance to staff, it will be to continue the hearings tonight to a date certain so we don't have to go through advertising. Obviously skip October the 10th, make it to November. Should we not be at a point where we can come back at that point, I'll ask Verizon to request a continuance. But again, we've got the January 31st date that we're working against. You may recall that we had the meeting in July the 11th, and we have the applications August 9th, which is a very short time period, really, when you add the fact that we then got the August 30th, and here we are on the 12th of September, a very little bit of a very short turnaround there. So I think if we do get it continued to November, we should have enough time based on the feedback that they got tonight. But I couldn't guarantee it. So at least this way we could get it continued to November. We have a little bit of period of time to then have an appeal, 15 days, and then 21 days to tee it up to the council.
But I don't want to discount the progress that we have made. Does the application, the reapplication, or the continuation, does it have to be as comprehensive? Or it can, I mean, we've given some focused direction, and so if it was more, I use the word simplified, would that burden the planning department as much? And
it really depends on what they come back with based on your feedback tonight. And so theoretically, we could continue it to October the 10th and do a continuation to November. That would be a very short fuse, but I'd be optimistic if I said we could do it by October 10th.
I have a question. Earlier during our commission discussion, a few commissioners, including myself, discussed that they, based on aesthetic reasons, would prefer the radios vaulted underground. Verizon has said that they wouldn't do that, even though our municipal code that actually controls and applies 5.32 says telecommunications support facilities shall be placed in underground vaults. So my question would be, would we have the power, or the authority, I guess is a better word, if we were inclined to approve towers and they present towers at the next meeting that are not vaulted, can we make a condition of approval that the radios have to be vaulted? And then it's up to them?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. May I hear a motion? Or just,
I make a motion to continue this item to the
November 14th.
the meeting of November 14th.
and is there a second? Second?
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Aye.
Commissioner Felder. Oh, excuse me. Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
I'll go with the Pirates. Aye.
And Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
The motion is unanimously approved 6-0 with Chair Felder absent.
Thank you. So, I think we have just a few more items late. No
Was there any?
updates.
Oh, yeah. Commissioner comments?
We have updates. Party? Okay. Mr. James? Updates. So we're still.
Yeah, I have an update. I'm just going to look at my calendar here. I believe the city council would like to convene a joint session. Would like to convene a joint city council planning commission meeting regarding some land use topics, updating of the general plan, updating of the development code and the urban growth boundary and the housing element, the week of October the 28th. So if you could kind of get back to me as to how that week would look for you all, that'd be most appreciated, and I can pass that information along to the city manager. If you could just respond to me directly as opposed to, responding to all, that'd be great. Whether it's by email, phone call, text, you name it. I've got one already for that week, 2 for that week.
You're not going to do it Thursday because that's Halloween.
Well, maybe we do it because of that. Come dressed as planning commissioners, how's that? Come dressed as a planning commissioner.
So any update or movement on Broadway at MacArthur as far as the project across from MacArthur Place?
Not able to comment at this point in time, but
Under-
discussions are ongoing.
Okay. And I was led to believe too that 840 West Spain Street, the linear housing project, has not been finalized, and that's the, no, it's 840 is the 11 rentals that go from Spain to,
I believe they received a couple of temporary occupancy permits for a few units, but there's still outstanding issues that we're working on with the developer.
and maybe this is bringing up a sore subject. Where are we at on the large hotel?
We're still in the preparation of the final EIR. We're hoping to have that in the fall, late November, early December is our hope.
Okay. Mr. Barnett.
I would like to find out if it's possible to get a longer extension on the microphone at the lectern, because there's a lot of speakers who are frankly too tall for that microphone, and it's hard to hear them.
I agree.
And this doesn't seem to me to be, inordinately difficult.
We also need to instruct them a little more about being close to it.
Well, that's fine, but if you had something 6 inches longer that was flexible, would work.
Okay, I'm very anxious to slam this sucker down.
Slam it, baby.
We're done.